Hey guys, welcome back to the channel, everyone. I'm Ali, and I know some of you guys, all of you who have been subscribed to the channel, and if anyone's new, like you all have been waiting for a new build for such a long time now, and I wasn't able to gift you guys something new for a new year gift and as a present for a new year. But I know I'm late, but yeah, I'm still there. So I'm really excited, by the way, for what we're going to be building today. It's going to be really, really powerful, and it's one of the insane builds I've done till now. It has Next.js middleware, MongoDB database, which is something new we are going to be doing today. Like in all my previous builds, you guys know that I've been using Firebase quite a lot. Like I haven't used any other thing, and I quite still love Firebase over any other database, I would say. But I still, since you guys requested for MongoDB, I still went ahead and we're gonna be using adapters, and I'm just really excited about this insane build. And we have like a dark mode toggler, dark and light mode toggler as well, as you guys can see, and we have framer motion. There's a lot of stuff, guys, trust me, in this build. There's framer motion, recoil, and there's like pretty much everything we need. Next.js, Tailwind Css on top of that, of course. And yeah, I mean, we have these beautiful, and it's mobile responsive, by the way, guys. So, and it's insane. But before going dive into the build, I just wanted to explain some of the things to you guys, that where I've been and what I've been doing, just like a mini life update, something. So, I've been working since you guys know I've been working on a job, and I've been really occupied with a lot of stuff, and I've been working on some big things for everyone, for all of you guys, and so I was basically working, and we are like close to a launch date in the company I'm working in. So it was kind of a bit hectic for me to, I was really like working, and since I'm the only sole developer there working, it was quite a challenge for me to, keep consistent with the deadlines and stuff. So yeah, and I'm trying my best to be active here, but since the channel is growing on such a rapid basis, and I can't imagine the positivity you guys are giving, and everyone's helping out each other, and it's just so authentic and it's so clean, and there's just no negativity at all, and even if there is, it's just insane, the positivity from everyone we are gaining. It's really, really insane. um, but yeah, I just wanted to tell you guys that, and we might do something really, really big if the channel keeps growing like this, and so there is a chance I might be able to do this full time as well, just on a subscription, maybe, from everyone who wants to support the channel, and it will be, I mean, I assure you guys it's gonna be really, really cheap, because I know there's a lot of students who watch me, and there's a lot of people who are not like, who cannot afford like huge boot camp prices and stuff like that. But there's gonna be a lot of cool stuff coming for everyone out there, I assure you guys. So, and yeah, if I'm able to do this full time, I mean, it's going to be really, really insane, because I could push more for you guys, and yeah, I mean, it's just gonna be amazing. But yeah, I want to get too much into that. Just wanted to give a wanted to give you guys an update about that. That's all. But yeah, I mean, as with the bill, so we have the bill like here, like this here, and we have authentication, by the way, of course. So I mean, in each and every of my bill, I always like, try to have a login page, and of course we are in each and every of my bill, like I try to, so I've used Firebase Auth as well, but in these bills I try to use Next Authentication. And Next Authentication, today I'm gonna show you guys something really, really powerful about Next Authentication. Is if I try to log in, and this is my database, as you guys can see, and if I go and into the, I mean, this is of course the build which I've already done. So if you guys can see, I have two registered users right now. So if I try to log in with any new account, let's say I try to use this account, for example, and this is a new account. You guys can see there's no registered user here. So this is something really insane, and I'm logged in right now, and of course I cannot delete the other people's posts. So and I can post something new here. So I can just post something like hey, what's up, and there's image. So we have added something called an image address, a post functionality, as opposed to file, because there was a bunch of stuff in MongoDB which I didn't wanted to get into, and I just wanted to keep it beginner friendly. And there's a lot of stuff, trust me guys, which needed to be explained, the middleware, and there's so many things going on. So I wanted to just keep it simple for this build. But we have like a image URL which we can put, and it's gonna post an image like this too with that. So right now I just didn't post that, so I mean this is my message. But what I want you to wanted to show you guys is, if I click on databases right now again, and if I go to browse collections, I'm just trying to refresh, and if I go into users, you guys can see there's a new registered user, and I did not create this collection. I mean, I did not create this document. There's a new document. So in Firebase, as you guys know, and if you guys are new to MongoDB, by the way, MongoDB is the same as Firebase, like NoSQL structure basically. And there's like a new user, so you know, which we, and the email we registered with, so it's Google login. So of course this is the email we registered with, and they create like 2 collections for us. So this is basically the next authentication adapter doing this stuff for us, and which is pretty insane. And I've used this adapter for Firebase as well in my Disney build, but it's giving some issues since it's still experimental and they haven't like fixed the Firebase one. But the MongoDB one works fine. It just works fine, and the adapter is really cool with it as well. So I mean, if I try to log out right now, you guys can see it routes me back to a slash home route, and if I try to access my protected route, which is my home route, I cannot access it as follows, and any other route so far. So I have to log in, and this is the Next.js middleware, which is in beta. It's a quite new thing, 12.0, and it's pretty slick. It's pretty slick, and these are of course some cool animations. But yeah, let's just get started. So I know it was a long introduction to the build and everything, but yeah, I just wanted to give you guys a clear picture of what we're gonna be building. But yeah, let's get started with the build. It's gonna be really cool, and there's some persistent stuff going on. So I mean, even if I refresh after going to the light mode, you see it keeps me in the light mode. And if I go on a dark mode, so far there's a lot of cool things, guys. So yeah, let's just get started with it, and I'm gonna take you guys step by step with everything we're gonna be building. So yeah, the first thing, as with all of my videos, all of my builds, I try to explain and keep it as much beginner friendly as I can. And we're gonna be using Next.js, and if anyone's basically new to Next.js, Next.js is just a framework. It's a production level framework for React. React is a it's a library, you guys know, for JavaScript, and Next.js is just built on top of that. So it has these beautiful features called image optimization. There's a server-side rendering, fast refresh out of the box, and then we don't have to use something called React Router for managing our page routes, and there are API routes which we are going to be using, by the way, in today's build. So you know, the MongoDB post route and delete thing. So we have delete functionality too, by the way. So I mean, these are my posts, and if I click here, basically it's going to delete, and boom, it's gone, as you guys can see. So it just deletes the post for us. So we're going to be using API routes. If you guys have never done this with Next.js, and it's going to be really, and we don't need Express, or it has like Express server built in Next.js, so we don't have to do that sort of. So basically our front end and back end stays together. We don't have to create 2 separate folders when using Next.js and when working with back end and front end, so as opposed to in React. So it all stays together, and it's extremely fast, and it's extremely powerful, guys. It's extremely powerful, trust me. And of course for CSS, you know how you guys know how I like to do things. I just love Tailwind, absolutely. Their team is amazing, and they're brilliant. What they're doing is absolutely insane. You know, they're just improving every single time with beautiful stuff and everything. So yeah, this was just a introduction for newbies, any beginners out there, about Next.js and Tailwind CSS. But yeah, let's get started with this. So first thing I'm going to be doing, guys, is I'm going to be opening my terminal, or if you're on Mac, I'm on Windows, so it's CMD for me. And what I'm going to be doing, guys, is I am going to be going to, so this is Next.js, and I want to click on documentation, and this is the command which I need. So there's so I'm not using an example. If you guys are wondering why I'm not using example, is because if I use this Tailwind CSS example, it's gonna give me initialize the project with TypeScript, which happened with one of the guys recently, and I just got to know this thanks to him. But yeah, so that's the reason, and we are not using TypeScript, of course, but we will be using TypeScript in future builds, but not in this build, of course. But yeah, so that's the only reason I want to start with Next.js, this command. So we're going to set up our Next.js applications. I'm going to copy this command, go back to my terminal. I'm going to close the other two, and I'm going to just paste it here. And of course, what we have to do is we have to, so we are not using TypeScript, so we just have to give our application a name. So I'm just going to name it LinkedIn clone YT, maybe just like that. And you can name it anything, of course. And we're going to be using npm, guys, in this build to download our packages and stuff. I just switched to npm for a bit, I just wanted to switch to npm just for a change, and I mean, yarn is, of course, you can use yarn too, but and for this build I'm just going to be using npm. So just wanted to give you guys a heads up about that. And after installing initializing our app with Next.js, what we are going to be doing is we're going to be installing Tailwind CSS manually like this, as opposed to the example way. So we're going to be installing our and by the way, guys, don't actually use this command. So if you use this command to create your next application, it's again going to initialize with TypeScript. And trust me, I've done this, so that's why I went to the next doc, and we need the latest flag here to basically make sure it does not initialize with TypeScript. But yeah, it's taking a while to, and yeah, it's done. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna cd into my build. So I'm just gonna cd into my LinkedIn clone YT, and I'm gonna open it inside of my VS Code by just saying code dot. So this is just like a path name extension. If you guys don't have that, just don't worry, just open it manually from your VS Code or the folder which is being created. But yeah, and if you guys just want to install this command, it's called something like shell command or something, which you guys can access it inside of your VS Code. But yeah, this is the basic file structure for your Next.js application. So we have like so the pages directory represents all your routes basically. So this index.js is of course my home route. And what I'm going to be doing, guys, quickly, let's just run the server. So in Next.js, you use something called npm run dev to run the server. If I go to package.json, you guys can see use something called npm run dev to run the server locally. And Next.js is pretty amazing, guys. Trust me. If you guys have never used Next.js, you're gonna fall in love with Next.js, Tailwind, and everything. So of course, for me right now, port 300 is already in use. So I'm just gonna close my my previous build. I'm just gonna save it and close it, and I'm gonna actually restart this. So I'm just gonna say npm run dev again. And now, as you can see, it's started on localhost 3000. So if I go back and if I try to access localhost 3000, and here we go. So this is basically the page we get on our homepage. But of course, we're going to be removing a lot of these things. So the first thing I'm going to be doing, guys, is I'm going to be removing all this stuff because I'm not going to be needing the footer, the main, those kind of stuff. So I'm also going to be removing my status container from here. And now let's just install Tailwind CSS, guys, in a manual approach. So what we have to do, it's really easy, guys. It's all in the documentation. If you guys go to the link, all we have to do is we just have to npm install. If you're using yarn, just use yarn add instead of npm install. But just copy this this line. Open your terminal using Command J, and I like to keep two terminals, and I have to close the sidebar. So now I can just paste this here, and I can press enter, and it's gonna install Tailwind CSS, Post CSS, and Auto Prefixer for me. And it's by the way, it's Tailwind CSS version 3, which is the latest version. Yeah, so it has of course some really cool stuff. And then we can initialize our Tailwind CSS config by writing this command here. So I'm just gonna run this command, and you guys can see created Tailwind CSS config file. So this creates a Tailwind configuration file inside of our project. And if you guys never use Tailwind, just don't worry about it. Just follow these steps for now. I'm going to explain everything from a beginner perspective, as I mentioned before, and it's going to be really simple. So in this new Tailwind version, we don't have Mongodb. It comes by default. It's built in within Tailwind. I mean, it comes by default, so we don't have to mention it here, the modGID thing. But this is our configuration file. And now they're saying that add the path to all of your template files in your Tailwind config.js. So, and by the way, we have to do this, guys. So this is an important step. It's basically to purge all the stuff. And purging is something, if you want to read more about purging, you guys can pretty much search here for purging, or I don't know. It's just basically just know that this is important to prevent tree shaking and stuff like that. So yeah, so we have to actually use these things, and we have to use these file names, and our file structure is gonna be similar like this. So we're gonna be keeping it consistent. So these commands, just copy them and plug them in here. And the next thing you have to do is we have to add the Tailwind directives for each of Tailwind's layer in our styles global CSS file. So if I go right now, we have a file called global CSS, and it gives us some default CSS, of course. But we are not going to be using default CSS, so I'm going to remove all those things, and instead I'm going to be copy pasting these three things, and this is going to basically remove. So what Tailwind actually does out of the box is using these three lines of code, it actually removes all the default CSS, and it actually resets everything for you, basically just like how we manually do it in the CSS, but it does it in such a clean way that the H1s and all the tags and everything, the whole CSS is basically removed. It gives you a clean slate to work on, which is extremely I mean, it's really beneficial, at least for me, because I like to create my own components from scratch and everything. So it's really beneficial, and it has some really cool benefits to it. And mobile responsiveness is one of the biggest benefits of using Tailwind CSS. It's insane how easy it is to do mobile responsiveness with Tailwind CSS. So now we can, so all this this is all we had to do. And now if I go back to my application, and if I go to my index.js, let's type something like LinkedIn, maybe like this, LinkedIn clone, oops, LinkedIn clone, and let me save it. And as you guys can see, we can see LinkedIn clone here, right here. We don't have the font kicking in for some reason. The font is actually a different sort of font. I think I might have to restart the server for this, or maybe I have to refresh this page, since I have already added my global CSS. If I go back to my index.js, I mean, sorry, my app.js, I need to have this imported as well. I mean, this comes by default, but for any reason, do not remove this, because we need to import this global CSS file inside of our application. And I think we need to rerun the server. So let's just rerun the server maybe, and maybe it's going to change the font for us. Yeah, because this is not the font Tailwind comes with. I guess it's a different sort of font. Yeah, I mean, here we go. So we started the server, and yeah, the fonts changed. And by the time I mean, of course, I was building with the example, so it wasn't this sort of thing. So of course, we just needed to do this. So yeah, so just restart the server and it's gonna work, and it's working now for us. So you guys can see it removes all the default styling for all the buttons and basically pretty much everything. So it gives us a clean slate. So now we can actually work on our build, and we do not need our home module. So I'm just gonna delete that. We're not gonna be using modular CSS. I mean, there's another way of doing CSS, which is like in modules and stuff. But we are using Tailwind. Yeah, we like to use Tailwind. So yeah, I mean, with Next.js, what happens is we have these beautiful components, and by the way, Next.js is really SEO optimized, so it improves your SEO performance a lot if you use the right components and stuff, as opposed to in React. Because you see these are really powerful components. What this represents is, you can see this is the page represents this page here. So if I change this to LinkedIn here, you will see that this is gonna change to LinkedIn right now, and boom, it's actually changed. So that's really clean. I mean, there are image components which are a WebP format by default, so, and they're lazy loaded as well. So there's a bunch of optimizations, and of course, this is the part where this is the like really cool part where we have a built-in API. So anything which goes inside of your API file, API directory, will be your backend code. So that's what I meant when I said front end and back end will be integrated. So anything which goes inside of your API folder is going to be backend code, and anything outside the API is going to be front end. So all the stuff we are doing. So that's why Next.js is really amazing. But yeah, let's get started by creating. First of all, let's create a directory called components. Of course, since you're working in React, everything will be component based, right? And let's actually work on our first component, which is going to be the header. So if I actually go here, and of course, so if I actually log out, actually let me show you guys the. So this is my login page, home page, right? So we have like a header component, and we basically have. So if I actually go to my finished build, so we have like a header component, and then we have our home page as well. So if I try to just go back to my home page has a header, but the header my home page is actually using is going to be a header tag, not a component. So I mean, if you guys want, you guys can create two separate headers, because this header is actually kind of different from the header when we actually log in. So if I actually try to log in real quick and show you guys, let's use a different account maybe. If I try to log in right now, and you guys can see this header is actually a bit different, has dark mode, light mode. It's a bit different. So it's your dashboard header, whereas the login header is a bit different. So yeah, so let's just build this login flow first so we can quickly get up to pace. So what I'm going to be doing, the first thing is, and as you guys can see, this is my home route. So what I'm going to be doing, so inside of Next.js, if you want to create routes like this, it's really simple. And all you have to do is like just click on a new file and just create like home.js like this. If I create home.js, and if I do rfce, and this is just like a extension I'm using, which is React Redux extension. Like I pretty much explained this in all of my builds. Is this extension which gives you these snippets, and I'm just using an React functional component export snippet because I don't like to type in all this stuff. And I'm gonna make this capital here, and if I just do I am the home or something like this, I am the home, and if I save this actually, and if I go to my local host, and if I try to actually go and access my home route right now, you guys can see it actually created this page for me. And if I try to go on any other route which is different, like homes, it's gonna give me a default 404 error page. So if you guys are doing Next.js for the first time, this is really powerful about Next.js, right? Because it gives you routing out of the box as opposed to when in React. So so this is the benefit. So we're gonna be working on the home page first, just like in our finished build. So we have this header. So let's actually work on our header first. So what I'm gonna be doing is inside of my div, I'm going to be having a header tag. And guys, as always, I always explain you guys that I like to keep my semantics clean. I don't like to use a lot of divs everywhere, because that's gonna so I like to be, I like to explain stuff to people in a very similar way, and this makes more sense that we're gonna have a header, a main content, and a footer like that. It makes more sense to use semantic tags. So if you guys are not in the practice, I'll recommend you guys to try to practice your semantics, and it's gonna help you a lot, trust me. So we're gonna be having a div, and there's gonna be an image comp. So here's our first component from Next.js. Our second, I mean the first one was head, which I showed you guys. This is an image component which comes inside of Next.js, and it's really cool. All we have to do is we have to have a source form. This is gonna be our logo basically. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna quickly go back to my repo, and you guys can do the same thing pretty much, not in the header, sorry. So just get the URLs for everything, every image I'm using. So I'm just gonna pretty much copy this and just plug this in here, and this is gonna be my image. And if I actually try to save this right now, I'm gonna get an error. And don't freak out if you see this error. What this is saying, that whenever we use Next.js image components, we have to configure our domain names, because they use a Next API to convert your images and optimize them into a lower, into a very optimizable format, into a WebP format, which is really nice. So all we have to do is go to this link and copy this code here next, and we have to create a next config.js file. So all we have to do is, you guys can see images inside of our next config.js. So by default it doesn't come by default, so we have to create this file called next. And by the way, create this file at the root directory. So And I think it's already there, but my bad, it's already there. So it doesn't come with example, but it's already here. Yeah, it's already here. I'm sorry. So yeah, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna replace my strict mode with this thing. I mean, we don't need to use strict mode. We just can replace this. And all we have to do now, guys, is we just need to get this host name and just paste it in here. And that's going to fix out the error for us. And if I open my terminal, if I actually save this, you guys can see found a change in xconfig.js. So we need to restart our servers for the changes to actually take effect. So I'm just going to cut the server, press Command C, Control C, sorry, and I'm just going to run my server again. And this way it's gonna rerun the server because we changed our configuration file. And I'm just gonna close my sidebar. And yeah, I think now if I go back, and here we go, we get our beautiful logo. And this is gonna be lazy loaded out of the box. And if I show you guys, it's gonna be a WebP form, and you guys can see it uses the Next image API to basically fetch the image. It's really powerful, really clean. I mean, of course, right now it doesn't look how we want it to look. And so I've given two more attributes here. One is layout fill, and the other one is object fit of contain. So to, of course, prevent stretching and stuff. Whenever you basically try to use layout fill, you always have to have a parent surrounding your image component, and you have to say the parent needs to be relative. And then you need to give the parent a width and a height. So I'm gonna give a width of 36 and a height of 10. And this is Tailwind, by the way. So if you guys are new, this what I'm doing here is all Tailwind. And if you guys hover over this these things, they give you actually intelligence of what's happening inside of your CSS. So Tailwind is just basically a bunch of utility classes. And as soon as I save this, you guys can see I mean, I think this will be better if I make it side by side like this for you guys, maybe to see what we are doing at the same time. We can do this. Yeah, so yeah, as you can see, we have our image, we have our logo here, and all we do in Tailwind is basically use this. And if you're not getting this IntelliSense, just go and download Tailwind CSS Intellisense extension. It's there inside of your it's going to be there in VS Code. And if you install this, you're going to be getting these beautiful so if I just press Command space here, and you guys can see I get all these IntelliSense. These are all Tailwind utility classes, and all of these are unstyled, by the way. It's not like Bootcamp. Sorry, it's not like Bootstrap. My bad. It's not like Bootstrap. Okay, so all of these things are unstyled, and they basically allow you to style everything from scratch using your CSS. And it just makes you extremely faster. And any of you guys who don't know that and you guys are thinking, you guys are new, and you guys are thinking that there's going to be a bunch of class names there, and it's going to look dirty, and it's going to make your the HTML you're writing here, it's going to make it dirty, the JSX. So don't worry about that. There's a fix for that too. Tailwind has it covered. And you can actually use custom class names as well, which I'm going to be showing you guys. So don't worry about that, all that sort of stuff. So you can use custom class names. And if you guys like use components in such a way to reduce your code, it's never gonna happen. So that's like the first thing which you guys should always know. So anyone who's kind of thinking like that, because I used to think like that as well before. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna have another div. So I have a left section, a mid section. If I go to my finished build, I mean, it's responsive, as you guys can see. So the mid section actually hides on phone, but I have a so I have a right section, and I think I have a left section. That's all. So there's no mid here. But yeah, so we're gonna create like these links basically. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna go and create a div. And what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna have another div inside of this main div, and let's actually have some class names for our outer container. What I'm gonna be doing is I'm gonna say flex item center, and this is of course just align item center, and this is display flex, again utility classes Tailwind CSS gives us. And now here's the cool thing. So I'm gonna give a breakpoint, and at this breakpoint I'm gonna add something. So if you guys never use this, is something I'm gonna explain, don't worry. It's divide x, and I'm gonna give this divide a color of gray 300. So it's gonna be gray 300, and I'm just gonna save it. And right now we cannot see anything because there's nothing in there. But let's say if I have some sort of text here, and then I have another thing here, another div here maybe, and I have another text here. And now if I save it, you guys can see. So it actually gives us a border. If you guys can see a slight. So of course right now it's gray, so maybe it's not visible, but it actually gives us a border. This is the y-axis, and what SM basically means is just a breakpoint. So I only want, and everything in Tailwind, by the way, is mobile responsive. So you start from a mobile view, and then you go to bigger screens. That's how you build stuff with Tailwind, which is another benefit. I mean, of course, everything needs to be mobile responsive first. It's a really good approach, because everything nowadays is applications, it's applications. So everything you build should be mobile responsive first, and then should be optimized for desktop and stuff. So in Tailwind, what I'm doing here is I'm saying, so SM is my breakpoint, which says 640 pixels, and it's a min width media query, as you guys can see. What it does is it does not show me the divide. Divide is basically just a border in between the children. So I have two children right now, and in between these two children there's going to be border. So if I add another children here, let's say a third children, and if I save this, there's going to be two borders now. So divide means it's just going to add a border between your children, and only it's going to add it when you reach 640 pixels, which is your breakpoint. And you can change these breakpoint to medium, large, and as that's why it's really powerful, all these breakpoints inside of Tailwind. So that's the reason I just love Tailwind. So this is our outer container, and then we're gonna have our inner container. For our inner container, what I'm gonna be doing is, so this is gonna be containing all of my links, and links are gonna be my components. So they're gonna be header link component. A very powerful component we're going to be creating. Header link is going to be a very powerful component. I'm going to explain you guys why. Because we're going to be using our header links inside of our dashboard as well when we log in the user. So the our container. So all of these links, as I showed you guys before, they're going to be hidden by default, as you guys can see, and only if we reach a certain breakpoint it shows. So they're going to be hidden by, of course, by default. So, and again, in Tailwind, since everything's mobile responsive, so I want to say by default, I want everything to be hidden, but only if I reach my smaller breakpoint again, I want it to be display flex. And then I want something called space x of 8. And again, if you're new to these things, this is just going to give some spacing between the children. It just works like gap basically. But I mean, it doesn't exactly works like gap. It has some calc functions, whereas gap does not include some calc functions. But yeah, SpaceX 8 basically gives some spacing between your children. And again, if you wanna, if you guys are new and if you don't understand these values, you can just hover over them. Just go to maybe Tailwind documentation, or just even if you just hover over these things, PR5, it just means padding right of, you can see 16 pixels. So Tailwind actually tells you everything. And even when you're doing these things, you can just go back, just press command space here, and just using the Intellisense, you guys can see it tells you all the values. So how much is going to be 6, is going to be 20. And if you want to have any custom values, all you have to do is put square brackets, and this is something called JID. Now it's built in within Tailwind. Before we had to use something called JID, just-in-time compiler. Now it's built in, and this is allowing us to use custom values. I mean, there's a lot of stuff, and I mean inside of Tailwind, which is never gonna end if I keep explaining. So there's a lot of cool things. So these are my header links. Now let's create our first component, I guess, and it's gonna be header link, and it's gonna be a really sophisticated component, guys, because we're gonna be reusing this component a lot inside of our dashboard. So yeah, I mean, it's gonna be a really clean component. So I have my folder created, I mean my component created. I'm just gonna save it, and let's just maybe say header link for now inside of the component, header link with a singular, and let's auto import it. So if you press command space at the end of your component, you guys can get the Intellisense. Just press enter and it auto imports. So there's something inside of VS Code, and you guys can see right now I just have one header link, and I'm gonna be having 4 header links basically. So I'm just gonna paste this 4 times, and you guys can see I have 4 of my and how clean this looks. I mean, we have some spacing, right? Because we give some spacing here, and we have some padding as well, and this is like really clean. And of course right now, as you can see, I go a smaller screen size, it's just hidden for me. And so these are our header links. And before I do anything, I just want to make sure to give some styling to my header as well. So let's give some class names. to our header, let's just say flex, display of flex, justify around. So we're not using justify between, justify around, because we don't want, I mean, in the finished build, as you can see, this is how LinkedIn has it as well, by the way. So it's identical to how LinkedIn looks like. And we want to achieve the same result, pretty much the same result. So we're going to say justify around, and we want to say item center to align everything vertically in the center. And I want to give padding from top and bottom, which is py of 4, and it's going to be py of 16 pixels. So as you can see, now it looks really, really clean. So we have our header sorted out, our divs are done, our logo is done, I mean, and our links are done. Now let's actually create, we are using Material UI as well, and Material UI has a new version as well. So we're going to be using the latest version of Material UI 2. And there's a lot of stuff, like I might have forgot something too. I mean, I don't know, because there's a lot of stuff we are actually going to be using here in this build. Framer motions there, a bunch of stuff here. So yeah, I mean, it's gonna be a really heavy build, so make sure you have your coffee and everything, and stay focused throughout the build. And yeah, and we're gonna finish it strong. So we have our header link, and what we're gonna be doing, so let's actually create our header link now. So let's actually go to our header link. So before creating a header link, let's actually install Material UI, since we're gonna be passing an icon prop. So we're gonna be passing 3 props through our header link. Sorry, 2 props, icon and text basically. So text is gonna be representing the text, like discover, people, learning, and jobs, and the icon, of course, is gonna be representing an icon. And do not underestimate this component. It's gonna be really, really powerful. So we're gonna be sending icon and text. So I can just pretty much just have it here. So let's install Material UI. Let's go to our website and let's actually install Material UI. So we're gonna be using Material UI icons, of course. So if you go to mui.com, so they updated their website. It looks pretty cool now. And if you go to the home page, I guess if I have to make this bigger, maybe. So yeah, if I go on the top, getting started, again, I need to go to installation and just copy this line of code here, which says npm install is going to install material package, emotion, react, and we're going to be needing all these packages. And if you're using yarn, just use the following command. So we're going to be needing all these packages to have our fonts and everything. So let's go back to our and here on this terminal, I'm just going to paste this in here, and let's install these packages. Next thing we should do is go to our icons. So if I search for icons right now, and if I go to icons, I need to install this one too. So this is another package I need to install. So this is gonna be for our icons, and to use our icons, we need to install these packages too, by the way. So, and I tried to do it without these packages, but it didn't work. So that's why we need to install those packages as well. And the next thing we're gonna do is install our material icons. And then we can basically, we can just use the icon. So if I go here, you can search for pretty much, there are really cool icons. You can pretty much search for all icons. You're gonna have home, search, and everything, and they're gonna be rounded, and there are different variants to all these icons. I mean, in previous builds, I've been using hero icons a lot, and hero icons are pretty simple, and for simplicity, it's better if we use hero icons. But in this build, I just wanted to change a bit to use like Material UI and show you guys the new version of Material UI. It's pretty cool, actually, the new version. So yeah, so let's actually let me go to my GitHub repo actually, and let me get these 4 header links and explain you guys quickly the icons and everything. And let me just paste these 4 header links here. So we have these icons, and actually let me get the icons. And for the icons, I have specific variants and stuff. I mean, you guys can pretty much choose your own variant. So if you guys click like home rounded, you can see the import thing here, and then you have to use this component name. But for me, I'm using these icons. So I'm just going to quickly copy paste these icons, and if I actually save it now, I think it would install Material UI for me. Now I'm sending in the icon prop, but of course I haven't styled my header link component. So let's actually work, and I'm actually sending some props here. So I'm sending two props, right? Icon and text. So I need to destructure these props. So if you're new to props and stuff, props come through the component like this, and then you can access the props like props. So if you say inside of your JSX, you can say something called props dot, let's say, text, for example. And if I do like that, you can see my links change to discover people, learning, and jobs. So since I'm sending a text prop, and this is why React is really powerful because of props and everything. But I want to keep it clean. So what I like to do is I like to destructure my props. So I'm going to be sending two props, icon and text, and this is called destructuring basically. So this is how you destructure your props when you send in the props. So I don't have to say props every time, and I can just simply say text and it's still going to work. So now let me just go back to my header link component, guys, and let me open this component header link. And let's actually work on this component now. So our header link. So yeah, for our header link, what I'm going to be doing, so first thing, we're going to have a div, of course, an outer container, and then I'm going to straight away use, and the reason, by the way, if you guys are thinking I'm using capital I for the icon, is because the icon I'm sending the icon name here, right? So, and as you guys can see, all of my icons are actually material UI icon components, right? And that's the reason I'm using a capital I here, to basically render these things as a component, because of course the components are not like this. Components are they start with capital, so it needs to be capitalized there. And as soon as I save it, you guys can see I have my 4 beautiful icons here, Explorer and User and a bunch of other icons. Now let's actually style our icon. So I'm just gonna say class name, and I'm gonna say I'm putting exclamation mark, and that's not a mistake. The reason I'm putting exclamation mark is I want the import, and whenever we basically style our anything we're using from material UI package, we have to use the important flag, important thing here, this thing here, because so it doesn't override. So if you don't use this, it gave me error in production. My styling wasn't how it's supposed to be. So you have to just kind of use it. In Tailwind, it makes it really easier. All you have to do is, if you don't use that, you see there's no important, but if you use this exclamation mark before your class name, it gives you this the important thing, which I'm going to be using. So I'm going to say height of 7, and I'm going to say width of 7 as well. And I'm gonna pretty much save it, and boom, you guys can see it updated here. And then I'm gonna say on my larger breakpoint, I want this to have a margin, a negative margin bottom of 1. Oops, not a negative margin bottom of 1. And of course, the reason I'm actually doing, there's actually a very good reason I'm doing this, is because again, material UI, basically what it does, it has some styling to it, which kind of makes it look not vertically in the center. Even if you put align item centers, it still doesn't, it still isn't in the center because of their default styling. So you have to do these little tweaks here and there to basically change some of the stuff. And the next thing I want to actually do here, so by the way, so there's gonna be this is actually interesting. So my header link is gonna be actually receiving a lot of props, and as I explained you guys before, it was because of the dashboard. We're gonna be using these same header link components out of our dashboard too. So what we have, the other props, they're gonna be, so let's actually not focus on other props right now. Let's actually keep building it right now, this header. So that's our icon, and this icon is gonna only be rendered if it's going to have an avatar prop. So there's gonna be 2 types of icons, and don't not worry about this, guys. It's gonna be, you guys gonna get this, what's gonna be happening here. And basically I'm gonna be using so I'm gonna be sending an avatar prop through my header link inside my dashboard, and I'm gonna be using material UI avatar. If you guys don't know, you guys can go. So avatar are basically just like avatars for user images and stuff. So I'm going to be using material UI avatar, these things here. And so I'm going to be sending an avatar prop, and if it's the avatar, I want to render the avatar as this basically, and if it's not, then I just want to render my icon. So this is something I want to do. And then I'm going to be having an h4, and my h4 is going to of course say my text and I'm just gonna save my text there. And of course it's not styled right now, so for our h4 again, I'm gonna style it, and I'm just gonna say text of small right now. That's all I'm gonna say, text of small. And then I'm gonna have a span tag, but again, yeah, so we don't need the span tags right now. So let's actually start our outer container. And again, as I told you guys before, this is gonna be a really sophisticated component because we're gonna be reusing this a lot. So there's gonna be a bunch of props and stuff going around, so do not get confused with this. All this is, I'm using a ternary operator. This just works like a if-else condition. If you're new to this way, what this means is basically, if the avatar is true, if I'm sending an avatar prop, I want my icon styling to be this, because I have a different styling for this icon here, right? So this is only going to be exclusive for my avatar component. But for all these other icons, I do not want that sort of styling. So only if I'm not sending an avatar prop, then it's going to render out this icon. Otherwise, it's going to be an icon with this styling. So that's all this is doing. And it's going to be a bunch of things going on here. So for this one, I'm just going to say, a cursor of pointer, and I'm gonna say display of flex and flex column. So I wanna say display flex, but I want to keep them in column direction, of course. And I also wanna say justify center. So if I do justify center right now, it's gonna so whenever you change direction, justify and align items work in the opposite way. So justify center is gonna make it vertically in the center in this scenario. But I'm gonna also do item center to make it horizontally in the center, and as soon as I save that, you guys can see it's in the center now. And now the next thing I'm gonna do is so that's it for now. Let's just keep it really simple in this case. So that's it for this one, and we can work on the other styling. So we just have some gray styling here. So just let me see where I'm applying the colors. Let's actually change our colors as well. So there's gonna be again some bunch of props here which I'm gonna be receiving. So another prop which I'm gonna be receiving is when we're gonna be using our header links for our feed, which is gonna be our feed when we log in. So I call that actually feed. So so if it's the feed, if it's actually the feed header, which means after we log in, what I'm gonna be doing is I'm gonna be using my curly braces here, and I'm going to be using string interpolation to basically add my JavaScript inside of this. And what I'm going to be doing here, guys, is I'm going to say, so if it's actually my feed, so I'm going to use my $sign, I'm going to say feed. If my feed is actually true, I want some different styling, and that will be for my feed page. So that's going to be like text of black, and it's going to have an opacity of 60. So what all this is doing is basically applying an RGB value of 000 0.6 when you do /60 like this. Some people do it like this, so if you guys target the opacity differently, but this is just a quicker way of doing it. And then I'm gonna do on hover, I want my text to be black. And again, remember, this is not gonna apply here right now because we are not sending the feed prop, right? So it's only going to apply inside of our dashboard where we're going to be sending this feed prop to make sure that it applies this styling. And again, I'm using a ternary operator here. So I'm going to have some styling for this page and some styling for my feed page, basically my dashboard. So I'm going to, on hover, I'm going to say text black, and then I want to say so this is something new, and this is actually a dark variant, by the way. So we're going to say text of white /75, and we are also gonna say on our dark hover. And don't worry if it seems confusing to you guys. I'm gonna explain all the stuff which is going on here after I'm done with this. And on my large breakpoint, I want a negative margin bottom of 1.5, and I also want to apply space y of 1, and space y, just like space x is in between the children, but it's horizontally. Space y works in the same way but vertically between the children again. And then after this, I'm gonna apply some styling for my other one, which is, if it's not feed, which is this page, right? I want it to be text gray of 500, So I'm gonna do text gray of 500, and then I'm gonna do on hover. I want it to be text gray of a little bit darker. So I'm just gonna say 700 here, and I'm just gonna save it. And if I save it, it applies the other one as you guys can see. Now if I change this to, let's say, if I change my first header link, and this is the reason this is really powerful. I mean, we cannot actually see right now because that's for the reason we can't see is because it's actually so on a dark gradient is text of white 75, text black 70. But yeah, I mean, we can't see because I mean it's the color is actually white for this right now. That's why we can't actually see, but it is there. As you can see, it is there, right? It is there, but it's some different styling right now because we applied some different styling for our feed, as you guys can see. And of course that's the reason we can't actually see it right now. But if we don't send in feed here, what's gonna happen is gonna apply the other styling. So that's why it's really powerful, and you guys can see the hover effects are kicking into, which is really nice. So that's done. And what I did here, by the way, so what this dark is, so dark is basically we are doing, so since we're going to be having a dark mode for our application, what we're going to be doing is we're going to be having, so in Tailwind is it makes the process extremely easier. All you do is you just say dark, and we're going to be using a Next themes package for the dark mode, to toggle the dark mode and keep the persistence and everything. So it's going to be really cool. And what happens in Tailwind is we just use dark, and what this means is on my dark mode, when my dark mode is actually on, I want my text to be white 75 with 75 opacity, and when I hover over my link, I want on my dark mode the text to turn white. That's all this means basically. So it's just targeting your dark variant. That's all. Um, but yeah, this is done. So we can work on. So I mean, this is done. I mean, there's the right side now, which is going to be. So if I go back to my finished build, there's gonna be this sign in button. Sign in button now, which we gotta work on. So I mean, after our header links, of course. So remember, we are using our home page. So let me just get back to my home page. So if I get back to my home page right now, so we're complete. We're done with our header links container. Now we can actually work, but inside of the same div, I don't want to get out of this main container here, which is this one. So I want to stay here, and I want to actually have a button basically, which is gonna say sign in. So let's actually style and create this button real quick. So it's gonna be sign in button, and as you can see, and again you guys can see this border in between, and the reason this is coming is because again I have this divide X. Remember, I had this divide X before in the start, and I explain you guys what this does. So that's why we have that. And let's actually style this button. So this button is going to be text blue of 700 and font of semi bold. And this is the reason I actually loved him, because it's really powerful styling your stuff, and it's really extremely fast. Roundful is just going to apply border radius, so it's going to be rounded when we have a background color. And I want to apply a border as well, so I'm just going to say border, and I'm gonna give the border a color of 700, and I'm also gonna say some padding left and right of 5, which is, again, if I hover over this, you guys can see it's 20 pixels, py of 1.5, and again if I save this, we have some padding and we have a border as well, but of course we don't have a background color yet. So I want to have a transition as well, and I want to apply the transition on all, and I want to have a hover effect, and on my hover I want my border to actually turn twice the length, basically twice the width basically. So it's just going to increase my border width if I actually hover over this, as you can see. And of course our border is actually blue right now, so I don't know why our border is not blue right now here, since we are actually turning this to blue, but it's not blue for some reason. I think it might be because of the dark variant I added or something. That might be messing up. So because so whenever we actually add like a dark mode to our Tailwind, one thing we have to, or whenever we are using the dark variant, one thing we have to do is we have to, so if I go to the Tailwind documentation, if I click to the dark mode here, one thing we have to do is we have to apply this something called dark mode class. So there are two ways of using your dark mode. You can either use like the class strategy instead of the media, if you want to rely on the OS's preference. So there's like two ways. So we're going to be using dark mode class in our build. So all we have to do is, as you can see inside of our config, we have to just apply this. Let me just copy this, and at the top of the file here, let me just save this. And I don't think that's the issue. That shouldn't be the issue, but our buttons, actually the border we are using, let me just try to use red maybe. And yeah, I mean, as you guys can see, the border is not applying for some reason. I'm not sure why it's not actually. Oh, I know why. So I think it's because I'm using my divide here. And so when you basically try to use your divide, you guys can see I applied some padding right from this container here. So from my button container, I want to have a container for my button too. And the reason it's not applying the border right is because that is actually collapsing. Oops, my bad. So the reason it's actually not applying is because that's actually collapsing with that. So I make this bigger, and so this is my container, and I'm gonna put my button inside of my div here, and I'm gonna give this div a class name, and I'm gonna say padding left of 4. So the reason I have to give paddings here, and I can't actually give a space. The reason I didn't give space, you guys might be wondering why I just couldn't say SpaceX. You cannot do it with SpaceX. It doesn't work the way it's supposed to. It still doesn't work. The SpaceX, it doesn't give some spacing. So the other tweak around is just to give padding right from your left container and padding left from your right container, right? So that's what I did, and now you can see it's actually working. So that's what was happening there. So, and now it's working, and we have our button. And now our header is basically, we have actually styled our header. So our header is basically complete. All we have to do is fetch our providers. And of course, since you're going to be using Next Authentication, we're going to be fetching our providers. And all we are going to be doing is we're going to be having an on click here, which is going to be extremely simple, by the way. And we're just going to have a sign in function from Nextauth. It's going to sign in the user into the application. So now our header is done. The next thing I want to work at is my main content, which is going to be this thing here, with a beautiful image, and again it's responsive. So if I try to go mobile screen, it just goes like this, and on a bigger screen it's like this. So I mean, let's just quickly create this. So we're going to be done with our login page, our home page. So for the main container, again, I'm going to have some styling. I'm going to say display of flex. Again, I'm going to say flex column. On my Excel screen, I want this to be flex row, because remember, we're going to have two main things. One of this container on the left, and the right thing will be the image on the right side. And what I want to do is, on my bigger screen, I want them to display as a row, and on my smaller screen, since Tailwind is mobile responsive first, again, I want them to appear as flex column. So, and I'm going to say items of center and max. So I'm going to give a max width here, and the max width is going to be screen of large, which is going to give a max width of 1024 pixels. And whenever you sort of give max widths, always try to say MX auto, because if you don't do MX auto, the container is not going to be in the center, so it's not going to be centrally aligned. So I'm going to say margin left and right of auto to make sure that the container stays in the center. Then I'm going to have a div, and this is going to be my left side. And for my left side, I'm going to say space Y of 6. So between the children again. And on Excel screen, I want my space Y to be 10. And Excel is basically another breakpoint which says on my 1280 pixels, I want the space between the children to be more. That's all I'm saying. And I'm gonna have an H1 here, which is gonna say welcome to your professional community. Let me quickly write this. And this is what basically LinkedIn says. So I mean, of course, right now it's not huge right now, but we're gonna style it and make it look huge. So let's give it some styling. Let's say text of 3XL. On my medium, again on my tablet screen size. So medium refers to the tablet one, which is 768. On my medium screen size, I want to increase my font size to 5XL, which is 48 pixels. I want to go from 30 to 48 pixels. And then I want my text to be amber of 800. I don't know if it's exact color, but I tried to be as close as I could to the LinkedIn one, but I still don't know if it's what LinkedIn uses. But I mean, if you guys want to be exactly super perfect, like super exact, just go and get the exact colors from the LinkedIn and just use the custom way to add your colors. But yeah, I'm just using Tailwind's palette here. So I'm just gonna say max width of Excel for this container, and I'm also gonna say leading. So again, I'm gonna be using an important flag here, and I'm gonna say leading snug. And what leading snug is gonna basically do is gonna decrease the line height basically. So all I want to do here, if I go to my so if I stay here and if I actually remove this, what's gonna happen is so I want to actually increase line height. I'm sorry. So right now there's very less line height here. So by saying leading snug, I'm actually increasing my line height. And as you guys can see, there's more space, and there are different things you can do. There's snug, there's tight, relaxed, and all these different values which you can use. But next thing I'm going to say is I'm going to say padding left of 4, and I'm also going to say the last thing is going to be on my Excel screen size. I don't want any sort of padding. So again, on my Excel screen size, I don't want any padding, but yeah, before that I want some padding left. And now you can see it's exactly like, I mean, it's pretty close. It's aligned to the logo and stuff, so which looks really nice, and it's really responsive. As you guys can see, the links are going links are actually hiding, and the text is becoming smaller too on a smaller screen. It was really clean. So now we have our h1 heading done. We're gonna move on to another to our div, and this div is going to contain some is going to contain these links basically. So we're gonna have some space y again to start with, and we're going to say space y of 4 between the children, and there's going to be a few divs here, and here's where I'm going to be showing you guys the magic of using custom class names inside of Tailwind, which is really powerful. Again, since any of you guys who are like who gets like anxiety to see these many class names, you guys, it's made for you guys basically, so you guys don't have to do this. If you guys really love using custom class names and still keeping your CSS separate, you can still use Tailwind. So here's what I'm gonna do. So I have a div here, and I mean, of course, you guys can be crazy and go and create a component here, because these are all so these are these 3 divs, and these are pretty much the same, so you can create a component as well. But I like to keep a balance between the components and using custom class names, and I like to have a balance between them. So yeah, that's basically how I like to do. But if you guys want, you guys can create a component, and the custom class name I give to this div is intent, and we're going to use this class inside of our CSS, inside of our global CSS. We're going to use this class here, and we're going to apply some Tailwind inside of our CSS there, so we don't see our huge utility classes here. And I'm gonna have an h2 here, and it's gonna be, so let me actually quickly copy this. I don't want to waste so much of my of our time into this stuff. So there's gonna be just 3 identical divs with some class names. I'm gonna quickly explain you guys what's going on here. So I'm just gonna quickly paste them in, and of course there are 3 icons which we're using. So what I'm gonna do is quickly get these icons as well. I think I already got these icons. Yeah, my bad. So I already got these icons. So if I actually try to save this now, and here we go. We see these 3. I mean, it's exactly the same icon. And of course, right now we don't see any styling because we didn't apply. Remember, we have to target our intent, which is our think of this like a one component, one small component. This is another one, and this is another small component. And what all we're going to be doing is we're going to target this our intent container component container class, and we're going to style it inside of our global CSS. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to access my layer, and I'm going to access my component level. So we're going to go to our component level. So there are 3 levels. There's the base level where you can target the body stuff and your HTML and keep them separate from your components, and then there's the utilities and the components. So on our component layer, the class name we give, remember, it's intent. Now we need to use something called an apply flag. This is something which we use and now we can actually use Tailwind stuff here. So just let me get back to my so I have to get back to my global CSS to check what styling has been applied. So just a second. So inside of my global CSS, what I'm going to be doing here, so I'm going to say display flags. And now if as soon as I save that, you guys can see it's working. But you have to use the correct class name. If I change the class name here, it's not going to work. So you have to use the exact same custom class name which we give here, which is intent in our case. And this is going to basically clean all your, and it's going to separate your CSS. So this is why I really love Tailwind. So justify between, and what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna say item center again, and I'm gonna say hover. On my hover, I want to give a shadow of Excel to make it look a little, give those subtle effects. As soon as I save that, you can see you start having these subtle effects here. And I want to give an all-round padding of 4. I want to have a cursor pointer, and I also want to do rounded large to give some rounded corners, a text of black, background of white, and a max width of MD. And I want to give, again, remember whenever we are giving maxes, try to give margin left and right. So you can see if I don't actually do this, it's not actually centering it inside of this container, right? But if I actually do this, it's gonna make them in the center. So always remember, whenever you're giving max widths and you want to center your container, try to give MX auto. And then on my Excel screen size, I don't want any margin left and right. So on my Excel, actually, I'm not giving any sort of margin left and right. So if I go, this is not my Excel screen. Excel starts at 1280 pixels. So if I go above that, you will see that there will be no, as you can see, here we go. And it is where your text actually aligns with the logo and stuff. It really looks really nice. And we have these subtle effects as well. Which looks pretty cool. Yeah. So yeah, we have these and as you guys can see, this actually saved us from writing these many class names and basically just copying them here and then for here. And even if we did this in a component, it would still be like inside of a component, right? I mean, this is separating your CSS. So this is just really nice, you know. So now we get back to our home page, and before I actually get back to my home page, let's do one more thing. Is let's actually use our layer, and let's actually target our base, and let's actually target our body. So I want to change the whole body's color to a background gray of 100, and I want to actually save it. So I mean, right now, I mean, if I do like something like 900, and if I do it, you guys can see the difference, of course. But of course, we are doing 100, so we don't want to use a pure white. And I think this is how even LinkedIn has it. They don't have a pure white on their homepage. So this is going to be a background gray of 100. Now we have our base. So let's get back to our homepage now. Since we are done with our so we are actually done with our left section. Now let's actually work on our the right section is going to be the image now. So what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to actually after this div ends here, I'm going to create, so this is, remember, my left section. So I'm going to have my right section here, which is going to be my image. And again, I'm going to use Next.js, beautiful Next.js image component here. I think I'm already importing it, yeah. And again, let me just copy quickly the source of it from here. So let me quickly copy the source, and let's get back here, and let's actually paste in here. Again, I'm using layout fill. So remember, whenever you're using layout fill, so there's actually two ways of using images. If you don't want to make a parent and make it relative, so with layout fill, you always have to do that. If you don't, it's never gonna have so you're never gonna see the image basically. So you always have to do that. But the another way is basically, if you don't want to do that, you can just give width and height here. But I want it to be responsive, so that's why I'm actually saying layout fill, and I want to give a container and make it relative. And now what I want to do is on my Excel screen size, sorry, I'm actually going to make it absolute. Okay, and again, I cannot see this because I do not have a height and width yet. So what I have to do is actually, and I'm using something called priority, which I didn't explain to you guys. So I wasn't using priority. So sometimes the image is considered as LCP inside of your Next.js. So if you go and you basically get all these logs inside of your console, inside of as you can see here also, they're telling me that it may not render properly with using push and absolute. So consider changing, because we are not allowed to use push and absolute, but I'm just using in this case to make it responsive. But we are not actually allowed, and as you guys can see, you guys an error message. So it's just a warning. It's not an error, but it's just a warning that use position relative with a width and a height. But yeah, if I don't actually use priority, just let me check if we get that priority thing here. And it does not actually show. So it basically shows that image is identified as LCP, and you should add a priority attribute here, and that basically prevents the lazy loading. And actually, so as I was telling you, by default images are lazy loaded when you use an image component. When you use the priority to true, and this is just basically saying priority to true. We don't have to explicitly define it. But yeah, what it does is prevents lazy loading. And if you guys want to read more about it, just search for priority here, and you guys can see, just go here and what priority does. So you can see, yeah, the LCP. So it's something with LCP, and this is what happens. So you can just read it there. So that's what priority is doing, and we still do not see because we do not have a width and a height. So let's actually give a width of 80 and the height of 80. And of course, again, I'm starting from my mobile screen size, so I'm saying width and height of 80. But as soon as I reach my axle, I want to give a custom width, and here's where I want to set a custom width of 650 pixels. And again, when I reach an axle breakpoint, I want to again change my height to a custom height of 650 pixels. And now if I actually make this axle, boom, look at that. But it's positioned absolute right now. So all we have to actually do is we have to say from where we want to make this position absolute. So I want to say top 14. From top, I want it to be 56 pixels. And I also want to say right of 5, which is going to make it on the right side here. And it's going to just make some, from the right, it's going to be 20 pixels. So now it's going to be extremely responsive, as you guys can see. So this is my phone screen, and as soon as I go, my actual screen size actually comes in line with the container here. It was really cool, right? And this is how our I mean, this is really identical, right? There's one difference. I can see there's some spacing here, which we haven't given, so I think that's the only thing, but everything else just looks the same. So we have our image, and now all we want to actually do is we want to, so yeah, so what we missed here in the starting is we just had to say give some space y between the children of 10. And if I actually save this now, I think I think if I make this like something like this, and right now you're gonna, if I remove this, you guys will see the difference here. So here's the space bar, and this is just means spacing between the header and the main tag, which is the children, right? The immediate children for our parent container, the div. So it's giving some spacing. And I also want to do one more thing, is I want to make it relative, because remember I'm doing my position absolute for the image, right? So I want to make it relative to my parent. So I'm just gonna say relative. And it still doesn't make any difference, but it's good to always have position relative somewhere for your absolutely positioned images. So now it actually looks identical to me. Yeah, now it looks like really select. There's not even anything is not. So it's exactly the same. So now let's actually have our, so we created the UI for our login page, for our home page. But now what's missing is the functionality. So when we click on the button, we want the user to actually log into the application, right? And one more thing we can actually add, since you're using Next.js, right, which is pretty cool, is you can again add the head tag, right? Remember, which I showed you guys, to have some useful information for the page here. So I'm just going to copy that, and I'm just going to auto import it from next/head. And I'm just going to change this stuff here to LinkedIn, actually. Yeah, to just LinkedIn. And yeah, I mean, you can change it to pretty much anything. You can do LinkedIn login. It's still gonna be LinkedIn login, so it's gonna change LinkedIn login, but I just want to keep it LinkedIn. And yeah, and you can actually add different favicons as well, different icons and stuff for each of your pages, and some meta tags and some really cool stuff, by the way. So yeah, I mean, I don't need the meta tag. We don't need it. It's just for SEO again, so you can just remove it for now. But yeah, so we have our UI done. So let's actually quickly install Next Authentication. So let's go to next authentication. Let me open a new tab and let me go to next auth. And I pretty much use Nextauth a lot, and it's basically, so if you guys are confused what Nextauth is basically an authentication, as it says, for Next.js, and it's extremely powerful. Yeah, I have a pretty live demo and stuff here. You can just go and look at the live. And the reason it's really powerful is because recently Next.js introduced something called a middleware, and it's pretty much integrated really well with Next.js. So when they introduced the middleware, which is still in beta, by the way, still in beta experimental stage, it still works really cleanly, and with Next authentication, by the way, with something called JWD sessions and stuff, which is insane. Like, it's insanely powerful. It has all these providers. So this is their website, and you can see they have pretty much every provider you need: Facebook, Amazon, GitHub, Apple. There's like pretty much every provider you would ever need, and there's LinkedIn as well. So the reason I didn't use a LinkedIn provider, and in my previous builds, as you guys know, we have used Spotify provider, and we have used like different providers. But the reason I didn't use LinkedIn provider here is because you had to like so the LinkedIn team basically they have a procedure where they verify you, and they actually see what you're gonna be building, and it takes some time. So I just wanted to not delay that process, so I just went with Google. But if you guys really want to go ahead, and it's pretty much really easy how you add all these providers. It's exactly the same way we're going to be doing the Google one. All you need is pretty much two things: LinkedIn client ID and client secret. And if you go to this link, you can create an account and create a project and just request for the API keys, and you can just get these things, which is really really powerful. Yeah. So what we have to do is, the first thing I want you guys to do is go to this website, just click on getting started here. And what we have to do, the first thing, to add Next.js to a project, we have to create a file. And these things, by the way, guys, so we're going to be adding our middleware and our next authentication, and create some API, some backend stuff. We're gonna get done with that so we can finish our login flow for the user. So let's actually finish that. So just stay focused through this section, and just focus here, because we're gonna be doing a lot of things: adapters, and our next authentication file, and middleware, and some pretty cool stuff. So just keep your mind focused there. So the first thing we're gonna do is, inside of our page is API/auth. So again, let me just make this bigger. And inside my pages API, you can see I just have a hello.js, which is again a Next.js API route. But what I want to basically do is, so I want to have my own sort of API, or so you can see I want to have my own sort of folder called auth here. And this is, by the way, this is critical, all these things. So we have to go what the documentation is telling us to do, and do not mask the casing here, make it lowercase as it's here. And then we have to create this specific file inside of the auth. So you can create a new file, and this is again we are in the API directory. So remember, backend code. So all of this is going to be backend code. Now all we have to do is, you just have to copy this, and just have to paste this here. And we're going to be using Google provider. So all I'm going to do is, I'm going to change my GitHub to actually Google provider in the same manner. And all I'm going to be doing is, instead of getting my providers from GitHub, I'm going to be, and I did not, by the way, I forgot to install this. So let me just comment this out, and let's actually install this first. My bad. I actually forgot to. So recently they upgraded. So in my previous build, I was using Next.beta. So they were in beta before. It was the Twitter build. I think so. Yeah, it was the Twitter build. So they're using beta. They were in beta, but they upgraded to a version 4. So now it's really clean. There no sort of there's not any issues or anything. You can pretty much go ahead and install this. So again, just copy this and open your terminal, just paste this in here, and install Next authentication. And one more thing I want you guys to install at the same time. So we're going to be using Mongodb Adapter. So all I want you guys to do is go to MongoDB, click here, and install something called this package. These two things actually, MongoDB. So MongoDB is a separate package, which we're going to be routing our requests to, and we're going to be doing it in a really really clean way. And we're going to be having a folder structure as well for all these sort of things, so to keep our code really neat and clean and separate, So what we're going to be doing is installing these two along with our Next.js package. So what I'm going to do is npm install separately. So let me just do npm install, put some space and just press enter here. So let us install these two packages separately, and what we want to do is so all we want to do is, first thing we are doing this. So let's actually add our Google provider, and now if I show you guys, since our next auth is installed, you can see we get all these different providers. We're gonna be using Google now. So it's just gonna say Google provider, and now what we want to do next is you want to have a library. So inside of our library, we're going to be having a mongodb.js file, and this is basically taken from this GitHub repo if you guys want to go and read. So what is this file basically doing? So what this file is going to do is it's going to connect your database, your MongoDB database, to your next authentication, basically to your next auth. That's all it's going to do. So it's going to connect it in such a clean way that whenever you try to whenever a new user basically logs in, their collections are created. Remember when I showed you guys in the start the user collection and the accounts collection? So we don't have to manually do those things, and whenever a new user signs up, those collections will be automatically created just because of this adapter, which is really powerful. We don't have to do any of this stuff. All we have to do is just copy this code, and inside of our library, so we don't have a library folder right now. So what we can do is we can go ahead and on our root create a library folder, click on a new file, and just create mongodb.js. So I'm just going to type in mongodb.js. So we're going to be having one more folder called util, and that will be for another use case, which I'm going to be explaining as well. And that's going to be to get our connect to database function. So our utility functions, which we're going to be using a lot in our front end, our back end code, and everywhere. So but remember that this file is all this is doing is you guys can see what this is gonna do. So we have some environment variables here as well, as you guys can see, which we are gonna be initializing. So we're gonna be creating a MongoDB database instance. We're gonna be getting a URI, and this is just, think of this like a Firebase.js. If you have never used MongoDB, it works. It's exactly like the same thing. Connects your database to the adapter. That's the adapter, I mean, to the next authentication, to your next auth, which is really insane. And what this is gonna do is it's just gonna check basically that if there is no URI present, we need to like add it's gonna throw an error and it's gonna just tell us. And then there's gonna be this thing which is gonna say in development mode we use a global variable, so that all these things are hot module replacement, all these things are preserved and stuff. Honestly, I don't understand everything what they're doing here, but just know that this is really important. In production mode, it's best to not use. So they're actually doing all these things for us, which don't have to actually do these things manually, but just know that we have to do these things. But let's go on to next thought. So what we're going to be doing is I'm going to be changing this GitHub to so this is going to be Google. So what I'm going to do here is the next thing, I'm just going to search for Google. So if I search for Google and I click here on the provider, I'm going to be having needing these two things. And we're going to create an account in Google Cloud Console. Don't worry, as I told you guys before, everything is beginner friendly. All I'm doing is I'm teaching everything from scratch. So even if you have never done these things before, just follow these steps really carefully, and everything's gonna be okay. Everything's gonna work. So we have Google Client ID and Client Secret. Again, these are supposed to be in a file called env.local, which we haven't created yet. And again, some variables from here as well. So we want to create those, store those variables inside an env file, because we don't want to expose our secrets to the client, right? So that's the reason we want to have our separate env variables. So we have this thing, and now what we can do is actually let's get our Google Client ID and Client Secret from Google Cloud Console. So go to this link. I want you guys to go to this cloud.google.com. If you guys never use Google Cloud Console, don't worry. All we have to do is create a new project. Maybe just use your Google account, and I'm gonna use this account, a new account, because my project limit is exceeded, of course. So I'm gonna use this account, and I'm gonna go and click on console, as you guys saw. I'm gonna click on console, and this takes you to GCP here, and what we have to do now is we just have to, and there's a lot of information I know here, just don't get freaked out by this, like what's going on, and even I don't know what's going on, but just follow the steps, and all we have to do is click here, and we have to click on a new project, and now we have to name our project. So as you guys can see, you guys get some limit, you guys can do some up to 12 projects, and I have done pretty much so many projects, so it's just increased for me. I mean, my quota has been exceeded. But here, this is a new account, so I'm just gonna name it LinkedIn clone. Maybe I'm just gonna space it out here and YT, or maybe let's just do it like this. Yeah, so I'm just gonna do this. You can basically create just any name, but you need a project name. I'm gonna click on create, and it's gonna create a project, as you guys can see for me, and it's gonna add a project. Now all we would wanna do is we wanna access. So as you guys can see, it created a project. Now we're gonna switch to that project. Do not rush here and just go to the next steps, but just switch your project first. So I'm gonna switch my project, and now I'm gonna go here to the menu. You wanna click here on APIs and services, and then you wanna click on credentials. So we are gonna be needing our Google client ID and client secret, those credentials. And to get those credentials, as you guys can see here, create credentials to access your enabled APIs. So before, what we used to do is we used to use Firebase to get those things, but of course in this project we are not using anything related to Firebase. We are completely using MongoDB and Google Cloud Console to have our Google login implemented, but we're not using Firebase. But Firebase did all these things for us basically in our previous builds. But here we have to do these things manually. So we just want to click on create credentials, and now we need something called OAuth client ID, and we would need our client ID and client secret first. So click there, and now it's saying to create OAuth client ID, you must first configure your consent screen. And don't worry about all these things. It's very simple. All you have to do is follow these steps. Click on the configure consent screen. Now here, so there are actually two. What the consent screen is basically, you can read it here. So consent screen is basically just when your app requests. So whenever someone actually comes onto your app and they request for Google login, Google shows them some scopes and stuff, and it just basically authorizes them to log into your application. So there are actually two types of users. There can be internal and external. Right now we want to focus on external because we want it to be available to any user with a Google account pretty much, but we do not want to add users manually. So we're just going to choose external, create. Now again here, there's a bunch of information which we need, so I'm just going to use the same email, and you can have an app logo, and all these things, by the way, is going to display on that Google login page, which the user will see. So whenever, if I go here and if I click on sign in here, so you guys see, I see a Google login page, right? So I see this page, right? So this is basically your consent screen. This is your consent screen, as you can see. This is the consent screens that the users will see. I didn't customize it so much, like I didn't add the logo and stuff, but you guys can go ahead and add your own logo and some other stuff here. But for now, let's just keep it simple. Let's add our LinkedIn clone, keep the naming consistent, and we have this. And again, for this email address, let's just use the same email and just paste there. And so what I'm gonna do now, I'm just gonna click on save and continue. And again, I have this thing done. So now I don't have to do these things now. If you want, scopes are again, if you guys did the Spotify build previously, you guys know there's something called scopes, which are permissions. You request users to authorize for your app, and we just want to allow them specific permissions, not everything. And that's basically scopes. But for now, I'm not gonna add or remove any scopes. I'm just gonna save and continue. And again, you can add your test users here, but I just want to save and continue again. And what I want to do now is I want to get back to my dashboard. I want to go to my credentials, and again, you have a button here called Publish App. Remember, it's in testing right now. It's not in production. So again, if you're going for production, you have to, of course, click on this Publish App button, and it's gonna push it to production basically. But yeah, we're gonna need our credentials, and now I can see this button. And I'm going to click here. I'm going to click on OAuth client ID. And now it's going to ask me, after doing those things with the consent screen, that which application tab is it. It's going to be a web application. I'm going to choose that. And now I get these two areas, which is very important and critical for our application. So now I'm just gonna click on create. And here we go, guys. We get these two things. This is why we needed to do all these steps to get these two things. Now we have our Google Client ID. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to create an env.local file so we can save our environment variables. So let's create an env.local and I have our Google Client ID. Of course, right now I'm just showing you guys since it's just a recording, but yeah, you don't want to show these variables, especially in production, to anyone. So always keep them hidden. So this is my Google Client ID and client secret. You can download a JSON file as well and just click on OK. And if you want to see this again, just click here, web client ID, and just go here and you can copy it from here as well. So this is my client ID and client secret. I'm just gonna save it, and now my next authentication file has access to my client ID and Google client ID and client secret. Now since we're done with this step, let's move on to the next step, which is so let's actually have our middleware. So we're gonna have our middleware, and there's actually even having before having a middleware, let's actually set up our MongoDB instance now. So let us log in to our MongoDB. So again, if you have never used MongoDB, don't worry, it works the same as Firebase. All you have to do is you just need an account. So I'm just gonna log into my account, and you just need a Google account or anything. So I'm just gonna get an account, just log into my account right now, and all we're gonna be doing is we're gonna create a MongoDB instance for our database. So we could pretty much use that instance to connect with our database. And remember, as I told you guys before, we're going to be needing something called MongoDB Uri, and there's something else called MongoDB the database name, which are the two environment variables we're going to be needing. So what I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna click. So if you guys are doing first time, you guys might have some extra steps. It's gonna ask you what type of application you're building and stuff. So just go through those steps. They're pretty simple, and you guys are gonna see this in the end. And select the free one. Do not choose the paid one if it shows you the three different types of servers. So select the free dedicated shared server, and then you guys are gonna get to the screen. And after getting to the screen here, what you can do is click here. So we're gonna click on a new project. So I'm gonna click on a new project here, and what I'm gonna do now is, again, this it's a bit slow as compared with Firebase. I mean, that's why I kind of love Firebase, because it's really fast, especially for the video builds like this. It's extremely fast to develop using Firebase. But we need to give a project name, so I'm just gonna say LinkedIn clone. LinkedIn clone YT. Again, keep some consistent naming, and you can invite more members here to give them permissions and stuff with their email addresses. But I'm just gonna create the project, and this is gonna, so once you click on create project, what this does is actually creates. So now if I want to create I want to click on this build a database thing. Now what this is gonna do is create a cluster for you, and clusters are basically so there's like three types of databases. There's like a serverless thing, which again is paid, and then there's a dedicated. We want to choose the shared one, so we want to choose this one. As I was telling you guys before, there are three ways. Of course, in production, it depends on which one you want to choose. But I want to choose the shared one, and you don't have to change any of these configurations. Just keep them as they are by default. And this is going to create a cluster here, which you can name it. And cluster is just your own database instance, basically. Now, I'm going to click on this button, and I'm not going to change anything. Now, it's going to create this cluster. And what we want to do now is we're just gonna go back to our database, and you guys can see it's gonna take 1 to 3 minutes to actually create this cluster. But now there's some important steps to do here. Just like in Firebase, we have some rules, right, for our database, and we have to sometimes modify those rules in order to test in development and stuff. So here also we have some rules which I'm gonna show you guys. So first thing is we have a database access, where I'm gonna add a new database user, okay, and I'm gonna auto generate a secure password. And the reason we need this is so this is gonna give us something called a MongoDB URI, And when we actually connect to our database, it's going to give us a URI, and that URI is going to include these two things, the admin, the name here, and the password there. So what I would recommend is to store this key somewhere. So for now, I'll just store this inside of my notepad. So I'll just store this key here, and what we can do is we can just have this name as admin. So I just want to keep it as admin, and I by mistake I just closed this, so that's changed for me. So I'm just gonna quickly change it, my bad. Change the key. But yeah, store your key somewhere safe, and then what you want to do, don't change any of the stuff again, and we want to have read and write access to our database, and we want to add our user here. So that's all we want to do, and this is important. This step is really important because the URI which we'll be getting is dependent on these things. And then the next thing we want to do is we want to have our network access, and we want to have our IP addresses which can access our cluster. For now, we want to allow our access from anywhere. So usually you don't do that in production. Again, in production you want to have your current IP address where you want the IP address to access your database. But for now, we're just going to allow access from anywhere, and we're just going to confirm here. Again, I'm not a really into technicalities with MongoDB and stuff. I'm not really an expert. It's my first time using MongoDB, so I just learned all this, how to set up this stuff and with MongoDB, and yeah. So it's actually my first time. So I've never used MongoDB before this. But yeah, there's a bunch of stuff we can. These two steps are actually important, which we have to do. And this is, as you can see, it's pending. This is done. Now, if I go to my database, I think it's still creating our clusters. Let it actually create our cluster. It's taking a while, and it's creating a plan now. So let it actually create, and let's keep working. So now what we can do, guys, is so we have our library, our folder structure here. Now what we want to do is we want to have so let's actually get back to Next.js here, and let me explain a bunch of more things which you're going to be having inside of our build. So if I go to my finished build here, and if I actually open Next authentication file, it's going to be inside of my auth. So we're going to be having a bunch of stuff. So we are using adapter, right? And we're going to be having a bunch of stuff here. So this is where I want you guys to focus now. So since remember we installed something called, so if I go to my package.json, we installed this adapter. So we're going to be using this adapter, and we have these options. Basically, we have these options which we can send all these options inside of our next auth. As you guys can see, theme and pages and callbacks, and it's extremely powerful. And especially the callbacks are really powerful, and you guys can read what it does. Basically, it allows you to implement access controls without a database, and to integrate with APIs, APIs and stuff. And you guys can see it's already written here. Callbacks are extremely powerful with JSON Web Token. So, but we're not using callbacks, but we were using callbacks in the previous Twitter build. So if you guys want to learn more about callbacks and stuff, just watch that video. But in this one, we're gonna be using adapter. And for adapter, we need something called the adapter. You can use the adapter option to pass in your database adapter, but we need to pass in the adapter we installed. So we install MongoDB Adapter, which I'm gonna get it from my, and again, all these things, they are inside of the documentation pretty much. So if you go here, if you search again for MongoDB, it's gonna show you how to add this adapter stuff. So here it is. This is how you basically add it, and you have something called a client promise. Now, what a client promise is, again, it's going to be imported from your MongoDB file, which is inside of library. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have this adapter and this client promise again. So if I go here, let's see if we can auto import. Yeah, so we can auto import. So I just want to press enter, and you can see it's imported from your MongoDB file. So if I go back to my MongoDB file, we're exporting a default client promise, and what this promise is actually a module scoped promise. And we can access its module scope, so which basically means that we can have this as a separate mod for each and every separate module, and it can be shared across each and every function basically. So we are going to export this promise. This is really powerful, and this is what we need to send in for this adapter. And again, all these things these things are in documentation, so we are doing everything exactly as mentioned. And one more critical thing, which I got many questions in from our previous build too. that what's the secret. So secret is something which we need to use, and if you don't use secret, it's going to give you error in production. So we need to use something called a JWT secret. And again, if you guys don't know why and why do we need to use this secret, you guys can see there's something called a missing secret thing which they created. So they actually tell you clearly why you need to generate a secret, and you can generate it using this, or there's something called a website called generatesecret.vercel.app, which I use. So you can use, and generates a 32-bit secret for you. So you can just copy this, and just again, since it's a secret, so you want to have this inside of your en environment variables, and I like to call it a JWT secret. And I want to go into my variables, and again I want to have my JWT secret here. And I want to plug this as my secret. And again, this is gonna be, so if you don't do this locally, it's gonna be fine. It's just gonna give you a warning in your console, in your terminal here, but it's gonna give you an error for sure in production. So make sure you add the secret in. It's really, really important. And it's just for basically JSON web tokens and stuff. So try to add this secret. And we have the secret now, so that's done. So we have secret adapter. Now there's something called pages here. So now the reason we are using something called pages, again, this is another option. Now what are pages basically? So what pages are, again, if I hover over this, so specify URLs to be used if you want to create custom. So in this scenario, as you guys can see in our scenario, we have a custom. So if you guys saw my previous videos, and if you have worked with Next authentication and stuff, you guys know that we have like we basically have like a sort of Next.js, Next authentication basically have their default sort of pages. And to use custom pages for logging in like this, we have to specify something called pages here. And then what we have to do is specify sign in, and we have to specify the URL for our custom page. In this scenario, the URL for our custom page is going to be /home, since it's going to be on our home page here. So that's what we are basically doing here. I'm just going to save it. And this is, again, it's a critical step as well, because we want to make sure, and we want to specify which page we want. And you can create like pretty much any page. You want to call it login. If you call it login here instead of home, you can just pretty much change this to login, and so forth, whatever your login page is, what are your custom login pages. So yeah, we need to mention that. And the next thing we have is this thing, and this is again a really important thing, again, session strategy of JWT. This is again a very important thing which we have to do, which you have to implement. And again, so we want to do session, so not inside of pages, sorry. And again, we're going to go outside of here, and we want to say session. Again, this is another option. And the reason why we want to do this, so there's actually a very good reason we want to do this. So by default, when we are working with Next authentication, we use a strategy called JSON web tokens to basically, and what this basically is the way it stores the user's session. And by default, it's always JSON web tokens. And there are two strategies for this. There's an adapter strategy, and then there's a JWT strategy. I mean, there's a database, and the JWT. So I go here, the database, and that's the adapter, and the JWT. So what the difference between the two strategies is the way they actually store the user session. So if you're using an the database, what's going to happen is the session cookie will contain a session token value, which is how you will look up the session. But if you're using JWT, it's going to be encrypted in the session cookie. And the reason I'm writing this out again here is because we are using an adapter here, right? So the reason, when we use an adapter, you can see if you use an adapter, we default it to database. So they change the default to database. So we need to explicitly define the strategy here whenever we use an adapter. So we need to explicitly define it, our session strategy, to the JWT. But again, there's a difference, and there's a good difference between JWT and if you want to read more about it, just go and do a Google search on what JWT tokens are and how the user sessions are stored basically. And it's just basically so there are basically two values here when you use JWT strategy. So you can have a max age and an update age. And what basically a max and update age does is, whenever a user signs in or logs into your application, they have a period where they can be logged in. So that's actually called the max age. So max age is, you can see, is the relative time from now in seconds to when to expire the session, right? And by default it's 30 days. And then you have a update age on how frequently the session should be updated. So you have a max age and an update age whenever you're using JWTs. And the reason we want to have max age and update age is because, let's say if any user logs in and if you remove that user from your database, the user is not going to log out unless he clicks on the logout button. He's always going to be logged in. That's why we want to have a max age and an update age. But in this build, I did not include this, but it's very simple to actually include our max age and update age. You just have to have like a value in seconds. So this value is actually in seconds. So you can have like a maybe 1 hour max age and half an hour, let's say an update age or something. And you can try to experiment with that. So what that max age and update age is gonna do is always going to log out the logged in user when the max age actually expires, when the session expires. So it's always going to log out. It's forcefully going to log out the user. So he always have to re-authenticate again. But in this build, again, I did not actually do that, but you can do it. That's with JWT basically. But yeah, that was authentication. So I think we are pretty much, and the last thing I'm using debug through here is just to when I was actually working with this, there are like a lot of, like, I went into a lot of errors and stuff. It wasn't like how it is right now, but I went into lots and lots of errors. So you have to do something called debug through to see your error logs in your console, and that's pretty useful if you guys work with Nexon stuff. So yeah, and here, by the way, the reason why it's so cool is because you can have more providers here, by the way. So let's imagine you want to have Facebook, you want to have Amazon, you want to have more providers. So you can see providers is an array basically. It's not just one value, it's an array, which means you can have multiple providers here. You can have Amazon, GitHub, Facebook, and it's really simple to add all these providers. All you have to do, let's say Facebook, you have to go to Facebook, just click on here and see the latest version. Just be careful of that. Do not be on the version 3, just be on version 4. And then just basically copy this part here, Facebook provider, and this is how simple it is for every sort of provider. All we need is, and if you guys want to learn more about these providers and stuff, watch the Spotify build which I did, where I explain more in detail about refresh tokens and access tokens and the provider options basically. But it's really simple to add all these providers, and as you can see, it's just gonna add all these products. Now let's actually get back to our database. I think we talked too much about the authentication and everything, but yeah, as you can see, our database and now we can is created, and we cluster is created, and we can actually connect. So this is the reason where I was explaining where we did those steps. So when we click on connect your application, you're gonna be getting something this. And this is why that was important basically. So we have our password here, and we're gonna have our database name here. This is our database name and our password, which is again our environment variables. And this is something called a URI. So this is a MongoDB URI, which we're gonna be storing. And again, if I click on browse collections right now, you guys will see that there won't be any sort of collections. Right now it's empty, but when the user actually would log in, there will be a a user's collection created here inside of our cluster. So let's get back and let's actually get that string, the URI. So click here, copy this, and go to your environment variables. And what we're gonna do here is on the bottom, have our MongoDB URI. And this is our URI. Now here we want to change some of the stuff. So remember the password we actually saved. So copy this password, which I told you guys to save somewhere. And if you guys didn't save or anything, it's very easy to just go and change it. Just go again on the database access, just click on added, and just change your password. Just edit password from here and just copy that password and save that and update the user, and you can pretty much change that stuff. So now we want to have this password here, and other thing we want to have is our database name. So this is going to be our database name. So in this case, I'm just gonna say LinkedIn, and this is mentioned by the way here. So if you go and click here, it's mentioned here. You can see replace password and replace my first database with the name of the database. So for me, I'm just gonna name it LinkedIn clone YT. So this is gonna be my database name, and this I want to keep it in a separate variable, by the way. So I want to name it MongoDB DB, and there's a reason why I'm actually doing that. Creating a separate variable for our database. There's a good reason, and we want to keep, of course, the same thing here. So we have our database DB and our URI. So we have these two things. And now we can actually close this, and what we want to do is we want to have our middleware, Next.js 12.0 middleware, and we have our authentication flow ready, and it's going to be really slick because it's going to route us back to, so if we try to access any protected routes, the middleware is going to kick in, and it's going to basically redirect back, as you saw here, to our homepage, which is really, I mean, it's really sick, right? I mean, the middleware, and without using any of that janky shit, which is Express and all that sort of stuff, I mean, I would still like, it's still not bad to use that, but I mean, again, Next.js is so clean, right? And the way I'm going to show you guys is going to be really dope, and how simple it is actually to implement the middleware. You guys are going to be blown away by this, by how simple it is to actually use the middleware. So similarly, so if you go to Next.js now, not Next Authentication, Next.js, and if you go, because we are going to be using Next.js middleware, not Next Auth. So we have the middleware, as you guys can see. So all we have to do is we have to install the latest version, which we are on right now. Then we have to create a middleware.js. We are using JavaScript, so we're not using TypeScript. So you have to create a JavaScript middleware_middleware.js inside of our pages. So I'm just gonna click here, new file, and just change the T to J, and just create a middleware inside of pages again, remember. And then what we want to do is, of course, we can fetch this function from our, so this is how you do it. We have our next request, and our export function called middleware, which gives us the next request, and the fetch event, and then we can respond it by just saying hello world or anything here. So this is just a standard response, but we have a lot of things which middleware can be used for anything that shares logic for a set of different pages, which can include a lot of these things, as you guys can see. But we are only using it for authentication right now. But middleware is extremely powerful, guys. I mean, even in beta is actually really powerful. So what we want to do is, I just want to go back to my GitHub, and I just want to copy this and explain you what's going on in our middleware here. So I'm just gonna paste it. So first thing I'm importing here is something called get token. Now we're using since we're using JWT web tokens, right? That's why it's really powerful, all these things. So JWT web tokens, whenever the user is gonna log in, it's gonna provide a token on the backend, and we're gonna basically get this token, and you can see this takes a request param and returns either the next auth issued payload or the JWT string. And we basically look in the cookies, we basically look in the JWT session for the JWT web token, basically in either the cookies or in the header, and this is how we retrieve the JWT token. And what I'm doing here is I'm getting the response, of course, and then I'm exporting this function as mentioned in the documentation. First thing I'm doing here, guys, is this is really important, by the way. You don't want to change this. This is really, really important what we are doing. So what we are doing is we are checking if our path name, if the user is on the home route, which basically means if the user, so this is our deployed app, and which basically just means, so on the deployed app, this whole thing without the home basically is just our home route, just like this, right? So this whole thing is the home route, this whole thing. So which means if the user is on this path name, now we want to get the session, and we are using get token, and get token basically accepts three things. It accepts a request, it accepts the secrets, that's why secret is really important, the JWT secret, and there's a third parameter which is really important, by the way. And if you actually miss this, if you actually don't do this, it's gonna work locally, but in production it's gonna error out for you. So make sure you do this, and there's actually a bunch of ways you can do this. You can use a next auth URL way as well, but I did it like this. I just changed my node environment to production, and what this secure cookie is, again, basically is just like a secure prefix for your cookie name, It just basically needs to check in that, you know, what's your process.node.env, what's your production, is it in development or in production. And then the next thing is you could also check for any property on the session object. So now here what we are doing, which is really important by the way, here we are checking if the session exists. If it doesn't exist, sorry, so this not is a bang operator. It means if there's no session, I want to return, and this is the reason I'm using next response, I want to return a redirect to my home route. And that's exactly what's happening here. And the next line basically says if the user is authenticated, I want to do nothing and I want to continue. So if let's say this is false, it's not going to redirect to my home and it's actually going to continue, which means that it's going to stay on this path and it's going to continue there. So that's exactly what's happening here. So if I try to access this and there is no token right now, right? So there is no token stored, and because I'm not logged in right now. So I try to access a protected route, okay? And this can be any other route. So if you want to include any other route here, you can just do like an and operator. I mean, there'll be better ways to do this, honestly. But you could just probably do and if there are any other routes which you want to protect, you can just include it there. Or you can try to do it in a more smarter sort of way where you are not checking for, where you're only checking for the protected routes, you know, and you can do this the other way. I mean, there could be many possible scenarios, but the thing is that you just need to get what's going on here. We're just checking when the user accesses a protected route. We are checking that if we have the token, allow the user to continue. If there is no token, all we are doing is redirecting the user back to the home page. That's all we are doing. And of course, again, if this wasn't home, if it was login or something, we just would have changed this to login. Or if there was another directory and then there was a login, we could just say login like this. But this is again very important, because if I change this stuff here and if I change this from home to something else, it's not gonna work because home is my login page. So again, we need to redirect back to home. So this is our middleware, and now the next step is we have our middleware kicking in. Now, how do we actually know that the middleware is actually kicking in, right? So all we have to do is cut the server, Control C, and run the server again. Now, if I run the server again, you will see there will be a beta yellow warning or something for the beta middleware. So if I actually go back and refresh the build, I think I might have to refresh it. Yeah, here we go. So we get a warning called using beta middleware not covered by whatever server, and then we get this warning. So now this means that our middleware is actually kicking in, and it should be working now. And now if we actually, so let's actually try to access, and boom, guys, look at that, out of the box, right? Actually works. Look at this, how clean this is, guys. So it's actually working out of the box. So if I try to access my home route, which is my protected route, I cannot, and the middleware is kicking in and it's actually redirecting me back in such a clean way to my home route, which is really clean. So it's working. Our middleware is actually working. We did all the steps correctly. So make sure to go really slowly. Take your time through these authentication steps, and it's gonna of course it's gonna work for everyone. So yeah, and even if it doesn't, if you guys are facing any difficulties or anything, just put out a comment below, and everyone's gonna be helping each other out. And you know, there's so much positivity out there that everyone's gonna come clutch in and, you know, help each other out. So now what we want to do, the next step should be to actually of course make this functional, right? We want to make the user actually log in and get the token. So what we can do is go to our home, and we can basically have our button, the place where we had our button, we can have an on click here. And now what I want to do is I want to so there can be two. So in this scenario we're just using Google authentication, so we can just maybe have an on click. But I want to show you how if you guys have a scenario where you have multiple providers, how to do that, how to do in that sort of scenario. But in this one we don't actually necessarily have to do that. It's really simple, but I'll show you guys both ways to do this. So the first way is if you have multiple providers, let's say Google, Facebook, and so many, what you want to do is you want to get this function. Now this again is a server-side props. This is server-side props from Next.js. So we want to use this function, and we want to again go back to our home page, and we're going to go on the bottom here, and we want to paste this here. And we have so this is a function called get providers, basically, which we want to actually get from our next auth package, which we installed. And I think already got, oh, we didn't get it actually. So get providers. And what this basically does is, you can see it says it calls API/auth/providers and returns a list of the currently configured provider authentication. So what this basically means is, if you go back to next auth, and which I explained you guys before, so it gets all the list of these providers basically and gets it on the server side, basically, which is really cool, because it gets it on the server side and prefetches for you all the providers even before you reach the page. So that's the benefit of using server side rendering, right? And then we are returning these providers through props again, and this is how you basically do a server side render. And again, when we return these props, we can access these props on the component level. So we can access these props here, providers, and I'm destructuring here again. These are just props again, and since I'm returning them, so I can access them. And now if I actually try to console log these things, if I go and say providers, actually you should see, so if I go here, right now it's actually undefined, but let's refresh the page and let's see if we get any. Oh yeah, so here we go, we get our providers. Right now we just have one, so it's just showing Google, but we can see all of these things: ID, the name, the sign-in URL, the type of authentication, and if you have more, there'll be more providers there. So this is really cool. Now what we want to do here is we want to go here to my button, and I just want to get this thing here, and I'm gonna explain. Don't worry about this thing, what I'm doing here. So I'm just gonna explain this bunch of stuff here, but basically I'm just gonna get this, and let me just see this there. So I'm just gonna paste this in here. So what I'm doing here, so if you actually so if you actually see the console, so this is basically not an array, it's an objects. Basically we're getting the providers, but these are basically objects, right? So to map through our objects, we use something called object.values, basically. And we can use object.entries, but we are only interested in the provider stuff. We're not in, so there's something called object.entries, object.keys, and object.values, and it's a way to map through your objects, to convert your objects into arrays, so you can map through them. Basically that's what we are doing here. Basically that's all that's why we are using object.values. If it was an array, however, we would just do providers.map, but it's gonna error out since it's not an array, but it's instead an object, as you guys can see. So we are just getting our single provider, and all we are doing is, again, we might have multiple providers, as I told you. If you have multiple ones, I mean, this wouldn't be a good use case, because we just have here I mean, you could have multiple providers here as well. I mean, it just depends how you make the UI for this. But yeah, you can have multiple providers too here. But yeah, so what we can do is, whenever we have multiple stuff, we want to send in a key. So we're just sending in a key, and this is just the text, of course, which I'm saying sign in. And what I'm doing here is I'm using a function. So this is extremely powerful. Again, next authentication gives us these powerful functions, and this is again a client-side method to initiate a sign-in flow. And all we have to do here is we just have to send in our provider.id. And if you didn't want to do all these sort of steps, because we just have one provider in this case, all you have to do is put a string here, and you can see you get all these bunch of providers, and we're just interested in Google and this and just the callback URL, and you can remove all the other object.value stuff here, and you can remove all this stuff here. You can remove the provider.name, and you can just pretty much say Google. But this is a manual way of doing, and this is when you have multiple providers. So I'm just gonna save this, and now let's actually see if the user login, and if our middleware is working correctly, we should be redirected to our home page when we'll have the token here, because we have our environment variables, we have everything working, we have our file, so MongoDB. And by the way, we should also be getting a collection. So a collection should also be created, because we have our adapter kicking in as well, right? So our adapter is there too, so our collection should be created, and everything should be working when we click on this button, when we actually try to log in. But before, we might have to do some stuff which I actually didn't show you guys, is that we have to set the redirect URLs and stuff. And so when we created the cloud GCP Google Cloud project here, what we have to do is we have to add our redirect URIs and stuff. And for our URI, basically, we just need to add, for now, we just need to add HTTP. And since we are developing locally, all we have to say localhost 3000. Okay, and then there will be a redirect URI. So I just want to show you guys what error we'll get if you actually don't actually do this. So again, if you guys are lost or something, just go to credentials and go to web client one, and just for now let's just add localhost and let's just save it. And I'm not adding redirect URI, I'm just adding a URI right now. But let's go and let's see what error we get. This is the finished build, sorry. So let me go back, let me go to the local one. Yeah, so now if I click here, and here we go, out of the box you get this error. And if you click on request details, you can see redirect URI mismatch. So you want to copy this exact link and you want to go back to your Google Cloud Console, right? Again, we want to click, and this is important too, by the way. So this represents the URI, whereas this is the redirect URI, which is going to redirect to API auth class / callback / Google. And now you want to save this. And now let's go back to our local build and let's actually go to localhost. It's going to redirect back to home since we are not logged in. Let's click on the button and here we go. Here we go. This is working now, right? Because I saved it with the redirect URI and now it's working. So remember the steps I did, and now it's working. Now let's see, let's choose an account. Let's choose my main account and let's see if actually, and here we go guys. Look how slick this is. This is working in the first go. Let's go, man. This is really clean, man. This is really clean, and our middleware is working and we are inside of our application now. So we are logged in and inside our application. So now we can access the home route. And now let's go back to our index page and we have our LinkedIn clone. For now, let's just maybe quickly have a button and let's say sign out, and let's have an on click here. Let me quickly sign out and let's see that our sign out flow is also working. Now again, we are using Next Authentication and it gives you these powerful functions. So all you have to do is you can just sign out like this and you don't have to send in anything. It'll automatically sign out the user. And one more thing which we forgot to check, guys, is let's actually go to our database and let's see if it actually, so this is going to be insane, right? If it actually created a collection, which I forgot right now. And here we go, we have an account. We have an account here, and if I go to users, there's one account, and here we go. There's my main account here, and you have our main account. It's showing me my email, my image, and my Google image, and other bunch of stuff. So this is really cool. Now let's try to log out. So we have a sign out function. Let's click here, and here we go. We are redirected back to home page. Now if I try to access that, I cannot. The malware is kicking in. And let's try to log in with any other account. Let me try this account. And again, we are logged in. So now let's go back. Let's check. Let's refresh our database. So let's browse collections. Now there should be 2 users instead as opposed to 1. And here we go. There's 2 users now. As you can see, there's this one and now this one. Now we have 2 accounts here and 2 users. This is slick. This is really slick, right? I mean, this is extremely powerful, right? The adapter is doing some insane stuff on the back end, right? Because it's creating all these things for us, and the middleware is working too. So that is really cool. So we have our authentication flow done, you know, which is really insane. It is really powerful what we just did right now. And bear my words, guys, it's actually really powerful. When we are working all these things in React, we actually go through the expressway, and that's how we actually do the middleware, which is a bunch of headache, guys. Trust me, it's a bunch of headache if you guys have worked in Node.js and all that MERN sort of stuff. But this is really powerful, right? This changes the whole experience of adding a middleware and how simple this is to protect multiple pages at once. So now let's continue building. We have a long way to go. We have framer motion, the whole dashboard. So let's actually log in right now, and we're gonna deploy this in the at the end as well. And like right now, we're getting some errors on our deployed build for some reason. I don't know. So it's working for me here, but we're getting errors. Oh, never mind. I don't know what that was, but yeah. I think I accessed some different URL, maybe that's why. So yeah, we are logged in. But yeah, I mean, now we have all these things to build: the dashboard, the beautiful header, the dark mode. We have a long way to go still, but we have the authentication flow done. But yeah, let's continue. Let's keep going at this pace. That authentication. Now we're gonna go at a really good pace because we know a lot of the stuff we're gonna be doing. But this was the stuff which needed to be done, you know, in a correct way. But yeah, now let's continue with the build. So what we want to do now is we want to create this beautiful header, right? And maybe add this dark mode toggler too, right? And create this beautiful header right now. So let's actually create this beautiful header. So again, let me just make it side by side so we can actually see what we are working on. Let's actually, so now I'm going to be creating a header component for this dashboard header. So I'm going to create a header.js file, and again I'm going to do underscore rfce. And now let me just get back to my header component. uh, so let's actually build that beautiful header. So the first thing again I want to do is I want to start with good semantics. I want to say header, and I want to make this header sticky. So sticky headers, again, I like to have sticky headers, like, and even LinkedIn has this sort of sticky header. And I don't know, guys, I don't know if you guys notice, but if you guys look at this bottom sidebar and the bottom widget section here, you guys see it's actually sticky. And this is how LinkedIn has it, by the way. So I tried to go as much as I could in detail with the LinkedIn build. And you know, I tried to make these two things sticky too, and these are sticky, as you guys can see. So if you go down, so they are not disappearing, they're sticking, as you guys can see. Whereas you can scroll through the normal application. And I mean, the scroll bar also changes color, by the way, if you guys notice. So you know, when we actually switch this, so this is really insane. So let's keep going, continue. Let's keep going. So inside of our header, we have two sections. We have a left and a right. So I'm just commenting out so make it easier for you guys to read. So we're gonna have a left. So there's gonna be this left, and it's gonna be responsive, as you see. The search bar goes in, and we have this text on with the icons, but the text actually goes away on a smaller screen. And two different icons, this and this, actually goes away as well. So you guys can see. And our sidebar is responsive too. I mean, it just goes on top of with the post, and it looks really, really clean. So let's actually build this stuff. So now what we're going to be doing is for the left section, we're going to have one div, and let's actually work on this div. Let's give some class name. Let's make it display flex, items of center, some spacing between the children of 2, and a width of full. And I want a max width of extra small, and extra small is 320 pixels. And now we want to have, so inside of our header, we're going to be having our dark mode and stuff, and it's going to be, and again we cannot see the header, and we don't have a color anyways, but we want to make sure that we are having our header inside of our home page. So I'm just going to import my header, and I'm just going to save it here. And now of course we don't have any color or anything inside of our header, so we can't see much. But inside of our header, basically we're going to be having an image. So we're going to be having a Next.js image component again, and this time it's going to be so we're going to be having two types of logos, by the way. So this is really clean, right? So if you see in the LinkedIn build, right, we have a white logo, and if I change back to white, this actually turns blue. I mean, I'm not changing the color, but I'm having two different logos here. I mean, the same logos, but a blue one and a white one. That's what I mean, right? So when I go dark mode, it actually turns white, and when I go light mode, it actually is blue right now. So it looks really, really nice, you know, a really good user experience. But I love dark mode, of course, so I'm just gonna stick to the dark mode. So yeah, so let's have a logo, and let's actually have so let's have a dark mode. So let's actually let's actually go to my GitHub, and let's get the logo done here. So let me get these two. So we're gonna have again the dark and the light one. Let me get one of them for now, because I'm gonna be doing some stuff with the next themes package, which is really cool, by the way, because you're gonna be learning something new today. So we have an image. Let's go to our build, and again this is, I'm using rb.gus. I'm just shortening it for you guys so you guys can pretty much easily copy this, and it looks clean too, right? So I'm just gonna save it, and I think it's white, so we can't actually see it right now. And yeah, as soon as I highlight, you guys can see the logo is actually kicking in, so it's there. And we have a width and a height as opposed to layout fill, so I did it a bit differently in this scenario. Now we have this div, and now after having this div, there's gonna be another div inside of this, and now there's gonna be a class name flex. So this is gonna be for the search bar, and I'm just gonna give some spacing of 1 in between. So I'm gonna say spacex of 1, and on my dark variant, on my dark theme, on the medium breakpoint, again this is really powerful using Tailwind, I'm just gonna change my background to gray and 700, and this is what I want to do on my dark mode basically. And then I want to give some padding top and bottom of 2.5, and I want to give padding left and right of 4, and I want to have rounded, and I want to say width of full. That's what I want to do. And again, we can't see anything. I don't know why is that. Is because, yeah, I mean, we can't actually see anything because I think it's so we are actually not seeing anything because maybe we are on the medium. I think it's because of the dark variant. We're not seeing anything right now, so we actually remove the dark one. I think we should be able to see, yeah, so it's because of the dark variant right now, and it's actually on light mode by default. But I'll show you guys when we use the Next themes library, the package, on how to maybe by default make it dark and how to basically change that. So right now it's by default it's actually light mode, so that's why we cannot see the background color right now. So we want to do that, and then we want to basically have an icon called search rounded icon. So I'm just gonna get a search rounded icon. Again, this I'm gonna be getting it from so it's not actually showing me the auto import thing, but I'm gonna be getting this icon. Let's actually manually get this icon. Let me actually get all my icons because I don't want to waste so much of my time. And let me get the avatar as well. So let me save all these things. Let me get these icons, and I'm gonna have a search rounded icon. And again, I'm saving this, and we get the icon here. Beautiful, we have the icon, and now I'm gonna have an input field for the search, and I'm gonna say placeholder is gonna be search, and I'm just gonna save it. Again, I think I should see this, so I see the input field, and now I'm just gonna say class name. I want it to be hidden on phone, but on medium, which is tablet screen size, I want it to be inline flex. I want the background to be transparent, and I want the text to be small, which is font size of 14 pixels. And on my focus, I want the outline to be none. And what outline none is gonna do, again, for any of you guys who don't know, is basically so I'm gonna show you what it does. So if I go bigger screen, so I have the search bar. So if I actually don't do focus outline none, what happens is you get this annoying outline. You see the black outline, which I don't want to get. So I'm just doing outline none to prevent that outline. And on focus, because I'm actually focusing on the search field right now. And then we want to have our placeholder to black 70. And again, this is a shortcut way of changing the opacity. So I'm just gonna change the place. So this is gonna change my placeholder color. So I mean, if I do red, you will see this will be this should become. So we don't have for red, so my bad, for red is gonna be a variant like this. If I do like this, you guys can see it's changed to red. But yeah, I'm just changing to black right now. And on my dark variant again, on my dark mode again, I want to have my placeholder to be white, and I want it to be /75 opacity, and I want this to be flex grow of 1 basically. I want this to grow as much as it can, you know. And that's all I have for our search field basically. And now after having the search field done, we can actually work on our right section. So let's actually work and finish our right side of the header. And for the right, we're gonna have a bunch of links, and these links are gonna be again, there's gonna be a container. So I'm gonna say flex items of center and a space ax of 6, so some spacing between the links. And I'm gonna quickly get these links. So again, now these are gonna be those header link components which we created and we're gonna be doing some changes in those components because we are not so I'm gonna be explaining you guys some props here. That is why I told you guys this is gonna be a really sophisticated component, because this is an example of how powerful a component can be. You know, how insane can you go with a component, you know, by just sending in some props like this. And this is like really insane. And as soon as I save that, look at that, we have these beautiful icons. But I mean, of course they're not styled because you need to change some of the styling. And you guys can see I'm sending a feed prop to change the styling, and active. So active is only for the first one. So if I go to the finished build, you guys can see my first link is actually just white, but the others are not, unless I hover over them. So my first one is actually active. So this is how you do the active thing. And for the others, we have some text, and we have hidden. So I want to hide some of my links, and I want to hide my job one, the one with avatar, and I also want to hide my. So I'm just sending a hidden prop there. Now let me go to the header link, and let's actually finish this component because we have some props we are receiving here. So let me actually quickly go to the header link component. And so the props we're actually receiving here is going to be active. So we're receiving active, and then we're receiving an avatar prop, and we're also receiving a hidden prop. So let's quickly actually work here. So the first thing I want to do is I want to keep my my whole link to be hidden if it's actually the hidden is true, right? So we want to make sure if the hidden is true, I'm going to say and this time, and I'm going to say hidden, and on only on my medium screen I want to make it inline flex. So I'm just going to quickly save that, and you can see boom, it's actually gone. So only if I reach a medium screen I see those icons, you know, but they're hidden because we have a hidden prop there. So I mean, that's really powerful. If you want any other icon to be hidden, you can pretty much, you know, just go back to your header and just add this one prop there, and that link is going to be hidden then, which is really powerful. Again, the power of using props. So we have those hidden, and now what we can do is from there so we have our feed figured out here. So if our feed is true, which is for this one, we have the colors as such, and otherwise we have it as such. And one more thing we want to do for, and I know it's kind of becoming this thing is kind of becoming messy, and that's why I had this whole thing as a separate component. But again, if you want to make it more clean, just try to go, I did not use a lot of custom class names, so try to use custom class names maybe, and try to maybe do these as their own custom sort of class names to make it look more clean. But yeah, what I'm going to be doing here is, after I'm saying item center here, what I want to do is I want to see if my if my active is true. So I'm just gonna do it here maybe. I'm just gonna put active. So if my active is true, what I want to do again, I'm just gonna say and then, and I want my text to be black, and on my dark variant, on my dark mode, I want my text to be white. Now again, I'm using important here to override the default text, which is you know, this thing. So that's the only reason I'm using important to override that text thing. Now if I save this, look at that, this thing changes because I'm sending an active prop here. So this becomes black right now, and because we are on a light mode again. So this is done, and now uh, for the avatar, again we had these two icons, and this is the reason you can actually see. So if I go a bigger screen, you can see the avatar here. So this is the reason we were using this. So if we have an avatar prop, I want to display an icon with this styling, which is our avatar, and of course we are sending an icon as avatar here, and that's why it's showing us avatar, and that's what's happening here. And then we have a h4. Now inside for h4 we have some styling as well. So this is going to be, again, we're gonna have string interpolation here. Oops, my bad, sorry. So I'm just gonna say text sm, and I'm just gonna check now that if our feed is true. I'm gonna say and then, and I'm gonna apply some styling. So I want the text to be hidden, but only on a larger screen. I want it to be flex, and then I want to say justify center, and width of full, and I want to say mx auto basically. and I just want to save it. And as soon as I save it, I mean, right now we are on a bigger screen, so on a larger screen, but if I go back, you can see text is gone. So text is actually getting hidden. Again, we need to style the overall header to of course, give it in the same line and stuff. But the responsiveness is actually kicking in and it's working really clean, as you guys can see. So that's really clean. That's working. Now after the text, we have one more thing basically. So after the text, we're going to be having an active prop. So we're going to be having an active prop and we're going to be having a span. And the reason, so what we are going to be doing now is we're going to be having this thing here, right? So we have these two, but we want to make, we want to have our, so actually no, I'm my bad, sorry. So it's not going to be dark mode. The dark mode is going to be on the header here. I mean, not inside of the header link. This is not going to be inside header link. But this is just a span tag. Let me actually see. It's just so it's just a span tag basically, and it's only going to be there if it's active actually, and if our active is basically true. And let's actually see. So we have actually styled and we have some width and a background. So I'm not really sure what for what reason I have this span tag here. But let's actually go to our header link and let's actually just quickly copy that. And I'm really not sure what this is doing, but let's actually see what this is for here. So I just want to have my span here. So am I actually copying the, no, so okay, so I'm just having this thing. Oh yeah, this is the, oh my bad. So this is actually the span tag, and what this is basically is just the span tag underneath the active one. So that's all what we are doing. And you see what happened here, guys. I think what happened here is I'm actually using max age or some so for my finished build maybe. Actually logged me out of my application right now. I think my session expired, so it actually refreshed me and actually locked me out. And you saw what happened is like, because we are gonna be using something called so we're gonna be checking on our client side, on our server side, if the user is unauthenticated, it's automatically gonna lock the user out. So that's what we're gonna be adding, like some powerful functions which Next.js basically provides us, and then we would basically need to log in again to the application to get the access of that app. But right now, for some reason, we're getting back and a callback URL. I'm not sure why this happens. Why are we getting actually a callback URL? So let me just try to access this app again. I mean, we are actually logged in, but we somehow we actually got a callback error for some reason. I don't know. And I'm not sure why that quite happened there. I mean, if I try to log in again, so it is working though. So I'm not sure why I actually logged this out and it gave us a callback error for just a second. I think it's maybe to do with the API routes we are actually using because of MongoDB. I think it's something related to that because it never happens, in Vercel. It actually never happens. I think that might be the issue, maybe that our serverless is not actually working the way it's supposed to be working. But as you can see, I can actually log in, right? And I mean, I can log in and it's working right now. But for just a tiny bit of, it just sometimes gives us that callback error, which shouldn't actually happen, and it never happens without the API. I think it's because we are using API routes with MongoDB and stuff, and maybe that's the reason it's giving us those callback, but that shouldn't happen either way. But yeah, but let's continue with the build here. So what we wanna do here. So this basically thing is just a span. So it's just a self-closing span tag, and what I'm actually doing here is I'm displaying it to be hidden, as you can see, and only on a larger screen. I'm actually saying inline flags, and I'm giving it a height. And again, it's for each individual header link separately. So it's for our home one. So again, if I try to give active for let's say the second link, and if I say active, it's gonna be here too. And this is really cool. So something I wanted to mention here is as you see the width of this the line, the span is actually changing. And the reason it's actually changing is because I've done something really powerful here. I've used the calc function, and if you guys don't know about calc functions and stuff, they're really powerful. And what I'm actually doing here is I'm calculating the width based on the text and whatever the however long the text is, and then I'm adding into that 100% of width, I'm adding more 20 pixels, which is basically, so if I don't add the 20 pixels, you guys will see that it's just gonna be 100%. So now this is 100%, but I'm adding 20 pixels into this 100% to make it a little bigger. And this is really smart. Like even if we do this for, let's say, job and the other links, it's gonna be really smart, because even if I do it for jobs, you guys can see it became smaller because it's taking text width and then it's adding 20 pixels on top of that. So that's something really cool, and which you can implement using a calc function, if you guys didn't know about that. So yeah, so that's what we are doing, and now we can get back to our header, and we can just pretty much continue working on our header. So let's get back to header, and after our link, so we're gonna have, of course, so our this section is gonna be for our dark mode. So let's actually work on implementing the dark mode toggle. So dark mode toggle, so let's actually work on that. So with the dark mode toggle, I'm going to, of course, have a div. And what we're going to be doing is, of course, we're going to have some class names here. And again, I'm going to be using some string interpolation here, some JavaScript inside of this. So let's actually say background gray of 600 first, display of flags, give an items of center, and a padding left and right of 0.5, and also let's say rounded of full. And right now we're actually not seeing anything, of course, but let's keep going. So we have a rounded of full, and we have a height of 6, and we also wanna, so now as you can see, we can see this beautiful line here, but yeah, it's still not done. We want to give it a width of 12 and a cursor or pointer, uh, and then you want to say flex shrink of 0. Now this is really important, what I just did here, flex shrink of 0. So now what this basically is going to do is, I mean, of course, I have done in my finished build as well, so you guys don't see the difference, but what flex shrink is going to do is basically it's going to prevent, so whenever you go like smaller screens, what sort of happens is, let's say your logo and all this stuff, this tries to shrink itself to fit into this place, but we don't want that sort of behavior happening. So what I'm just trying to prevent that, I'm just saying flex shrink of 0, which is going to prevent that sort of thing. And I'm going to say relative, and now I'm going to use my so let's actually not use that right now because we need a state variable for that. But we have, so I'm just doing relative. Again, if I'm doing relative, there must be something position absolute inside of our container. We're gonna have a span tag, and let me actually get this span tag because I got this emoji, and I kind of copied the create react app one because I like their dark mode toggler a lot. So I kind of I kind of copied their emojis from there, and I kind of like these emojis a lot. And of course, this is gonna be a framer motion toggle. So by the way, this is gonna be a framer motion toggle. So you see, there's a cool animation. I don't know if you guys notice it, but if you guys click on the toggler, there's a cool animation which appears. So I mean, it's gonna be a framer motion toggle. So I mean, that's gonna be really cool. So let's actually get the span text though. Let me get the span, and let me get the other span as well. And of course, the other one is going to be on from the right, and the first one is going to be from the left. So they're going to be both positioned absolute. And let's go back to our build. And you guys can see we have our toggler, but of course, it doesn't look the way we want it to look. But we have the toggler at least. Now we wanna for now, let's just have a div here in the middle, and this div is gonna be of course a framer motion div. So so this is gonna be motion.div. Let me just comment it out so we don't forget this stuff. And yeah, so there's gonna be a motion.div here, which is a framer motion div again. So now what should we do? Should we actually start So should we actually do the frame motion animation here and complete the toggler and the dark mode so we can actually switch to the dark theme? I think we should do that so we can maybe switch to the dark theme, and then we can build the other parts of our application, the widgets, the feed. We still have quite a long way. I mean, we just have like a sidebar component, then a feed, and then a widgets component, and then I think we're done with the build. So let's actually work on the dark mode. So let's actually create the dark mode so we can switch to the dark mode and we can actually see some changes. So what I'm gonna do, guys, is let's actually install two libraries. Let's actually install Framer Motion, and let's actually also install the Next themes package. So let me show you guys the Next themes package. It's pretty cool. I love that library. It's really nice. I mean, it supports Next.js, of course. That's why it's named Next themes. Let's go to their repository and let's try to see what sort of. So we have like, so this is how we actually install it. So let me just get the command here, and we basically need to do this bunch of stuff, which is really straightforward. We just have to have a theme provider inside of our app.js, and we just need to have those sort of things. And then we're gonna have, and there's some warning stuff here which they're saying the above code is hydration unsafe, and I got you guys covered here. I covered you guys here too, you know, I got you guys here too. So we have an example here where they actually show us that how can we do the mounting. So since we're using Next.js, right? So there's server-side rendering and a bunch of stuff happening. So it takes a time to mount basically, and that's what we're gonna be doing to basically persist it. And there's gonna be a slight so if I actually refresh this, so if you look at the header, there's actually a slight loading thing. You see, this is actually a slight delay. So that's what mounting is actually doing, and this is our finished build. So if you want to prevent that, like of course we are already doing so many things in this build, but if you want to prevent, I mean, it's just a slight one, it's not a huge delay, but if you want to still prevent it, you can have a loading implementation just for a second, maybe just for like a millisecond or something, and you can then redirect to this page, something like that. But yeah, I mean, it's just doing a slide. That's called mounting, and that happens because we are server side rendering all these posts. I mean, when I refresh, we are server side rendering all these posts. So that's why it's just mounting, and that's the delay basically, and that's why we have to do these sort of things. So let's actually install this Next themes package, and let's actually install Framer Motion as well. So let's go to Framer Motion. Let's actually go to there. So frame, if you, for those of you guys who are new to Framer Motion stuff, don't worry. Again, I'm gonna be showing everything, and we're not gonna be doing any sort of any advanced animations by ourselves. So Frame Motion is there to cover us for that, and it's a very powerful, and they have a beautiful web page, by the way. So it's really powerful animation library. So we just need to view the documentation, click on get started, and we can basically install Framer Motion. I don't know how it's basically, how do you install this? So if you actually go to Framer Motion install, so we just need to install this, and we're using just so we have like a packager and then package which we can use for Framer Motion. So all we have to do is npm install again Framer Motion. So we can go back to the code and we could just say npm install Framer Motion, and all we have to do is just have to install this, and we just have to have these motion .divs. We can use the motion prefix before any HTML tag, and then we can use the frame motion attributes here. This is how simple it is to use frame motion, but we are not going to be like, of course, doing any of our custom animations. So I got some cool animations from Fireship's video. If you guys follow Fireship, he had some really cool modal animation stuff, and he did some pretty cool stuff with those things. So I got those things, you know, from his. I learned those things from his video, and I just implemented those models, which I'm gonna be showing you guys. So, but yeah, let's actually complete this before we do anything with Frame Motion. So let's add our theme provider. So all we have to do is go to our app.js, and we have to just replace this component with this theme provider. Basically contain our all our components inside of the theme provider, and of course we need to get the theme provider from Next Themes. it's just a theme provider we're getting. And after doing that, so you can see it applies the root colors, the default, and the root background is white and the foreground is black, and on the dark mode is the opposite, of course. And then they give us a very powerful hook called use theme, which we can use to basically check our theme, and we can toggle our theme using this hook, and it gives us beautiful functions there using this hook. So you can use this hook basically. And what I'm in fact doing is I'm using these two things inside of my header component. So let's actually save that. Let's get back to our header, and let's actually make this like this. And inside of our header, I'm actually using our use state hook, of course, from React, and I'm using this use theme hook from, again, be careful where you're importing this from. Do not import this use theme from emotion/react. That's a material UI library, so do not actually do that, but try to make sure that you're importing this from the right package. So we have three things, as you can see: set theme, the resolve theme, and the theme, which we're going to be needing these three things. And this hook basically gives access to these three things. And what we are going to be doing, guys, is we're going to be doing something really really nice, right? What we're going to be doing is we're going to be having, so we're going to be having after mounting. And as I showed you guys before, we're only doing this because we are using Next.js right now. And after mounting, we're going to have access to the theme, so there's going to be a slight delay, and we want to make sure we do that, because if you don't actually do this thing before mount, it's server-side rendered, right? So it's not going to work. It's not going to work properly. So I mean, it's going to show you the blue logo, and then it's going to show you the white one, which we don't want to do, right? It's better to have a slight delay, which is having, and let it mount first and then change the dark mode, and this way it's going to persist as well, and everything's gonna work in a clean way. So we have to make sure to actually do that. So now what we can do is we can have a use effect here, and what basically, of course, the use effect is gonna do is it's a hook, right? It's a React hook. So what the use effect is gonna do is gonna set mounted to true every time the component loads, every time the component mounts, right? So it's gonna set our mounted, which is by default false. It's gonna set the mounted to true, and if our mounted is gonna be true, what we want to do is we want to have these logos, right? And what we want to do is we just want to change our header, where we have the left thing here after this div. Basically, we want to change this part to like this. And now right now it's actually erroring for us right now. Maybe we missed something. So yeah, we missed actually this full thing. So I'm just gonna maybe copy this, paste this thing here. So what I'm doing here, guys, so don't worry about this stuff. Again, this is all of these things are in documentation. If you go into the documentation, you will see that inside of the example, they're actually doing it like this. So this is the example, and this is when they have the mounted on client, and we can show the UI. After mounting, we have like access to the theme. And here you can see we have like what do you call the, if it's actually not mounted, we return null basically. And that's not what we are doing here. So what we are doing is basically, so as you can see, they are doing the same thing, set mounted true, but we are not doing null, so we are not returning null. But you can do this. But what we are doing is we are instead just, if you want to implement a loader, you can actually try to have, like, if not mounted, try to implement a loader component here instead of null. So you can return like a component, a loader or something, which is going to work in a clean way. So you can return a loader. But what we are doing instead is we are not doing that, but we are instead checking based on if the theme is resolved or not. And I'm going to explain everything, so don't worry about that, what's going to happen here. So what we are basically trying to do here is, I'm just going to actually save this, and let's actually see what's happening right now. So we must have like so we have an image, and of course it's going to be a white image right now. And right now it's actually erroring out. It's saying file was processed with these loaders, and there's a bunch of errors that you're getting, which is weird because I did not actually got these errors and when I actually worked in this. So let me just see what is the error we're getting. So argument name class, so there's actually an argument name class which is saying header link So there's some sort of argument naming clash thing. And don't worry, again, we're just gonna fix this. This just gonna be, you may need an additional loader to handle the result of these loaders. So yeah, so there's just a, I think we might have to, so inside of our app.js, I think we missed something. So let me go my, this is my finished build, right? So yeah, I think yeah, so this is, I think this is what we missed inside of our app.js. So what we basically missed is attribute class. I think we have to use this, and I think this is really important. And I think let's actually restart our server as well, and now, and we have to actually use this. The reason we have to actually use this is the theme provider accepts, again, the attributes, and these attributes can be data attribute, or so in when working with CSS, of course, since right now we are working with Tailwind, so it's actually so don't worry about that error, we're gonna fix it, it's something else. So since right now we're working with Tailwind, we have like we are using class, and as we are using class in our Tailwind config as well for our dark mode here, but when you're working with normal CSS, you use something called data attributes, and that way you can basically switch your dark mode and stuff like that. So you can do it that way, but that's like with the CSS way, but we are using CSS Tailwind right now, so we are using attribute class here, and right now it's still happening, and it's just saying that there's actually so it's just saying there's like a naming clash or something inside of my header link component, as you can see. So it's saying that uh, there's a naming clash. Here we go. Yeah, we have the avatar. So I mean, we we are accepting the avatar twice as the prop, and here's the, so we don't have to accept it twice, of course, and that there's gonna be a naming clash for the avatar thing. And yeah, that's the, let me go back to the build, and yeah, I mean, that was the error, and there we go, it's fixed. I mean, it's not looking how it's supposed to be, because right now by default it's, I think it's on dark mode right now, and we have to give some background colors. So if like I go in my Index.js, and if I give a background color of gray, let's just say 900, if I actually try to save this, you can see that I have, so it's actually in dark mode right now. So it's really cool, right? So, and the reason it's actually in dark mode, you guys might be wondering, because I didn't switch, or I didn't create the functionality to switch, right, to dark mode. So how does it actually, so it's actually operating on my OS right now, because my system preferences is set to dark mode for my operating system. So it actually tackles into your OS and checks. But what's the cool thing about this Next themes, the package we're going to be using, is that once we change our preference of like once we change, even if my OS preference, so it actually will override your OS's preference if you choose it to be in light mode, like even if it's your OS preference is dark mode. But right now, since I did not choose it by default, so it's showing me in dark mode since my OS is in dark mode. So that's a really cool thing, but of course we cannot see it right now because we don't have a dark background color. So but yeah, this is cool, right? So this is actually working. So that was stupid of me to accept the avatar prop twice. So that was the naming clash happening there. So now let's actually get back to our header, and let's actually add the animation stuff, and let's actually add some classes here to give some background color to our header, and let's make it look really elegant. So let's get back to our header, and so first thing, as I told you guys, it's gonna be a sticky header. So I'm just gonna say position sticky, which is gonna be a sticky inside of Tailwind. And then whenever you do position sticky, you always want to say, or whenever you're working with position fixed and sticky for your headers, you always want to have top value. So from where it's actually going to be sticky from. So I want to say from top 0, and I want to keep a z index of 40 as well. The reason is because when I say push and sticky, it means it's gonna stick to the top, right? So when I actually scroll down, I want my header to stay on top of my content, right? So I'm gonna say a z index of 40, and on my dark, a background of white, and on my dark, which is we are on right now, dark mode, I want to give a custom color, and this is the LinkedIn color, by the way. So it's gonna be 1D226. This is the custom color, and as soon as I change it, here we go. Already looks like, right? Already looks really nice right now. And now I want to display flex, and I want to say align my items vertically in the center, justify around again, give padding top and bottom of 1.5, give padding left and right of 3, and on focus within. So this is something actually what I'm going to do is I'm going to say focus within shadow of large. And if you don't know what focus within, it's actually a CSS property. So what you basically do is you target it's actually a selector of focus within. So instead of saying focus, I'm saying focus within. What this basically means is, of course, I cannot focus on my header, right? So focus within means I can only focus on my input fields, which are inside of my header. So inside of our header, we have one input field here. So if you actually focus on the input field, it's gonna have a shadow. I know it's a really subtle shadow. I don't know if you guys can see it, but yeah, it's still there. It's a really subtle shadow, and only when I actually focus. So, and this is by the way looking pretty cool, and it's pretty responsive, and it's looking really nice right now. So yeah, this is our our header styles are done, I guess. We have our left section, and then let's actually so we install framer motion as well. So let's actually use our motion.div here instead of using like so I'm gonna use motion.div, but yeah, to use like this, I'm just have to say motion, and then I have to actually import this from framer motion as well, because of course we are using framer motion, and I think I install framer motion as well. So yeah, I can just import my motion. It's not showing me auto import, but I can simply import my motion from the framer motion library, and remember use the correct library name. So it's gonna be framer motion, and I hope I'm not importing anything twice, because it's gonna give me another name clash error or something. So yeah, this is my motion, and the reason I'm actually using this is because what I want to actually do, and it's going to be a self-closing, by the way, because this is just an animation. I just want to do a slick animation when I click on the toggle, right? So what I want to do here is I want to have a class name, width of 5, height of 5, and by the way, this what I'm doing here, I haven't done I haven't done any of these things myself. I just changed some colors and stuff, but all these animation values I'm gonna be writing here, they're all done inside of framer motion. I'm gonna show you guys as well how I got it and where I got it from. It's actually framer motion API where I actually got it from, and we send in something. So for our transition, send in something called spring, and spring is basically the animation which we are going to be using on top of our component here. So outside of our component, we can say const spring, and we can define what type of transition it's going to be. It's going to be a type of spring. There's going to be some stiffness and damping, and these things were done by the framer motion. I think it was a CodePen. It was a CodePen example I got it from, which I'll show you guys. And then you basically send the spring as a prop, and you pass in something called layout, which is again, you see if it's true, this component will automatically animate to its new position when its layout shifts. So this is really cool, and we want to have this. And as soon as I save that, you guys can see we have this beautiful. But of course, when I click, nothing happens, right? So we need to have an on click, where we're going to be setting the theme to the light mode and the dark mode, and when we click, it's going to change all the bunch of colors for us, and that's going to be our next themes package, which is going to be handling all those sort of things. So I mean, I could right now I could just show you guys that what theme we are using by just doing console log here. If I do console log, and if I say our actually just say current theme is so if I say current theme is if I use theme here, it's actually gonna show you our current theme, which is gonna be dark. So if I go console log, you guys can see current theme is dark. And of course, when I have the light one, when I click here, it's gonna be dark here. So this is really cool, and of course, this is all next themes basically. And now let me show you guys this animation where I got it from. So I just searched for like framer motion toggle, and you have like pretty cool animations on their website actually. So when you go to click on examples here, they have a bunch of cool examples. So they have like the animation components, and there's like keyframes, and then there's like a menu animation. And by the way, this exact animation I actually did it in Starbucks clone. It's on my channel. It's on the channel, and you guys can, if you guys did a Starbucks clone, was with React.js, and we implemented this hamburger menu with the framer motion animation, which is really cool. And then we have of course all sorts of animations. Then there's gonna be a toggle animation somewhere here. I'm not sure where. Yeah, I think it's this one. So this is the one we are using, the toggle one. And when you click on open sandbox, it actually gives you the bunch of code where I actually got the code. So I'm not an animation expert or anything, so I just got the code from Framer Motion, and here is the code they gave you. So, and there's some style CSS, of course, which I actually converted to Tailwind CSS. And this is like a slick animation which we are using. So I just wanted to show you guys how I find these things and stuff. So yeah, that's our animation. And then of course, to see it in effect, you need to change it, right? So what I'm gonna do now, guys, is we're gonna mount. So again, remember, why are we actually doing this thing? The reason we are doing this is because we wanna have we wanna basically mount our theme first. Okay, we want to mount our theme, and then we want to access the after the mounting is complete, then we want to access our theme basically. So only if our mounting is true, then we want to access our theme, and then we want to check that our resolve theme, and we want to check our resolve theme. We don't want to use the theme, because this is how we check when the theme changes. We use something called resolve theme, and this is what they were using as well inside of the hook. And there's like other bunch of stuff as well which you guys can see. We get something called force theme, system theme, themes, which is gonna be like an array, as you guys can see. So there's a bunch of things we get from their hook, but we want to check if our resolve theme is dark, and if it's dark, we want to display the logo, which is going to be white. And if it's actually light, we want to display the logo, which is going to be blue. So that's what we are doing here. Now we also want to do the same thing for anything in the header which is actually changing on light and dark. So we also want to do this for the toggle basically. So what I'm going to do for the dark mode toggle is I'm again going to say if it's mounted, then only I want to basically have a div. Okay, and it's actually the same div which I'm talking about. So I want to have the same div, this whole thing. So I'm just going to copy this whole thing, put it inside of this block, and I'm only going to show this div if my mount is actually true. And after actually doing this, what I want to do is inside of this, the reason I was using string the interpolation way is I want to use a variable, and I want to see if again my resolve theme is actually equal to dark. So if it's actually, so you guys can see we have two values here. So if I show you guys, we have a dark and a light value. So if our resolve theme is actually dark, what we want to do is we want to make sure, so to say justify and, okay, and I'm going to explain what I'm actually doing here. So don't worry about this. I'm going to explain what I'm doing. Justify here, I mean, if you guys know your CSS, what justify content basically does. And remember, we are displaying in row direction, right? Flex row, because we're just saying display flex, there's no column here. So justify means it's going to be acting in the horizontal way, right? So justify content center, if you guys know, it brings it in the center. And means it's gonna make your children and your children, it's not gonna be the first and the last one, the span text, because they're positioned absolute. So they're gonna stay fixed, I mean stay at their position. So they're not gonna move, but only this child is gonna move, right? Because this is not position absolute, right? So this means that this is gonna go to the end if it's dark, and if it's not dark, of course, if this is not true, since it's a ternary operator, it's gonna come in the beginning. And if I actually save this right now, right, if I actually save this right now, and if I actually see, boom, actually changed, right? It actually went on the other side now, right? Before I didn't actually, so if I actually switch this, let's say if I do something light here, if I save it, you see, that's actually switched again, right? But I want to make sure that if it's actually dark, I want it to be in the end like this, and if it's actually light, I want it to be on the other way. So since this is dark, right? And so this is really cool. And then we also want to do since we have done this, now we want to make sure so when we click here the animation applies, and this basically the functionality basically works, and all these colors and everything basically changes. So how are we going to do that is, again, the way we are going to do that is we're going to have an on click on our toggler, right? So on the div here, right, we're going to have an on click effect. And what we're going to say, it's actually very simple, guys. Using the next themes package is actually really simple. All we have to say is we have to set the theme, and if our resolve theme is actually is if it's equal to dark, we want to set our theme to light, right? That's what we want to do. And of course, I messed up here. I want to use this. And if that's not the case, we want to say and set our theme to dark, basically. So that's all we want to basically do. And by mistake I added one more curly braces there. But what we are essentially doing here is actually very simple. Set theme is, again, remember guys, set theme is actually a function which the hook gives us, which is a really nice hook, right? It gives us set theme. And what set theme is going to do is, if the resolve theme, the current resolve theme is actually dark, right? And just think of the resolve theme as the naming. I don't know why it's actually called resolve theme, but this is what they actually call it inside of the hook. And if you want to actually change this name, there's a quick way to change this. So you can change it like this. So this is gonna and if you need name something like theme, current theme or something, if that's easier for you guys, you can change this. And then if you use current theme, you can use current theme, and that's gonna refer to the resolve theme. This is just a quick trick of changing your object here. But yeah, so resolve theme is, if it's actually dark, it's gonna make it light. And let's actually click and see if it actually works. And boom, look at the difference, guys. Look at the change, how slick this looks. I mean, of course, right now it's not looking as good as it should, because, but this is how the LinkedIn header is on the light mode. I mean, they don't have any sort of background. It's completely white, and when you click, it actually gives you a very nice subtle shadow. It looks really cool. And then you have the content here, and I mean, you guys can see it's really clean, and it should save my preference too. So when I refresh right now, it should, and you guys can see it actually mounts. It waits for it for it to mount, and then it actually shows you the header, which is really clean, right? And it actually saves your preference too. So now if I refresh, it's gonna save it to dark mode, which is with persistence. And if this is not slick, this is when I first, like, that this, it was really mind-blowing, because this is how easy it is to implement like a dark mode. And then you can, in Tailwind, just you can use like dark variants like this to just apply your colors and stuff like this. You can just use dark variants where we are using the dark ones like this, and you can just check, and you can basically just apply, like, on dark, I want the color to be black, or whatever color you wanted to apply. You just use the dark selector in Tailwind, and that's how easy it is to implement dark mode, which is insane. It's actually insane. So we have our header done now, and we have our framer motion toggle. And this, by the way, the animation's kicking in too, as you guys can see. I don't know if you guys can see, but the animation's kicking in really beautifully. It's a slick animation is happening, and it looks really. And I think the icons are actually the other way. I mean, let's actually go to Create React App and let's see. I think that we have our icons the other way, right? And Create React app, by the way, is this. So this is where I actually got my emojis from. So I mean, you can see, they are actually the right way. So I mean, why do I feel like it should be like, because this should mean that, I mean, here should be the other emoji, right? So this should mean like if you click here, it should be turning to dark. But yeah, this represents the current one. So this is how they have done it as well. So It's pretty cool. I mean, this is this is where I got the emojis from. But yeah, that's really cool. So that's our dark mode toggle and stuff. So let's keep going. Let's keep going, and now let's actually work on. So let's work on the other stuff. So we have successfully actually done our header, which is a reusable component, of course. And we can use, if we have any other pages inside of our application, we can use the same header over and over again, which we have created. So that's really cool. And now we have the header. So, and let's just see that if it looks exactly the same. I mean, it looks pretty much the same to me. Now let's actually work on the bottom section. Okay, and let me just quickly get back to my index page and let's see what do we have. So we have like a bunch of stuff here, right, on our bottom section. So we have like a, so again, I want to keep my semantics really clean. I want to have a main tag. So we have like a main tag, and inside of this main tag, so there's going to be a div here. So in this build, I'm going to be doing, so I mean, in my usual, in the usual builds, you usually see something like there's going to be like a sidebar, and then there's gonna be like a feed, right? There's gonna be like a feed, and then there's gonna be like widgets on your site, right? This is how a dashboard structure basically looks like. Like there's a header, and then there's a main content where you have basically the feed, and the feed basically has a bunch of stuff. And again, it actually locked me out for some reason. I hope the application didn't. Yeah, so it actually locked me out, but refreshing it actually locked me into. So it locked me out, but yeah, I mean when I refresh it, locked me in back again. So I don't know why it's actually. I think it by default has some sort of expire max age or something. So by default it keeps happening. So there's like a default value. I think it was 1 hour. I think so when we went in our next auth. I mean, if we try to check in our next auth right now, I think the default value for update age, it was like, oh, it was 1 day basically. So yeah, I mean, never mind. But yeah, I mean, they have like a default thing where it actually logs the user out. But this is actually really good because imagine if you delete a user from your collection inside of database, and the user stays logged in forever, which is not a good use case, right? So if and the user does not like log out instantly every single time, but after a period of time, the user actually logs out and they have to re-authenticate, which is how most applications work, by the way. So I mean, this is something I just saw right now too, and I think this is nice because this is how applications should work too. I mean, after an amount of time, you actually are logged out and you need to re-authenticate to your app. But yeah, but I mean, it didn't ask me for to go to the Google through the Google authentication. It just redirected me back to app. But still, like, I mean, this is still like it's still, I think it's still good enough. So So let's just get back. Let's keep working. Let's keep working on our build. So yeah, as I was explaining, in a typical dashboard, this is what you have, right? You have like a sidebar, then you have like a feed, and on the right you have like widgets, right? But in this build, what we are gonna be doing is we're gonna have a div, and the reason we're gonna be doing it like in that sort of way is because let's see the mobile responsive, right? So on phone, what happens is first we actually hide the widgets, right? So and this is how LinkedIn has it implemented too. So we hide the widgets first. That's what gets hidden first, and then we basically, so we don't actually hide the sidebar, right? We actually, so, and we don't even shrink the sidebar to smaller or something. What we actually do is really clean, right? We bring the sidebar on top of our feed basically. So that's why we have like a div, and we're gonna put our sidebar and our feed inside of their own div. So we're gonna have like two main containers you can think of, but the widgets is gonna stay outside of that, and the sidebar and feed is gonna stay inside. And if you guys guessed it, that's pretty well, because we're gonna be doing flex column, right, for our sidebar and feed on our mobile view, but we're gonna make them in the row direction as when they go in a larger screen. So that's how we want to implement this sort of thing, which is really really clean. So first of all, let's give some class name. Let's display flex, say justify center, Now I'm giving gap here instead of SpaceX, and there's a reason. There's a very good reason why I use gap here, and the reason is because when you have like when you're actually changing like when you have like a spacing in horizontal axis as well as vertical axis, like in this scenario I'm gonna be having a spacing in both ways, like even horizontally and vertically as well. It's always good to give gap because SpaceX is gonna mess up in that sort of way. So only use SpaceX when you have one direction to figure out, like only a horizontal, either a horizontal or vertical. But when you have both directions, just try to use like gap. So in this scenario, I'm using gap, and I'm gonna say padding left and right of 4, and again they both work the same way. I mean, it's gap between the children, but that was something I just wanted to mention. And on a smaller screen, I want to increase my padding, of course, to a larger padding. Of course, we don't see anything because there's nothing right now. And inside of this, so this div again is gonna be flex, and on phone again it's gonna be starting from flex column, and only when it reaches a certain breakpoint, which is a tablet breakpoint, which is 768 pixels, I want the direction to change. And again, I want to give a gap between my sidebar and feed of 5. So I want to keep consistent gapping. Of course, this gap which I give is going to be the gap between this container and the widgets one, but this gap which I give is going to be between the sidebar and the feed. And I also want to have a gap of in the y direction of 5, so I can just pretty much use gap 5. So if I use gap 5, it's going to be all around in the x and the y direction. Now let's create our first component here. Let's create our sidebar, and let's actually work on our sidebar component. And let's create sidebar.js underscore rfce, and let's just save this, and let's maybe auto import this before starting to work on that work on this component. And before actually working on anything, let's actually change our head component here. Let's change to feed. Let's change it to feed LinkedIn. And again, just as a refresher for you guys, what this hat tag is gonna just change the title on top of the page here, and it's changed right now, as you guys can see, since we are actually logged in. And I also want to change the main div, which is gonna surround everything. I want to give a background again. I want to give a background of a subtle background of F3, F2, EF, and I think this is what LinkedIn has as well. And on a dark mode, I want, of course, the background to be black, BG black. And this is I don't, of course, I don't like to use main black colors, but again, LinkedIn was actually using black color too on their dark mode. But yeah, so we have text white. I couldn't exactly see the colors on because we don't actually have a dark mode in I don't know. I think it's country wise or something, but I don't actually can access the dark mode from the current LinkedIn app which I use. So there's only a light mode, but I think in some countries it is there, the dark mode. They have like a dark mode or something. So, but here I couldn't exactly see the dark mode, but I tried my best to create it as close as it should look like. And then we want to say height of screen, and we want to say overflow y of scroll. Now what I'm actually doing here, and before actually explaining, let's actually complete this and say on my medium breakpoint I want to have a space y between the children of 6, which means between the header, main, and if you have like a footer or something. So that's what I mean. And it's actually changed our and because it's actually changed because we are giving a height of screen. So if I remove the height of screen, you will see that the background is not taking the full screen's height. So what height of screen is basically is a height of 100 view height, which means it's going to take your screen's height. And overflow y scroll basically means is anything. So we're going to be having our feed here, right? And we want to make sure that we want to be able to scroll through our feed. So if I don't do overflow y scroll, we wouldn't be able to scroll through our feed here, since we are only giving a height of screen. So what we are doing is this is a really nice way of making overflow scroll, right? So what we are saying is we are saying I want this height to be off screen, but I want to be able to overflow through this, to scroll through my post there, which is a really nice way of doing this thing. And this is basically how typically a dashboard is built, So this is a dashboard implementation. So we have our sidebar. So let's actually go to our sidebar now, and let's actually work on our sidebar component now. Since we have a lot of stuff still remaining, so let's keep this good pace. And so we are gonna have a top, of course, for a sidebar. Again, we're gonna have a top and a bottom here. These are some bunch of static links. They don't actually go anywhere. Of course, since to keep this build under the limit, I didn't. You can't possibly do everything there is, right? But if you guys want to extend and go beyond of your capabilities, you can create more pages and create these links function. Like when you click, it should go to like a network page on LinkedIn. Like you can go ahead and pretty much do and everything. Since we have created in terms of components and stuff, you could use pretty much all these things, reuse them, like our sidebar and our widgets and pretty much everything we have used, our header as well. And the dark mode is going to work on every page as well the same way. So this is really cool. So let's actually keep working here. So we're going to have top and you're going to have a bottom for our sidebar. So for the top, we're going to have a div, of course. But before actually styling, let's style the outer div. So outer div is we're gonna start from space y of 2. So space y of 2, and I'm gonna have a min width of max actually. So I always like to give my sidebars a min width of max, and what min width of max will actually do. So I'll explain you guys what this is gonna actually do, min width of max. But it's actually gonna prevent the sidebar from shrinking. It's gonna prevent your side. So as you guys see, when I go like a smaller screen, what usually happens, a typical behavior, is the sidebar actually tries to shrink. But I want to prevent that. Like the sidebar is not shrinking right now. I mean, it's my deployed build, right? So the sidebar is not gonna shrink, and it's gonna be a really nice behavior which we want. So we don't want it to shrink. So that's why I'm doing this, and I'll explain this when we add some stuff here. So we have a max width, and of course I'm not doing Amex auto because I want my sidebar to stay on the side. I don't want my sidebar to be centered, right? So yeah, we're gonna say so for the top div, yeah, we already have a div. My bad. So this div, we're gonna style it, and we're gonna say for our top div, we're gonna say background of white. Again, I'm gonna, so whatever I do by default is, so in Tailwind there's no light selector like this. You can't have like a light selector like this. You just have like a dark one. There's no light, as you can see. So by default everything you do is for the light mode, and then of course by now you guys might have understood this, but by default everything's for light mode, and anything you want to change is this is how you do it for dark mode. You add the dark selector and then you do something like this. So to do specifically for dark, so for the dark mode we're gonna say bg. Again, we're gonna have that color which we had for the header. So we're gonna say 1D triple to 6, same color, and save it. And of course we don't have a height right now, and so we are not able to actually see what's happening. And overflow hidden, I want it to be relative as well, and I want it to be flex, and everything inside of the top section I want it to be flex, and I want it to be flex column items of center to make them horizontally in the center, and I want to say text center to make the text to be in the center, and I want to have a border. And again, I want to have a border, so I want to have a border, but the border is only going to be for the light mode. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say border gray of 300, and when we switch to the dark mode, I don't want to have any border, so I'm just going to say border none. And I'm just gonna say, of course we don't see right now. I think we are importing it, so we just don't see anything right now because we don't have anything inside of our sidebar. So we are border none. Now we're gonna have the logo. So we're gonna have the first thing is gonna be not the logo, sorry. The first thing is gonna be the session. So here's where we're gonna be actually doing the server side rendering for the to fetch the user session on the server side basically. So we don't have any sort of flickering. I'm gonna get the user's image, the logged in user's image, and we're also gonna be able to lock the user out, and of course we're gonna use this then. So what we're gonna do here is let me actually quickly get this from my GitHub. So we are actually working on Sidebar right now, so let's actually get this quickly, and let's actually um, just space this here, and let's auto import our image component. Now of course I'm using layout fill again, and I'm using priority. I explained to you guys what priority does when we are building the home page, the login page. So yeah, the reason that's why we're using priority here. Then of course you don't have to use priority by default for every image. Just check your console and maybe check, and Next.js basically tells you for which images you should use the priority tag. And of course, since I'm using layout fill, I'm using relative width full and height of 14. And I'm just gonna, of course, I'm just gonna save it right now. Um, I don't actually, so for my sidebar actually, my top side, so it's actually this image, it's not the sessions image, my bad. So it's actually the background image here. This is what we are working on. This is not the sessions image. So this is of course going to be an avatar, a material UI avatar, but this is what we are actually working on. I think oh, so by the way, so the reason actually, so when you click there, you are actually logged out. So I'm actually logged out, and I cannot log back in again because I just logged out. So when you click on the user thing there, you actually log out. So that's why it actually logged me out right now. So this part is where you click, and this part is where you click. But you see on mobile responsive, you only have this one. So when you click here, the user actually logs out. But yeah, so we're gonna have a user, and then there's the background image here. So, and I don't know why we can't actually see our image right now. We do have the height, and we do have so let me actually refresh our page. Maybe we still actually don't see anything here. Maybe let's try to have something here. Oh, so we just need some content. We just need some texture. That's why. So yeah, I mean the background image is actually there. So now let's have an avatar. Again, let me just quickly. This is really simple. As I'm just gonna copy and explain you guys what we are doing here. So with the avatar, I'm just gonna quickly auto import again the material UI avatar, and of course we're gonna have an on click, and we're gonna have a session here. The source is going to be the session, but again we don't actually see, but because we're not actually having a session here, but we're going to have a session here. We're going to use the use session hook Next Authentication provides us, and we're going to fetch the user on the server-side render, which is going to be on our home page. So remember, all these server-side functions which we write, even the one which we wrote in homepage, these are only for pages. You cannot use these server-side functions on your components. So these are only for pages. So we have to fetch the user on the server-side render on our home page, and then we'll basically be able to use the use session hook inside of, and before doing that we also have to wrap our whole application inside of something called session provider, which is gonna allow us to remove that flickering thing. The flickering is gonna, so when I refresh, if you guys see, there's no sort of flickering because the user is actually server side rendered, which is really clean, by the way. It's another perk of using Next.js. Now what we can do is we can actually continue building this, and for now let's just maybe get a dummy image. Let's just get my let's just get any let's just get this image. Let's just maybe use this. um let's try to actually use this image for now for the avatar, and later on when we are actually oops, so it's quite a huge, so I don't know why it's quite huge. Let me use this one maybe. So for now we can just like use any image. So yeah, let's just use this image. I think if I save it, we should see the avatar. We should probably see the avatar here. So we're actually still not seeing. I think we're still not seeing because there's no content inside of our, yeah. So there's no content inside of our app. So so it is gonna appear though. So we have some image for the avatar. And so what we can do next is we can actually and have some styling, of course. And again, I'm using some exclamation marks because it's material UI. So I want to override their default styling, and I'm gonna have a div here, and there's gonna be an h4 tag, which is gonna be the user's name. So let's say it's gonna be like my name here. Let's say just like my name here, and then there's gonna be um, a p tag, and the p tag is going to contain the email. So the email is again going to be let's me just use Elon Musk and let's just say something like this, and emails needs to be smaller, and let's just maybe use Elon Musk here for now. So yeah, I know Elon Musk doesn't look like this. Maybe let's quickly get his image. uh, let's just quickly get this image, just use this one for now. Maybe change this one to this for now. Save this. I think it should be changed. Yeah, so it's changed. Of course, right now we're just using dummy information, but we have the session, and once we implement the session part, we're gonna fetch it from the actual user from the database. So now what we can do is we have this div, and we need to just give some styling. For let's just give them some styling for the div first. So for the overall div, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna have a margin top of 5. I'm gonna have a padding top and bottom of 4, and space y of so I'm gonna have space y of 0.5. Again, how do I know these values is because when you hover over any of these utility classes, and if you use like something like 0.7, you see it's not gonna, there's no IntelliSense. So if you use something like 0.5, there is IntelliSense, which means if your IntelliSense is working, which means the class does exist. And of course, that's how I basically know these things. So I have this thing, and then we can actually style the individual tags. So for the h4, we can say when you hover over this, I want to have an underline, and we want to change our decoration to purple of 700. So I'm just gonna say decoration purple, and this is so this is something really cool, by the way, in Tailwind. So what this actually does is actually changes your text decoration color. So if you're familiar with the text decoration property in CSS, which is basically when you hover over this, and this is something new, by the way, which Tailwind version 3 they actually added this, something new. It's really cool, and they have different colors for these things. So you can change it to red maybe. So this changes your decoration. But I mean, for me, I'm just gonna use purple. I use purple for the build, but you can change it, and you can maybe try to maybe shuffle it or something. Um, but we have the decoration, and what we can do more with the decoration is you can have offset with this. So what we can do is we can have like a decoration offset. So I don't know what is exactly called. It's called decoration offset or something. But what it basically means is that you can have an offset from your underline. So underline, yeah. So it's actually underline offset. So if I try to do like 2 maybe, what this is gonna do is if I hover over this, you can see there's some spacing on the bottom, which is really cool, right? I mean, this is really clean, and Tailwind does it out of the box for you. All these beautiful properties, and now you can see it's more on the bottom. But yeah, these are some things you can do with Tailwind. But yeah, I'm just gonna say underline offset of 1 actually. So I'm actually gonna use offset, but it's just gonna be 1, and then I'm gonna say cursor of pointer. And when I hover over this link, it looks really nice. So we have a cursor of pointer. Now I wanna style my p tag. So for my p tag, let's just say text of black. Again, I'm gonna use this shortcut for targeting my opacity, and on my dark mode, I'm just gonna say text of white. And again, I don't want it to be pure white, I just want it to be a subtle white, and I want the text to be small. And now if I save this, now it looks much better than what I was. Of course, I have some padding and stuff, but yeah, that's gonna work when you have more stuff on the bottom here. So I mean, we're still not gonna, so we're still on the top, we still have some stuff to implement on the top, these 3 things. So let's just keep going at this pace. So after our email, what we can do after this div is gonna be this div. We're gonna be having another div, and this is gonna be having all these bunch of stuff. So first, so it's gonna be an outer container, which is gonna be hidden. So remember, on when we reach the phone screen, we don't actually have these three things, right? We don't actually have these three things. So we actually only show the users the profile, and we only show the user's email and the user's username, and we don't show the but we are still using the sidebar component. So this is how powerful components can be, right? Because we're still using the same component, but we are not just showing the bottom section and these three things, but we're still using the sidebar. So this is why it's really clean. So let's keep working on that. So what I want to do is, I want to, by default I want it to be hidden, but only if I reach a medium screen size. I want it to be inline, and I want the text to be left. So I think I set text center on the container, so I'm actually overriding that thing. Yeah, I think I said, yeah, so I said text center here, so I'm actually overriding by saying text left here. And on my dark variant, again, I wanna have a text of white. So I want to say text of white, and again, not a pure white, just a subtle white color. And text of small, again I want to say text of small. And then inside of this div, I'm gonna have another division, and this division is gonna contain my the top portion, which is gonna be font of medium. So I'm changing the font weight, and here I'm actually using another custom class name, which is sidebar button. See, again, I don't get any IntelliSense here, so this is of course my custom class name, which again we're gonna target inside of our global CSS, so we don't have to repeat the class names here. And I'm gonna do space y of 0.5, and inside of this division, we can have another div. Now this div is of course the parent of the text and the span tag, which we're gonna be having. So we're gonna say flex, and we're gonna say justify between, and we're gonna say space x of 2. And now inside of this division, we're gonna be having an h4 tag, which is gonna say who viewed your profile. Let me just quickly just copy these two things instead of writing these two things out. So this is just some static text which I'm writing. So who viewed your profile, and some text like this. So, and we actually style this inside of this div, so all of these properties are actually applying here. And now let's actually, so we have our custom class, which a button class which we want to style to. Now what I'm gonna do is, after this div, we're gonna have another one, and this div again is gonna have so it's gonna be different, of course, and it's gonna have views of your posts. Let's actually quickly get this. It's gonna have these two things. Again, you guys can pretty much, like, if you guys want to go really all in, you can pretty much, since these two things are same, again create like a small, but I don't like try to create components for everything. I don't want to like overload my app with a lot of components, so I try to be I try to make a balance, between the two, between having the amount of components, and then also trying to doing like with custom class names and stuff. So you always want to should have a balance. But again, if you want to have different folders and stuff, you can pretty much go ahead and try to do that. So now let's actually style this container. What I'm gonna say here is, I'm again gonna say flex justify between, and a space x of 2. But this time I'm not gonna say this whole thing is actually a sidebar button. Basically, this whole thing is actually a sidebar button. And of course I didn't give button tag here because it's sort of more like a it has like two divisions inside of it, so it can be a div too. But the reason this is a button is because, like, this is gonna contain these two things: views of your post and who viewed your profile. So I call this like a sidebar button, and now I'll just save it. So of course we just need to style the button. So um, let's actually try to and we're gonna have another button as well, another sidebar button too. So let's actually go to global CSS, and let's actually try to style this button. Let me just quickly open my CSS, and let's have like a, so we're using sidebar button, so I'm just gonna say sidebar button, and I'm gonna use the add apply flag to apply my Tailwind classes here. So on dark mode, I want to say I want to have a border of top, a top border, and the border color is gonna be border gray of 600, and then I want to have padding top and bottom of 3 and padding left and right of 4, and then I want to say cursor pointer, and I want to have opacity, so opacity of 80, and I also want to change my opacity when I hover over it to actually 100 to just have a little a slick effect. So if I go to the finish build, and you guys can see there's like the opacity which changes. Now here is exactly the same, so it's actually changing here. So this is what I'm doing here basically, and since this is actually created, I can reuse this class anywhere I want to actually apply this. So now after doing this button, what we can do after having this button here, we can go down here and we can create another div. Okay, and to this div I want to give the same class of sidebar button again, and inside of this div I'm gonna have an h4, which is again, so I'm gonna again copy this bunch of text. There's no point in writing this out, this is just some static information again. So I'm just gonna copy this and just paste this in here and just save it. And what I'm actually doing here is that I'm having a h4 for this text, and I'm actually changing my line height for this. uh, and then I'm also making text of extra small to make it smaller. And the reason why I'm changing line height, if I don't actually do that, and if I actually save it now, um, I mean there's actually no difference actually doing that. I don't know why I actually did that, but yeah, I mean there's no difference, you can pretty much not even do that. But yeah, I'm actually doing that, I don't know. But yeah, then there's another h4 tag, and inside of this I'm actually having a span, and what this span is basically this little thing. And when I actually hover, you can see there's a little effect again, which is the sidebar button class we did, so applies the same styling here. But yeah, this kind of looks nice. And for the little thing here, I just give the styling a width and a height, and I just give a gradient. So this is basically how you do gradients in Tailwind. So I'm having a linear gradient to TR, which means top right. And I mean, of course, you can pretty much change the direction from bottom right, bottom left, left to top left, and just like that. And then you have a from, and then you have like a the color where you start from, and then you have a color where it goes to. So you have, so this is how easy it is to implement a gradient. And I'm doing inline block, and I'm also saying some rounding, and I'm giving some margin on the right side to make it give some spacing. So that's it for my other sidebar button. Now again, after this div I can have another div here, and this div is gonna have again, this is gonna be another sidebar button. So you see the usefulness here of using a global class name like this, so we don't have to keep writing the same class names over and over again. But now what I can do here is I want some additional styling, which I only want to apply for this particular button. So I'm just going to say item center, and I'm also going to say space x of 1.5 here. Now I'm going to have an icon and an h4 tag inside of it. So I'm just going to quickly copy them and just going to paste it here. And let's actually, so I think I'm already importing the icon, so I'm actually not. Import the icon as well. So let's import all these two icons. So yeah, so I'm importing my bookmark icon, and again I'm doing like a margin left, and again I have to say important. You have to say important here to make sure that it actually applies uh, in production. Especially in production, it wasn't applying in production. It does apply locally, but when I've deployed the app, it wasn't working. So make sure you try to override always using important whenever you're working with material UI icons and stuff. And then we have like an h4 where we are saying on dark mode we want the text to be white for the my items. So that's all. So this is our top section, by the way. And again, I'm actually logged out. So it's actually redirected me back, and I'm actually logged back in again. So I mean, I think it's just happening because we are actually using a function on our client side, which for just maybe a brief moment, the session is actually expired, and we might have to like re-authenticate. And if we actually, so I don't know exactly how the JWT session how does it exactly work out of the box, but there might be like a time where it logs you out, and if the user does not log back in again, then it might ask you to re-authenticate, and then you might have to enter your login details again. But since I was already logged in before, and maybe there's like a max age and stuff like that, so maybe that prevents me and from asking for me to enter my details again. But yeah, I don't know exactly how exactly why it's happening. If someone knows how exactly it's happening out of the box, but just let us know. But yeah, although like this is the logout and everything, the functionalities are working. So I think this just might be how JWT works with the adapter and stuff. So, and yeah, we're doing some new things as well in this build. So yeah, so we have our sidebar now. Now what we can do is work on our, so sorry, so we do have the bottom section remaining. So let's actually work on the bottom now. So let's have a div again, and of course this div again is gonna have some styling, and it's gonna be hidden again by default, and only if I reach a medium screen I want the background, I want the display to be flexed. I want it to display, and on my dark variant I want the background again, so I want to change the background again to the same background. So let's just type this color, which is going to be 1 the triple to 6, a custom value. And then I want my text to be black, and the black again I don't want it to be exact like black, so I want to change the opacity, and again on my dark text of white, uh, text of white of, and again, you guys can pretty much, so a good workaround using this would be to again create some class names for your dark, and maybe inside of your global CSS for dark and dark mode and stuff. So you don't have to apply these class names over and over again. You just have to do it once, which might be a good workaround for this. So I'm gonna say round it large, and I want to keep my overflow to be hidden, and I want the flex direction to be column, and I want some space y of 2, and then I also want to have padding top. So I'm gonna make this sticky. So I showed you guys this thing basically when we basically have this sticky, right? The widgets, the bottom section of the widgets and the bottom section of the sidebar is actually sticking to the top like this, and we do want to have this sort of behavior. So that's what I'm actually gonna do here. So what I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna have some padding from the top, and that's the reason I'm having some padding from the top. So when I actually do it sticky, I want to have some sort of padding from the top, which is what we are having when we make it. So this is the padding top basically. So I'm gonna say sticky, and again because I actually said sticky, right, I want to say from top I want it to be and by the way, oh my bad, sorry. So that's not the padding. So that's actually the top. So padding is from the inside, of course. My bad. So I just got caught up right now. So yeah, that's not the padding. Sorry. So this is actually the top value, which we are giving. So we are making it sticky, and then we are saying top 20 to basically tell that there's gonna be some spacing from top here. Top 20. Top 20 is just like 80 pixels. So that's what we are actually saying, and it's actually 80 pixels from the top here. So that's what it means. But yeah, that's what the top value means. So it's not the padding. Padding is actually from inside the bottom thing. This is the padding. It's actually from the inside. So that's what the padding is doing. So let's keep working. So we have top 20, and now I also want to have a border. And again, I only want to have the border on the light mode. So again, I want to say border gray 300. And on my dark variant I don't want to have any sort of border, so I'm just gonna say border none. And again, you guys can see it's there, but there's no content inside of it, so it's showing right now, but we're gonna have a p tag, so we're gonna say groups. So this is gonna be for groups, and again there's gonna be a custom class name here which we're gonna be using, and that's gonna be sidebar link. Okay, that's gonna be sidebar links, and what this is gonna be is gonna represent these three links, and you guys can see these three links have the same styling, right? There's just an icon for the events one here, and but the styling is almost the same for the three links. So we're gonna have a link called sidebar link, and then we're gonna have a div, and we're gonna have a p tag again. So it's again going to be the same p tag, but it's just gonna be a different naming here. It's gonna be for events, and there's gonna be an icon here, and this is gonna be an add. So it's gonna be add rounded icon which we imported from material UI, and again it's gonna have a class name and important height of 5. So that's what we're going to be doing, and now you can see it has a height. Of course we want it to be side by side, so I'm going to say flex here items of center to make sure that they're actually centered vertically, and we want to say justify between because there's going to be spacing between these two. And now what we want to do, what else we want to do, we're going to have some padding for these individual links, right? So we want to have that, but before doing that, let's have our last link outside of the div here, and this is going to be followed hashtag. So it's going to say followed hashtags. Again, these are just some static links, and we didn't style them, so we have to just style them. And after this, we're going to have a div which is going to have an h4, and it's going to say discover more, basically. And this button basically is going to be again a sidebar button. So I'm going to apply the same class name. So now you got, by now anyone who was against like Tailwind, in a sort of like if you have too many class names and stuff like that. I mean, I showed you guys how you guys can pretty much use your own, custom class names to figure this out. That's like a huge benefit of Tailwind. So you can, use this, and you guys can pretty much see how many times you're using actually sidebar button here, to just apply the same thing. So we have a sidebar button, and again we want to have some text center here, so I'm just gonna say text center. And for my h4 here, I'm just gonna say so for my h4 on the dark mode, I want a text to be white, font to be medium, and my text to be small, and I want to just save it. So now it's in the center, as you guys can see, and there's a border top too, which is again of course the sidebar button, and it looks really nice to me. We just have to style these links. Of course these links are looking ugly, so let's go to our global CSS and let's actually style our sidebar. So we have our sidebar link, and let's use the apply flag, and let's give it a font size. Now I want to use a custom font size value here. I want to use 13 pixels, and Tailwind does not actually give you 13 pixels, so you have to use the custom way to add this. And then we also want to say font medium, and we want to say text blue of 500. And when you hover over any of these links, we want it to the underline, the text decoration of underline, of course. And then we also want to say cursor pointer and a padding x of 2.5. So now if I actually save this, and here we go, so it actually works. And of course this is 50, so I have to make sure it's 500, and now it's actually changed. So we have our links, so we have our sidebar. So I think we are actually done with our sidebar. I think it was a pretty good pace we finished our sidebar. So we're actually done with our sidebar component, a reusable sidebar, and of course it's now right now in the center. And you guys can see as soon as I go on buy responsive, we only see the stuff we want to see. So there's no bottom section, and there's no those things. But yeah, this is really nice, and we have our sidebar done. So let's actually get back to our index page. And I think I did target, so I did target my outer container, but we just wanna so let's actually, so now we can actually fetch the user maybe and get the actual user's logged in data before going on to work on the feed and the widgets. because those will be the last components we want to be creating. So let's actually get the actual user, and then we can work on some feed stuff. We can maybe work on with some MongoDB stuff, and we could send in the data. We can fetch the post, and we could do some cool stuff then. So before that, let's actually get the actual session. So to get the actual session, I'm on my home page right now, and what we want to basically do on our home page is we want to have our function. Of course, we want to have our server-side rendered function. So what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be writing out our function here on the bottom. Export async. So it's going to be an asynchronous function, right? And it's going to say get server-side props. And do not mess up the naming here, because this is how the function is exported. This is how you should export the function as. And so the function has some parameters, some values. So function accepts a context. It has something called a context, and context basically contains a bunch of cool stuff. Like when you route to a different page, it's gonna contain your query params and stuff like that. So it's gonna have all those sorts of things. So it's gonna have your query parameters, like your routing IDs and whatever pages you navigate to. So it's gonna contain all the dynamic stuff. So and we need the context to get the session on the server side render. So here we're gonna be checking if the user is actually authenticated on the server. Basically, this is what we're going to be checking here. So this is what we're going to do here, and we're going to have our const, and we're going to have our session, and our session is going to say await get session. Now we're using get session. So there's two types of functions Next.js. So there's a hook called use session, and there's a hook called get session. The difference between both of these is that get session is for the server side. So this all the stuff we are actually writing inside of this code block is actually server side stuff, right? And all the stuff which is here inside of this code block, inside of your return here, inside of your function, here, is gonna be it's gonna be your client side basically. So there's server side code and then there's client side code. So the use session hook is for the client side, and the get session is for the server side. And we need to send in the context, by the way. So remember, we need to actually send in the context param, and you can name this anything. It can be named as CTX as well, or anything, but yeah. So you need to send in to receive the session on the server basically. And now we're gonna just do a simple check, and we're gonna say if there is no session, we want to basically return. So what do we want to return is we want to return a redirect, and we want to return a redirect, and this is all there in the Next.js documentation. And this is something new which I'm doing here, and the reason I'm doing this is because to check on, and I think that's why basically it's actually logging us out or something. Maybe it's because either of those things aren't true, and that's why it actually redirects us back to our home route. But yeah, so what I'm actually doing is you can just pretty much go here and you can just check. So I'm actually checking if the session is there, and I'm actually doing a redirect here. So if you like simply search for something called redirect. So what redirects allow you to actually do is they allow you to, of course, redirect to another route if something isn't true. So that's what we are actually trying to do here. And we are using so redirects have something called permanent. So have these so they have like it's like an asynchronous function. So they accept these things, permanent and a destination, which is going to be path where we want to go, and the permanent is true or false. And if this is true, it will use the 308 status code, and if false, it will use the 307 status code and is not going to be cached. So we want to keep it to false basically. So that's what we are doing basically. So we are saying permanent, and we are actually gonna keep this to false. So we don't want it to be permanent, and the destination is going to be, and all permanent does. So don't get confused what permanent is gonna do. What permanent means is, as the name suggests, the redirect is only going to be it's only going to happen if either of these things. So if you make it true, it will use the status 308, which basically is gonna cache and redirect forever. It's gonna keep redirecting you, but we don't want that to happen. So what we are saying is we are saying keep it false, and we don't want it to cache, and we don't want that sort of behavior. So we don't want any sort of behavior where it keeps basically keeps caching, keeps caching, and it's gonna when it keeps caching, it's gonna keep redirecting your page, and we don't want that to have that sort of behavior them. So that's all we are saying. We're just saying make it false actually. And again, you can see actually logged out, and I think log back in again. So yeah, we are logged in again. So yeah, now we can actually so this is basically getting we're getting the session. Now of course we want to return our session, right? So what we can do is we can do return. Of course we can go outside of this block here, outside of this block, and then we can just do a return, right? And remember, whatever we do inside of it, we have to return these things as props, right? So we want to return as props, right? And we want to return our session basically. And of course to return our session, now we want to do one thing to basically, so I don't want to so there's like two ways you can do this. Is you can either get the session through the props here, but what I want to do is we don't want to keep doing this, right? We don't want to keep doing this for each, and let's say we want to use this session in any other component. We don't want to use doing it. Instead we want to use like a use session hook, which is a much cleaner way of doing this stuff. So what I want to do is I want to show you guys a way we can do that. So what we can do is basically we can go to our, so to be able to use the use session, you can see the hook, we need to expose the session context. And what this is gonna do is, since we're wrapping our entire application inside of the session provider, this is gonna make sure that the session of which we return here, basically this session as props, is gonna by default give it to every component. It's going to attach this to every component, so we can just simply use the hook, and we don't have to return it here, and we don't have to get it like that, which is much more clean using the hook, right? So all we have to do is, again, I'll just go back to my and we're going to be using Recoil as well, by the way. So for the modal stuff, so I mean there's a lot of stuff there's a lot of stuff, guys, in this build. It's such an insane build. So we have like the session provider, and what we want to do is we're going to go to our app, and of course you can see it actually is on the top level. Again, there's like higher order components. If you guys don't know what higher order components are, just do a quick Google search and try to see what higher order components do. So this session provider is like a higher order component for us, which is wrapping everything inside of our session provider. And of course we need to basically get this too from our next authentication. And we also want to actually do this, by the way. So don't forget to do this. So inside of your app, we want to actually do this too. So replace this with page props session. So we want to send in the session, and this is going to attach it to every page prop, and that's what we were basically doing it manually here, right? So that's what it's going to actually do, but it's going to expose the session context. And now we can do something really cool, right? We can actually get the session on the client side using the hook they are providing us. So we can use this hook. We can simply use this hook, and we just need to import this, and we can simply use this. And now we are just renaming the data to session, and we can console log our session, and we will see that there will be a logged in user in our application here. So if I actually try to see, this is some previous errors we were getting. So yeah, that was when session wasn't defined. So you can see we get an object back, and then there's a user, and this is the current email. This is the account we're actually logged in with, right? And they give us a name, and they give us an image, and then expires. So I think this is what's happening. I think it gives us something called an expires. And I think this is why I think our session actually it keeps expiring, because of this reason. I think when this actually when this actually there's like a expires time. So when basically it expires, so actually logs us out, and there's like no session anymore, and then we need to re-authenticate. And since we are already logged in before, so it does not actually ask us for our user login details, which is really clean again. This is really nice, right? And that's what we are basically doing here. So we are just checking if there's no session, we want to return back. So we don't want to keep the user logged in, right? So I mean, we don't want to keep the user logged in if there's no session. And right now, let's get the actual user instead of Elon Musk here. So what we can do is we can again use the same hook, right? And now we can use this same hook pretty much anywhere inside of any component. So we're going to use it inside of our sidebar. And there's something more we want to do, which I want to show you guys inside of our sidebar component. And that's basically, so let me actually go back and let me just see from the sidebar what we're actually doing inside of our sidebar component. So let me just explain what we're gonna do here. So we can get the session here, of course, but what we wanna also actually do is and that's actually, I think that's actually on our index page. It's not on inside of our sidebar. So what we can actually do is we can check. So this is, we were checking the user. So if I go back to my home page, this is what we are doing to check the user, if the user is authenticated on the server, right? But now we also want to check on the client side. Okay, and to check on the client side, what we can do is we can use something like so we can use something like so they actually show us, I'm not sure what to search for, so it's like a status thing here. It gives us it basically gives us the status, and the use session hook basically gives us all these powerful things. So if I go to use session and version 4, and it will, yeah, so this is what it actually gives us. So it gives us a status, which is, so this is really cool, and this is in the newer version of Next.js again. And this is, yeah, this is what I wanted to show you guys. So what this is gonna do is it's gonna check, and you guys can read this out too. The default behavior is to redirect the user to the sign-in page, and we want to basically do this. And what this is actually going to do, guys, is this is really clean, right? So this gives us something called status, and what status basically means is just the state. So status has three values: authenticated, unauthenticated, and loading. So it has three values. And why this is pretty cool is because if the status is loading, let's say you could just implement a beautiful loading animation, and you could have a loading sort of state if the status is loading, just like this. And you can have a loading, and if the, of course, the user is logged in, you can then pretty much just return the logged in state. And this could be your protected route, like your home route or anything, which is really, if the user is not authenticated, we want to redirect the user here. So in our scenario, what we want to do here is we want to use something called a router, and we want to redirect the user. So for the client side, we want to use a router, of course. For the server side, we were using this function, right? Because we can't use a router here on the server side. We can only use the router on the client side. So we are using router, and again, router is again it's basically a hook, which is again built in within Next.js. It's built in within Next.js. And what we want to do here is we just want to route. We just want to say router.push. Okay, so we want to push to our /home. So if the user is not actually authenticated, so when this is going to happen, if the user is not authenticated on the client side, and this is going to happen when it's not authenticated on the server side. So this is what we are doing. This was something new which I wanted to show you guys. Now you guys can pretty much use the status and check here if the status is loading, have a loading animation sort of thing, which is again a really nice, right? So we have that done, and now we can basically just go back to our sidebar, and we could just pretty much use this. And now what we can do, instead of doing this URL, what we can do is we can use session, and we can just pretty much say, so I'm using optional chaining here to protect myself, because the session might not be defined, and we want to try to protect ourselves. And we want to say session.user.imager, because when the user is actually not authenticated, it's gonna actually error. So to prevent that from happening and to successfully redirecting to the home page, we are actually doing optional chaining here. Now if I actually save this, boom, I have the user's authenticated image. I could do the same for the name. So I could just say name here, and here I could just say email. So if I do email here, and if I save this now, and here we go, this is the actual logged in user, and we want to have a sign out when we actually click on this avatar. So we can just again import the beautiful sign out function Next.js actually gives us. We can actually try it right now. So if I actually click here, it redirected me back to my home route, and now I wouldn't be able to access my my home page because that's protected route, right? Now if I actually try to log in, let's try to log in with a different account. And here we go, we're actually logged in now. So this is my main account and I'm actually logged in, and you see actually server side, so it actually fetch the user on the server. So if when I refresh, you see there's no sort of flickering here, and the reason there's no sort of flickering is because we are fetching the user on the server side, basically. So that's like really powerful. And if for some reason we actually don't do this, and now if I actually show you guys, and now if I refresh this, you will see that, you see what's happening. So this is the difference, guys. So there's now right now there's like a flickering in the flickering because the user is not server side rendered. But if I have this function get server side props and if I refresh now, you guys can see there's no flickering. So that's why this is really powerful. But let's keep going. So we have our session. We're fetching our session successfully. So we're not using any dummy data anymore. Now let's work on our feed, and let's actually have functionality to add our post and to delete post and to do all that modal animation and all that sort of stuff inside of frame motion. Let's actually create like another component. So yeah, I mean we're actually done with our sidebar. So let's actually create a feed. Yeah, let's work on our feed now. Which is gonna be our main component, of course. The main sort of component is gonna have all the juicy stuff, you know. And let's just say feed for now, and let's actually uh, import our feed from our components, and let's just maybe save this. And we have our feed here. So one thing which I actually did not, I think I did actually do this. So let's actually we did actually do this thing. So we have a sidebar and now we have a feed. So let's actually create the feed now. Let's actually work on the feed component. So let me open the feed component. So this is gonna be the more sort of we're gonna work the most here, and we're gonna create a form and get some posts and stuff here. So what I want to do is we want to keep it really simple, this component. So I mean we want to have we want to have like an input component on top where the user when you actually click here, so this is gonna be like a button where you click here, you'll be able to post stuff. So let's say hello world. So you know, try to post, and if I click on post, you see I can post stuff from here. I can like, if I delete it, it's gonna be deleted and that's gone. So we want to have this simple component, which is going to be an input component. And the reason we want to have this as a component is because we can then reuse this anywhere else on the app. So we want to have like an input component. So let's actually create this, a new file, and input.js and underscore rfce, and let's say input for now. Let's just say input for now, and let's just import this from our again make sure to not import the material UI input but from your components, and we do have the input, so the feed is changed to input now. Now for our overall feed, we're gonna have input, and on the bottom here we're gonna be having some posts. So we're gonna be mapping through, we're gonna be fetching the post from the database using a user fact, and we're also gonna be doing some bonus stuff with server-side rendering. So when we actually refresh, you guys can see so it's not just fetching real time, but it's actually fetching server on the server-side render too, right? So you guys can see when you actually log in, the post doesn't load or anything, they're already there. So that's server-side rendered post. So it's kind of like a hybrid version of both of these things, which we're going to be doing. So we'll have our post here, but for the outermost container, what I'm going to do is I'm going to have some sort of spacing y of 6, and then we want to have some padding bottom of 24, and we want to have max width of large. So we want to have these sort of things. So we want to have a space y, which is going to be the spacing between the input and the post container, and the padding bottom, and just a max width of large. And again, I'm not saying mx auto because again the sidebar and the feed, they're all gonna be inside of the same direction, in flex direction. So their whole container should be in the center, not the individual children, if it makes sense to you guys. So let's actually work on the input now. And let me quickly open the input component. So let's create our beautiful input component. So for our input component, we're gonna have an outer div, which is gonna be a class name of background of white. So there's gonna be a background of white. There's gonna be, so on my dark, again I want the background to be uh, the color which LinkedIn has. So that sort of color. Yeah, I think it's this color. So we want to have a rounded LG. We want to have padding all around of 3. We want to have space Y of 3. We want to have a border gray, border gray of 300. And then again on the dark, we don't want to have border none. And again, as I explained you guys before, you guys can create a class. I did not actually create a class for this, but you guys can pretty much create a class for this and reuse that class everywhere. Then we're gonna have a inner container. So we can see some things. Let's actually make this on maybe, so I mean right now we are actually seeing it on the bottom since it's flex column direction. So yeah, I mean, yeah, let's keep it like that and let's keep working. So we have like an inner container which is gonna have a class name of flex. So it's gonna say flex, and items in vertically they will be in center, and there's gonna be some space x of 2, and there's gonna be an avatar material UI avatar which we're going to be using. And what I'm referring to is actually this thing, right? It's going to be this thing, the avatar, and then this is going to be the button. So this looks like an input, but it's not like an input. It's actually a button, and there's some framer motion animation going on here. So when you hover over this, and when I actually click, it actually scales down, and you guys can see there's like a cool animation here. So that's like an animation. So that's what we're going to be creating. So for the avatar, we are going to have a source, and again we need our session, so we can use our beautiful hook which we are actually using inside of our sidebar. So let's get this hook, and let's actually fetch this, and let's now just say session session. Now again, I'm doing my optional chaining to protect myself from anything which is undefined. Oops, what am I actually doing here? Okay, session.user.image. Okay, and here's my image. So here's my avatar, and then I want to have a class name. And again I want to have height of 10, important width of 10, and I want to say cursor pointer as well. So, and yeah, so that's working. Now we have our avatar. Now after the avatar, we want to have motion, because remember the button has some animations, and we're going to be using framer motion again. And again, this all this thing basically I actually got it from Fireship's video. I think he explained like about some modal animations and stuff. So it was like animated models, and I think it was this his GitHub repo where I actually got these cool animations from. So I just got it from his GitHub repo, and I'll actually link this in the description so you guys can see the live demo. And if you guys want to change the animations, so this is the live demo. So we're using these beautiful animations, and these are of course framer motion animations, and this is like some pop-up animations, and you guys can pretty much change these directions to error. If I do now, it's gonna be like error, and here we can like change. So we are using two of these. So we're using a drop-in, and we're using a GIF view up. So the GIF view up is gonna be for when you actually click on the image of the post, and the drop-in is when you click on this post, and this is this beautiful animation you're using. And this is the button animation basically. So this is what the button is doing, but I just changed some of the values according to the build to suit the build. But yeah, it's pretty much the same. So try to take a look at these, and it has a video as well on these things. So it's really cool how you can do this. And These are SVG animations. I mean, they're really nice, by the way. So let's get back and let's actually implement those things. So we have like a motion dot button, and again, what we want to do is we want to have like there's a bunch of stuff. So let's actually quickly get this stuff, um, because again, I'm not really an expert with animations. I just changed some of these values, and these values are pretty self explanatory. So if I actually save this, I have a button, and you guys can see the animations are actually applying. So of course, first thing you need is like you need the motion. If you don't do it, if you do it without the motion, all these attributes aren't going to work. So while hover is just like when you actually hover over this, how much do you actually want it to scale by. And while tap is of course is very simple, when you tap on it, and how much do you want it to descale by, which is like of course the how much do you want it to the scale effect, how much is gonna be smaller. And I just reduced it, and it was a bit more in the original one. And of course we're gonna have an on click where we're gonna have a state, and this is where we're gonna be using Recoil, which is I pretty much used Recoil in my Twitter build too, the last one, which was really clean. It was really slick. Everyone liked it so much, and we got a really good response for that one. And that's like the most insane build. But we are using Recoil again, and it's all just like pattern recognition. That's why I try to use stuff over and over again to just make you guys just get through it, just get the pattern recognition kick in. And you know it's really nice once the pattern recognition is there. So we're gonna work on now we're gonna work on the bottom part of our input, which is gonna be this thing, these icons here. So let's actually work on them. So I'm gonna say flex, and I want to say item center, and I want to say flex of wraps. I'm actually saying flex wrap now because I want it to wrap when it actually reaches a mobile responsive screen. And the reason I'm doing this is how LinkedIn was actually handling as well. So they weren't having like four the same they weren't on. So when you basically try to go on phone, I can actually show you guys. So this is an iPhone X, and you see this is what wrapping does. So it's actually wrapping the last one. And if you go to an iPad screen, you can see still wrapped right now. But if I try to make this responsive, if I try to go bigger screen, you guys can see what's happening. So of course it's wrapping here. So this is what wrapping, and this is how LinkedIn had it implemented as well. So this is really like a cool way of doing stuff. So yeah, so this is what we want to actually do inside of our this build. So what I'm doing is, this is the container for all my icons. So I have this sort of container where I'm gonna say justify center, and I'm also gonna give a gap x of 4. So I can just shorten this to gap 4. I don't have to actually say gap x and gap y individually. You can just shorten this to gap 4. And on a medium breakpoint, we want to have a larger gap x of 10. Basically, this is what we want to have it on a medium breakpoint. And of course, right now we don't have anything inside. So now we want to have. So we again, I'm gonna be using global class names here for our custom class name. I mean, for styling. And there's gonna be a bunch of buttons here, which I'm just gonna quickly copy. So it's gonna be really easy, all these buttons. So we have these buttons here, of course the 4 buttons here inside of our divs. And of course I don't have the icons right now, so it's shouting me like a huge error right now. So let's actually import these icons, and let's get back to our build, and let's save it now. And now if I go back, I have these icons. So, and of course right now the styling is not how we want it to look, right? Because again I have this input button, and what I'm doing is I'm also saying group, and you cannot apply, so you cannot actually apply group inside of the global CSS file. So you have to apply it inside of your component here, and I'm applying a group class. And the reason I'm applying a group class is because so we have this h4, and what I'm doing, what group basically does, if you guys are new to this, so this is actually a group hover, which means the group is actually the button. The button is the container, right? So this is the whole group basically. This is like a whole group. And when I hover over this whole group, I want only the text opacity to change, which is my text, you know. So that's all I want to do. I don't want to change my image icon opacity. So I only want to change my text opacity to pure white. So that's what I'm doing using a group, which is, if you guys don't know, something cool. And then of course having different colors for all these four icons, so I'm having different LinkedIn colors. Now we can go to globals and let's just style our let's get our input button. Let's get one of them and let's go to our globals and let's actually style our input button according to how we actually need it. So uh, so here's our input button. So we're gonna say display of flags, and we're gonna say items of center, because remember there's an icon and there's some text, right? And then we wanna have SpaceX of to a font of medium, and I also wanna say cursor pointer and text of small, and we wanna save it. As soon as I save it, here we go. This already looks really nice right now. And right now, of course, it's not wrapping, and I mean it's not wrapping here. If I go to a phone screen, I think it should. Yeah, so it is wrapping, as you guys can see on iPhone X. Even iPad, I think it should wrap. Uh, right now, of course, I have to make this bigger. I mean, it's wrapping on iPad as well, so which is really nice. And of course, right now this animation is working, but of course we don't see any sort of modal because you need to have an on click and we need to implement the modal component as well. But this is really nice and it's actually working. And look at this, guys. So this looks really nice, right? And the sidebar goes in the flex column direction with the post, and all the posts are gonna be down here, and that's gonna look really nice because, and that's a really good user experience, right? Because you're not actually hiding the sidebar and you're still having it a portion of your sidebar on the top. And how LinkedIn basically had, of course they didn't actually completely remove these things. So what they had, like they had a mini button here when you go on a responsive screen. So when you click here, it actually basically shows you these things. So you can I mean, I didn't do that, of course, because of the build is already so huge and there's a lot of things going on. But if you guys want to do that implementation, you can. It's really, and I've done those things in my other builds as well, so you guys can pretty much do that and extend this to as much as you want to. I mean, if I actually change the, oh, this actually looks really clean. I mean, we didn't actually check this out, so this looks really nice, right? The colors are changing and everything's sort of working, and yeah, but I want to use the dark mode, of course. So let's keep going here. So we have our input button, and now we want to work on, so our input is actually complete. All we have to do is we have to have our modal functionality, and we have to implement recoil and fetch the post inside of the feed, so you know we can post, and let's actually implement that functionality. So you know, the real-time functionality, when we click here, we want the modal to open and all that sort of stuff. Let's actually do that sort of stuff. So first thing, let's actually install, and if you guys have never used Recoil, get ready to be blown away by the most powerful state management tool out there, and the most simple, I would say, you know, not like the most powerful, but the most simplest. And just use like npm install Recoil, which I just did right now. And of course I'm gonna show you the documentation as well, because that's how I like to do it always. I have to go to the documentation website and show you guys how to get started and stuff. So you just install Recoil first, and there's a bunch of select, and it actually works like very similar to Redux, but it's actually huge. Like it simplifies the whole process by a huge amount. And if you guys use context APIs and Redux, and if you are new to Recoil, trust me, it's insane. It's actually insane how powerful this and simple Recoil is, you know. And so we actually install Recoil. Now what we want to do, the first thing is, again, we want to wrap our whole application. So again, we want to wrap our whole application. So if I go back to my app.js. So we are wrapping, so you can see we are wrapping our app.js inside of something called Recoil root, and Recoil root is just above our theme provider. So we have our Recoil root and our theme provider and our component, and of course we want to import a Recoil root from Recoil, and we just want to do this, and we just want to, of course, so whenever we use like a state management like Redux, if you have used Redux, you have like a store and everything where you basically wrap your whole application inside of that, so to provide access to the state on each and every component, so that's how you basically do it, and this is what we're just doing here, in a simplest manner. Now let's get back to the build. And so what we can do now, guys, it's actually really simple. So if you have been used Redux, and in one of my previous builds I actually used Redux, so we had something called slices in Redux. Now if you're new to all state management stuff and stuff like that, I'd recommend you guys just maybe go ahead and get a deep dive into what state management and stuff like that is. It just allows us to share state without prop drilling and without basically sending too many props to different bunch of different components, and to access the state inside of a component which does not relate to directly with another component. So that's the benefit of using state management, you know in the simplest words, I mean. But we basically create like a new folder, and that's going to be called atoms. So there's going to be a bunch of atoms. So it works exactly in the same manner like slices. So there's going to be like atoms, and what we're going to be doing is inside of our inside of our atoms folder. So as you guys can see, I have atoms. So we're going to be having two files. So this is basically, just think of like two slices. So we're going to have like a one slice for our post component and another slice for our modal component. So we're going to have like two slices. So I'm going to create modal atom. Right now we're just going to focus on our modal one. So what we have is, in Recoil we have these atoms. So what atoms basically represent is, they actually so we're going to be having these two atoms, and what basically atoms represent is, they represent a piece of state. Okay, and you guys can remember, see, it creates an atom, it represents a piece of state. That's what I said, right? Represents a piece of state, and it just works exactly in the same way as a use state basically. But use state is just one component restricted, right? So what happens in use state is, you have like a modal, let's say, and then you have like a set modal, and then you have like a use state, and then you have like a false, which is like a default value. If you guys are familiar with the use state hook, right, this is what happens, right? And this piece of code is exactly the same as that. It has a default value, it has a key. So we need to use something called keys in Recoil. And then you basically have like and then you can use any setter when we're going to be using, and we'll use like a custom hook, not a custom hook, sorry. So we're going to be using like a use Recoil value hook inside of Recoil, which is going to give us back, and we're going to be sending the key, the ID, which is going to give us back this piece of state. And if you use this ID, this is just, key is just like an ID basically, and if you use this key, it's going to give us back this piece of state, and that's what's going to happen basically. So this is how simple Recoil is, and it's extremely easy to use, just like a use state. So what I'm going to do now, guys, here is I'm going to be having two pieces of state. So one is going to be for the modal open. Okay, and of course I'm going to have a setter. I'm going to say set modal open, and now I'm going to, instead of using use state, which we typically do, right, we're going to use Recoil state. So all we have to add is, before use state, we just have to add Recoil here in the middle. So use something called use Recoil state, and we actually get our use Recoil state from Recoil basically. So it's not, again, it's not actually showing me the auto import. So you can just import use Recoil state from Recoil, and what we have to do here is, we have to provide the ID which I was talking about, right? The Recoil state ID, the key which we set it. So we need to provide that, and that was modal state here. So I'm just gonna use that modal state, and remember, we are actually exporting that, right? So if I go back to my atom, so we're actually exporting this as a default value from our atom, right? So what we can do is, we can actually import our modal state, right, from, and I'm just doing manual because for me right now sometimes it's really annoying that the auto imports doesn't work, so you have to like manually import. So I'm just gonna import this from my atoms, and it's gonna be inside of my modal atom basically. And this is what we are basically doing, and we are importing, and this is the key which we are sending, and we're getting back, and this is how it actually works exactly like a use state. All we had to do is we have to use Recoil. Now we can actually use this line of code in each and any of the component, and it's gonna give us back the state if it's true or false. And this is, if that's like that blew your mind, just let me know. Like, this is insane, right? And with the use state you can't do that, right? I mean, and with Recoil, this is how simple it is. It works exactly like a use state, but it gives you access, to this piece of state in any other component wherever you want to basically use this. Now we're gonna have another one which is gonna be for modal type. So remember we had like two atoms, so modal type, and we have modal state. So remember when I told you guys we're gonna be using two types of modal, right? As I explained you before, there's gonna be like two a modal for our image, and then there's gonna be a modal for our post. So that's gonna be a modal type for us. So we're gonna say modal type, right? And this is just gonna set our modal type, and we can by default so here inside of our atoms, of course by default we are just saying drop in. So of course this is gonna be a string value because this is gonna be a type of model, so we're gonna define the types of model, and this is of course a string value. So by default we want to keep it drop in, and then we are changing different when on different on clicks we are gonna change this state basically to a different model. But we're going to be using one component for all the models. So even if you want to have more different types of models, you just use one component, but you just change the type of the model. And this is how easy it's going to be, guys. We're just changing the type of our model, that's all. And here of course we just have to send in model type state, remember, and we just auto import. So yeah, and here we go. So this is working for us. And now what we want to do is when we actually click on this button, guys, if we go back to the build, so when I click on our startup post button, and let's actually see. So this is the button, right? So we had our on clicks here, so I'm going to uncomment these things, and this is of course an inline function. So we are actually doing two things here. First thing is we are setting our modal open to true, our modal state, and the second thing is we are doing we are changing our modal type to drop in, right? Because we're going to be using a drop-in model in this scenario. So when you click here, it's going to be a drop-in type model. So that's all we're going to be doing. And now it's we can access these states in any other component, right? So now what we're going to be doing, guys, is something really cool, right? So we're going to be having a modal component, right? We're going to be creating like a modal.js and underscore, and it's going to be of course like just like any other modal component. But what's going to happen is it's going to have two types of models. And again, these models, again, I just learned from Firebase's video, and I showed you guys, and the links there in the description as well, so you guys can check it out. And there's a bunch of different models, but we are only using two types of models. So again, what I'm gonna do is I'm actually gonna go and I'm actually gonna quickly copy this component because again there's it's a very like, or actually I should just maybe create it and just, so yeah, I can actually copy the modal component, and then we're going to be using a form component inside of our modal, which is going to be for all our form stuff. So when I click here, you guys can see, right? So this is our modal, right? But this is going to be like the form stuff, where we're going to have some information. We're going to track this state. We're going to basically user is going to type some state, some input, and for a URL, and they're going to be able to post. So this is going to be our form sort of thing, and this is going to be a separate component, and we're gonna be creating this component. But for the modal, let me actually just copy this whole component actually and explain what's actually gonna go on here. And let me just go back here, and don't worry by seeing this much amount of code, it's all, again, these values are just the animation values. So there are two types of modal. The first one is going to be the drop-in. The second is going to be the GIF of modal, the names of your modal types, and then we are exporting some bunch of stuff here. And now if I go back into the functional, we have, of course, we are getting back our session, a real-time session, and then of course we are getting so this is just a post state. We don't actually need this now. And let me actually remove all sort of post stuff. So we are not actually doing any sort of post stuff, and we don't have so we have something called handle close, which is, so the model is actually going to receive two props, right? So the first one is going to be the type, right? The first one, so one is the first is going to be the handle close. And what handle close is going to be a really simple prop, and all it's going to do is going to actually close your model. So what's going to happen is, remember when we had the set modal open, this is going to turn back to false. So that's all this handle close is, just a function basically. That's all it's going to do, right? And then there's like the second one is going to be the type of modal we wanted. So as you guys can see, so we have like a main backdrop, a backdrop sort of component. And where we are actually getting this backdrop from is we actually have a different sort of component, different component for backdrop, which we are going to be creating. So let's actually create a backdrop, and this is how Fireship has done in his video as well, a backdrop component. So we like have a backdrop component which is gonna have a motion.div. Basically it's just gonna be an animated div. So we can have, and it's just going to be a small animate, and it's going to accept some children. Now this is really powerful. What we're actually doing here is we can accept different sorts of children, right? But the main animation is going to still like stay the same. And there's some initial, animate, and exit values which you have. And then of course I just changed these values. These were all in CSS. I just changed them to Tailwind. So that's what I basically did. And then there's a bunch of children, and the children is going to be the types of different models which we could use and which we could implement. So that's all which is actually happening. And you can see backdrop is accepting two props, right? It's actually accepting a children and an on-click prop, right? So that's what the backdrop is going to be accepting. So here we say backdrop on click, and on click is basically, of course, the handle flow. So when you click outside of your modal, it's actually going to close it. So if you guys see, when I click on my modal, if I actually click outside, it actually closes it, right? Same goes for this one. If I click here, so it doesn't, so it's a really good user experience, right? Because you don't want the users to actually, so whenever the user actually clicks here, you don't still want the modal to show, right? Because that's not how it works in applications. Usually it's like when you click outside the modal, it should actually the modal should actually disappear and goes off with a cool animation. So that's what is technically happening here. So that's exactly what we're going to be doing. So we're sending a prop, and then another prop is going to be inside of your modal, which is going to be these children, right? So if our type is actually drop-in, we're going to be showing this bunch of and then there's going to be a form component here. So let's quickly create our form component as well. And I know I'm actually going really quickly through all these things. But yeah, don't worry, and all these things are gonna make sense once we're gonna implement all this stuff, which we are actually doing right now, and we're actually getting back the form. So this is gonna be our form, right? And what sort of technically happens is you guys can see the first modal, which is the drop-in type, is only going to show the form, right? The second modal, which is going to be for when we actually click on the post, and then it's going to be this type of modal, and that's going to be a different one, right? And that's what it's going to show us. So it's going to show us this post, and for now we don't have any sort of post, and we don't actually have, so let me actually comment these two things, since we don't have any sort of post URL and stuff like that. But we're going to be retrieving and we're, by the way, we're going to be storing our post as well inside of the recoil state, and there's going to be a reason why we want to store our post as well, and we're going to be displaying that post when we actually click on this image. When you click on this image, this post is actually, and let me actually quickly log back in to the app. So we're logged back in. So this post is actually so this post is actually, by the way, it's inside of your recoil state. So inside of the recoil state, and when we actually click on this post, is actually recoil state stores this post, and I basically and this is how we're actually retrieving back the post when we actually click on the modal. And we're not refetching it here because we don't actually need to refetch and make another request to the database. So that's not a good user case, right, to just keep refetching your request. So instead, we are actually saving it inside of recoil, and we're actually that way we're actually retrieving back the post, which is really nice, right? So that's what we're going to be doing here. So that's why we're going to be having two types of atoms, one for your post and another one for your modal. So I hope that's clear for you guys. So yeah, let's keep working on our modal. So we do have our modal component. So we have our modal component, and again, the first one is again gonna have some stuff. So when you click here, it's gonna have like a create a post, a top section, which is gonna be with some icon buttons. So icon buttons, some beautiful some animations that changes to light mode. I think now you'll be able to see it's just like a material UI effect which you see. So this is like a very subtle effect which we are doing. And again, if you click here, again we click on the icon button, it closes the modal. That's what's happening. And then we basically have an avatar. So we have an avatar and we have some session information, and then we have a form component. So that's going to be our form here. And of course, right now we are actually not seeing the modal. So let's make sure that we actually, because we are actually clicking and the modal state is true, but we do not actually see the modal. Why? Because we're not actually rendering the modal anywhere, right? So we're going to be rendering the modal on our index page. Basically, that's where we're going to be rendering our modal. So let me quickly get back to our home page, and this is where we're going to be. So that's the advantage of having a state management like Recoil, because even if we render the modal here, we're still gonna be we can still use the all the state management stuff here, because we don't need to. So we can't actually go backwards, right? Because home page is our starting point, and we cannot come backwards from your component and send back the state. So that's why we need to have like a state management, something like Recoil or Redux, to preserve our state, even if we go backwards, so this is why state management is really cool. Now after our widgets, basically, so widgets is going to be a component. We're going to be having, so let me actually quickly get our so there's going to be another of course animate presence, which is going to be another animation component. So what we can do is on our home page, so our modal is basically wrapped around something called animate presence, which again is a framer motion. So we can import this from framer motion, and you can pretty much send in some props here, which I'm actually not doing. So you can send in some initial, on exit complete and exit before, and some children, and there's a bunch of different props which you can actually send in through the animate press. And if you hover over this, you guys can pretty much see what it does, right? So it enables the animation of components that have been removed from the tree. And like again, I'm not an expert on frame motion, but yeah, it's just basically this is what it actually does. So we just wrap our modal around this thing, and we only want to show our modal. Now this is really cool, right? So only want to show our modal if our modal open state is true, right? So what we can do now is we can go back to modal, and we can get this piece of state which is inside of our input. So we can get this, and we can pretty much paste this in here, and let's actually auto import these two things, right? And now we can actually we are getting our modal open state, right? And we are only showing our modal, right? We're only showing our modal, and again we want to import our modal as well from the right place. So we only want to show our modal if our modal open is true, right? And then modal, again, remember our modal is actually accepting two props, handle close and type. What handle close is gonna do is gonna, again, is just gonna set the modal to false, right? because modal open to false, so we don't want to show. And then the next thing is the type of the modal we are actually sending, right? And again, for the type of the modal, we could do the exact same thing. We could just go and copy this here, this state, and we could again just get this state. And the type of the modal by default is actually going to be a drop-in one here. So when we actually click here, that's gonna be the default type-in modal. So now if I actually try to save this, you know, and we don't want to actually change it here, because this type of the modal, we want to change it dynamically. We don't want to change it here, because remember, again, we are only using our modal component once, but the type is only going to change based on the user's click. So that's how the modal type is going to change. So it's going to change dynamically, and we don't want to change it manually here, right? That's why we are using state to basically change it dynamically. Now let's actually see inside of our finished app, and it's just saying that we can't. So it actually does not. So inside of our modal, we are importing something which is not defined. Line 8. Oh yeah, this is actually, we haven't created that, so, and we haven't created post, so we can, and here we go. As soon as I actually did that, here we go, this is the animation. Look at how slick this looks, guys. And of course we didn't create the form yet, so it's just showing us form. But how slick does this look, guys? And it's actually having all these, so all these the backgrounds, and you see all the blur, that's all happening here inside of our backdrop. So if I go to my backdrop component, this is all happening inside of here. So we have a background. So if I actually change this to red, for example, that's our backdrop. And again, with red, we have to give like a palette color. So now if I do this, you guys can see the background. I mean, this is not what we want, but just to show you guys, this is what the backdrop does, you know. And when you click on the backdrop, what we want is we want to close the modal, right? So which is really clean, and this is framer motion, guys. This is insane, right? So this is with framer motion. And now of course we wanna keep it, of course we wanna keep it black, but of course we don't want to keep the full black, so we're just having a 70 opacity, so to make it look really slick. So this is what's happening, guys. So you guys can pretty much see it's working. So this functionality is working for us. Now let's actually work on the form component, and let's actually finish our form component. So we can actually move on to other stuff. So let's work on our form. So for our form, what we have to do is, again, I want to use, since it's specifically exclusively a form component, you can just use like a form here, right? And the first thing is that I'm going to be having a text area. And if you guys don't know what text area is, I mean, it's not like it works like an input, but it's not exactly like an input. Text area is for a bunch of stuff. So as you can see, when I do text area, there's like a bunch of stuff which you can fill in. But of course I don't want the rows and the columns and the names and those things. So I do want the rows, but I want the rows to be 4. So I don't want it to be, so rows basically represent your rows, of course, but I only want it to be 4. And then I want to have like a placeholder which says, what do you want to talk about? And I just want to save this, and again it's updating, as you guys can see. And let me actually make it smaller, so we see our changes. Actually see our changes updating here. So we have a placeholder, and then we want to have a class name. So let's actually style it. So I want to give a background, so I want to remove that background it has by default, by saying background transparent. And if we actually hover, I mean we actually click here, you see there's a focus outline. So on focus, so which we want to remove it, we want to say outline of none. And now if I actually save this, the outline is gone. So and on our dark, so on our dark variant, what we want to do is we want to change our placeholder color to white 75, and we want to save it. So right now you can see, since you're on dark mode, it's actually changed to white right now. And now of course the text area is not like it's just a self-closing. It should be just like a self-closing component tag, because it doesn't again have anything. It just works like an input. And we're gonna be having like a value, okay, and again, if you guys have never worked with forms and form submissions and input fields before, you can watch my previous builds as well. You know, like I've pretty much explained, I pretty much do this in each and every build. Form submission is like pretty much there in each and every build. And what we basically try to do here is we just get our so I'm actually going to be using useState here. And what we're going to be doing is we're going to be having input. So we're gonna have input, and we're gonna have set input, and we're gonna set whatever the user is typing here to the state basically, so we can actually store what the user's typing. And we're gonna use a use state. By default it's gonna be empty, and let me just import it from React. I'm just gonna save it, and we're gonna have an on change listener here. And of course this is, again, if it's for any new people who don't know what this is just gonna store your input inside, and it's gonna take an event back from the when the user is actually typing something out, and it's gonna basically store it inside of your state, which is your set input. So now if I actually console log this real quick, actually show you guys, and if I'm actually gonna go to my console, and as you can see, if I'm actually typing something, so since it's in the center, you guys can see if I actually click here again, and if I actually change this, you guys can see it's actually mapping through what I'm typing, and it's actually getting back the input. So this is what set input is gonna do. It's actually map what the user's typing, and it's gonna set it to the value. So that's what's happening here. Now, of course, we just don't want to have text area. We also want to have an input for our photo URL. So I'm going to have an input, and then I'm going to have a placeholder. So let's have a placeholder here, and here we're going to be asking the user to add a photo URL, and it's going to be an optional. So basically the way it works is sometimes so in LinkedIn as well, this is how it works. And since it's a LinkedIn close, it's supposed to be like that. So how it basically works is they basically you can either, like, if even if you want to just post like a photo and without any sort of text, you can actually do that. And if you just want to post some text, you can you can do that as well without the photo. So I just mentioned optional here, and of course you guys can change this text according to how you like, but I just wrote optional here. But yeah, so let's actually style this, and let's make it look nicer. So background transparent, of course. Again, we're gonna say focus outline none, because we don't need any outline. So let's say outline none. So the outline's actually gone, and now we want to see. So we want to do truncate, and truncate is another. So truncate is another utility class inside of Tailwind, and what basically does is if your text actually overflows, it actually truncates and puts like 3 dots at the end of it, which is really clean, right? And it's gonna prevent any sort of overflow, and it's gonna put 3 dots. And right now it's actually putting 3 dots here instead of optional, because it's actually the placeholder is like overflowing, so it's actually putting these dots. But what you can do is you can have like a max width, and the max width I'm gonna have is XS, let's say extra small. And then I can say like on medium screen size I want to have like a max width of small. So I want to increase my max width on medium breakpoint, and on my dark variant I want to actually make the placeholder again to be white and 75. So again it turned white, as you guys can see. So again we're gonna have two value and on change here, but this time it's gonna be for photo URL. So we can create another piece of state, right? And instead of set input here, it's going to be set photo URL, but it's going to actually work the same way, right? All we have to do is create another piece of state. We can just have like a photo URL, and we can actually set the photo. And you can use refs as well. So there's like use refs which you can use, but in this build I'm just using use state, but you can also use refs, and of course you can do it that way as well. But I'm just using use states in this build, for this build. So let's just save it, and we have our two pieces of state where we have a photo URL, and we're actually setting this back to this, and now we have these two things, and we actually did not style our form. So let's actually style our form as well. That's why it's not looking how it's supposed to be looking. So let's just say flex first, flex column, because I wanted everything, and as soon as I do that, they're already in looking better, as you guys can see, in column direction. And now I want to make it relative, and again, if I'm doing relative there, then it makes sense that there must be something absolutely positioned inside of my form, right? Now text black but not completely black, and on my dark variant I want the text to be white of 75 again. So I'm just gonna say text white of 75, and as soon as I save that, here we go, already looks really nice and really nice. And I can click and it's gonna close, and I click again. I mean, it's looking really nice with a beautiful animation. So we have this kicking in. Now let's actually work on so we have this done. Now let's actually work on the button. So of course the post button, and you guys can see even if I put some spaces, it's still disabled, right? So I've done some trimming here, you know, so it's still disabled, and it's gonna stay disabled unless you enter some stuff here, and then only it's gonna enable for you. So that's how it actually works. So let's create that button. We're gonna have this button, and this is gonna say post, and it's gonna of course have a, let's actually style it first. So let's give it a class name, absolute. So it's gonna be position absolute, and it's gonna be from bottom 0, it's gonna be from right 0, and as you can see it's already on the bottom right. And now I want the font to be medium, a background a blue of 400, and I also want to do a hover of so when I hover, I want to change the background blue to be 500. So now of course there's no padding and that sort of stuff. So now I want to target actually a disable. So disable, this is again something really cool inside of Tailwind. So when you have like a so when you actually have like an attribute of disabled here, so on my post, let's say if I have like an attribute which we're going to be having, so I want my post to be as you can see, we want the post. So what this disable attribute is going to do is make on a condition when it becomes true, like there's going to be a condition which should return, like we should resolve to true. This is going to make the button disabled. So if I do disable true right now, the button would be disabled right now. I mean, it doesn't work. But now what I can do is I can just simply do like, if it's disabled, I want my text to be black 40, right? And since it's disabled, you guys can see the text actually changed. And now I also want to have also on disable, I want my background, so I also want to change my background to be white, white 75, and save it. And yeah, now it's actually white 75. And I also want to have disable. So one more thing which I want to have is I want to say cursor not allowed. So as soon as I save that, now you guys can see when I hover over the button, the cursor is actually changing to not allowed. So I'm not allowed to actually click on the button. And of course the on click actually this is disabled by default even without the styling, you know. So on click will not work if the button is disabled. That's the function of using disable true. And we also want to say text of white, and then we want to say a rounded of full. So we want to make it fully rounded and give some padding of 3.5 and padding y of 1, and we just want to save it now. And yeah, here's our button, right? And now it's gonna be disabled based on a condition. So condition which I'm gonna be writing here is if there is no input. Now what I'm actually doing here, so what people actually tend to miss here is they actually just say if there is no input and if there's no photo, let's say photo URL, and that's all they do. And what, even though this is correct for just like when you're not typing anything, it works, but when you put a space, you see it's actually not working now. Why? Because space is actually counted as a character. That's right, space is actually counted as a character So it actually has a value, basically, has a value. So that's why it turns blue and it's not disabled anymore, because there is an input, right? So space means there is an input. So what we try to do is we say trim, right? And what trim is going to do, as you guys can see, it removes the leading and trailing white spaces. So it's going to remove all the leading and trailing white, and we want to do the same for both of them. So only, okay, so only I want the button to be so what and then basically means. So and then basically means is if either of this is gonna be actually if both of these, sorry, not either, if both of these is actually false, then we do this. So that's what, and then it's gonna basically turn this whole statement to true, and the button's gonna be disabled. So right now you guys can see the button is disabled unless I type something. So even if I put so many spaces, it's always gonna stay disabled unless I type something, and then only it's actually gonna work. So this is really something of a cool tip if someone didn't know about this. So we have a post. Now the last thing we have to do is we have to have an on click, and the button is actually going to have a type of submit, because we want to have that. So when you try to press enter, of course we want to have like an enter functionality. So when I type something here and I type tab, and then if I want to press enter, I want to have that sort of functionality, and that's why we are using a form, right? So when I have type submit, and on click is gonna have a function, and that's gonna be upload post, and we're gonna upload our post finally to the database. And we're gonna, like, let's quickly like create like an empty function for now, so it doesn't error out for us. Let's maybe create something like this. So let's just create like an empty function for now. So it's gonna be upload post function, and the type is gonna be submit, and that's how it's gonna be. So that's actually, so we can actually now work on submitting our post to the MongoDB database and creating a collection inside of MongoDB. And I'm gonna be, if you guys are new to MongoDB and stuff, I'm gonna be showing you guys how to do that with MongoDB. And if you guys, haven't used it with Next.js, it's really clean, and it's insanely simple how it's gonna work, and we're gonna basically use API routes now. So we're gonna be using API routes inside of our Next.js app, and we're gonna be doing some backend code now, but with the same, keeping the front end as well. But we're gonna be working on our API directory here, so creating some routes here. But it's gonna be fairly simple. So just we're gonna go through this really nicely. So we have our form component, and you can see we have this responsive, pretty responsive. So even if I go bigger screen, it's actually works the way we want it to work, and it's responsive form component we have. So yeah, let's keep going. We have our form component. So the first thing, so this function is going to be actually an asynchronous function, because we're going to be doing some stuff with the database, and we're going to be accepting an event. And so whenever we actually try to submit a form, so if I actually try to submit something, you guys will see it actually refreshes my page, right? I don't want to do that, right? So to prevent that behavior, what we do is we do something called prevent default. And if I do this, and now if I actually try to submit something, and you guys can see the page is not refreshing, right? So that's what I want to do. So I want to keep it clean. I don't want to have a refresh when I actually submit something. Now let's actually work on our API routes. Let's create our API routes, so we can actually, and let me make this bigger. So let's create our API route so we can actually work on uploading this post and then fetching all the posts, and then we can just have our widgets section on the right, and we can pretty much, and the reason why it's in the center, guys, is because remember, inside of our index we have our main our main I think it's our main screen, and we are saying MX auto somewhere. So, and we're actually making it in the center. So that's the reason it's actually in the center. Yeah. So we are basically not saying MX, so we're actually saying justify center, which is so if I actually remove that, I mean, you guys can see it goes in the side, but justify center actually brings it in the center, which is a really clean way of keeping them in the center. So now let's actually work on the API routes. Let's start that. So the first thing, let me just go and navigate to my API folder. So now inside of our API, the way in Next.js the API routes basically work is by default when we install Next.js, we saw something, there was a route called, so not in the auth directory, that was the authentication, but you guys can see this was the middleware, and then here's this hello inside of our API. So of course, as I told you guys before, everything is the routing is inside of our pages, right? So what if I actually try to go to /API/hello? What's gonna happen then? And you guys can see it actually returns me a JSON object, and actually returns me name John Doe. And this is, if I go into my hello, this is what's happening here, right? And it exports the default function, and it has express built in within Next.js, so you don't have to explicitly like install express or anything. So it's not installed, but it's like express. The Next.js has their own express server, you can think of like that. So has their own server built in. So that's why it's actually serverless, right? That's why it's called serverless workflow. But yeah, we have a function here, and you can see it's just so if you guys have worked with Postman and sending request and sending request and response and post and get and delete and all those methods, we're going to be working with those things. It's going to be really clean, and we're going to have an API. So inside of our API directory, we're going to have a folder. And that folder is going to be for posts, and that post is gonna have two files basically. So it's gonna have one called index.js, which is gonna represent the home of the post. So basically, which is gonna represent API/post. That's gonna be the index.js, and then there's gonna be another one which is gonna be id.js. And these are really nice API routes, by the way. So these are really nice API routes. So first we can start with index.js. So I'm gonna be explaining what's gonna be happening inside of the index.js, and what the ID basically represents is anything. If you go and so there's gonna be every individual post is gonna have an ID. So that's gonna represent that post, and it's gonna give us that post. And right now it's not working as we see, but that's what it basically means. So right now we want to have like a post basically. So inside of our index file, what we're gonna be doing, guys, is so first of all, let me explain you guys. So we're gonna create another folder, a util one. So I'm gonna have yeah, I just wanted to show you guys some folder structures in this build too. So the reason I'm creating another folder called util is I'm gonna have a utility function called connect to database. So I don't want to keep writing that function out here again and again. That's the reason we're creating a util directory. I'm going to keep that function inside of that. And again, there's going to be like a file called MongoDB. And do not actually confuse this file with the lib file. This file was to connect with the adapter and our authentication. So this was purely for authentication inside of our library. But this file is going to have a utility function called connect to database. It's supposedly going to work in the same way, and if you want to, you could probably do it in this file too, but I just like want to keep this separate because there are like separate use cases for both these directories, but here we're gonna have a function called connect to database, and I'm just gonna quickly copy this file and explain you what this bunch of code is gonna do here. So I'm just gonna type I here. So yeah, so what this bunch of code, so remember we install MongoDB, right, along with our Next authentication adapter and everything. So what basically is gonna happen is we're gonna have a Mongo client from our MongoDB package. It's gonna be a Mongo client. So what Mongo client is, basically we're gonna connect to an instance of our database, so to our MongoDB instance which we created, right? Now of course, to connect to that instance we need to pass the URI, right, which is why we have a MongoDB URI. So we need to what we are doing here is we are storing this URI into a variable of its own, and then we are having db name, which is the database name, and we are storing in its own variable. And remember, if we went into env.local, we have a MongoDB URI which has our admin, the username, and it also has our password here, and then it has our database name, and we are storing the database name as a separate env variable. So that's what we are doing here. And then we have two more variables called cache client and cache db, and again these are just to protect ourselves. So if we don't have any URI, we're just sending an error that please define. And now here is where the magic is happening, right? This is a utility function which you're going to be using. So what this function is going to do, guys, is going to actually allow us to connect to our database and send request and fetch requests from the database. This function here, which you're going to be using inside of our API routes. And all this function is actually doing is actually first of all checking if there's a cache client and the cache DB, if both of these things are actually true, if they're actually null. So they're gonna set the cache the client to the cache line and the DB to the cache DB. This is just some caching stuff. Okay, and I basically got this from the MongoDB official documentation. I just had to research about this stuff. But then we have a client instance. So here's where we're going to be connecting to our Mongo client, and that's why we're actually getting the Mongo client from. So we're saying await Mongo client.connect, and here's where we are passing our URI to connect to that instance, and we're passing two options called use new URL parser and unified topology. These two things, and these two things are really important, and they need to be set to be true. And this is something important we need to pass in. And then we have we get back our database, and again this is an asynchronous function. And then we get back our database and we access our database through our client, and we say .db. And of course when we say .db, which database do you want to access, we pass in the database name. And if there's any other database you want to access, this is the way you basically send in your database name here, and this is how you access your database. And again these are we're just we're just setting our cache line and DB to the client and database now, which were null in the starting, if you guys remember. And now we're just returning our client and DB. So this is what, so we're actually returning. So what this function is basically doing is it's returning the client and the database, and we're going to be retrieving our client and database through with this function. So now if I go back to my post index.js, this is our database route. First of all, we can do export again, or you can do export default, and we have to export default, remember. So even if you go into this function here, I mean you have to try to always make sure it's going to be a default export. And there's actually a reason for this. If you don't do it as a default export, it's not going to work. So make sure that you do it as a default. Yeah, I mean here also you can see it's a default, right? So they're not saying, so it needs to be a default function when you're exporting here. But it's going to be an asynchronous function. So I'm going to say export default async function, and then I'm going to name it handler. And you can name it anything, but the convention is to name it handler. And then it's going to have a request and a response. And it's of course going to have a request and a response. And now we're gonna have our, so what we're gonna be getting, so we're gonna be getting a bunch of stuff from our requests, right? And if you guys have worked with Express and MongoDB and stuff like that, so basically what our request contains, it contains our method and our body, right? So we say something like request.body and request.method. Now what I'm actually doing here is I'm actually destructuring this to not, so I don't have to type request.body and request.method like that separately. So I'm just quickly destructuring my request, and I'm accessing my method and my body from my request. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to access my DB instance using my function. And remember, this was an asynchronous function. So this connect to database was an asynchronous function. So I have to use await here, and then I have to just say connect to database. And now I can pretty much use this function. And it's not showing me auto import, so I can pretty much just, and again it's not a default export, remember. So we have to export this function manually from // and it's going to be inside of util, and it's going to be inside of MongoDB. And of course connect to database, it's not accepting any sort of params or anything. It's just a function, and it's returning us the database's instance, and that's what we actually need here, right? We need our database instance, and that's what I'm accessing. from this function. And now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna use my method, and I'm actually gonna check if my method is actually a get method. Then I want to have a try catch block. So I mean, you guys might not have seen me doing this stuff in any of my builds previously, but this is the backend code, guys. This is how you do backend stuff, right? So there's like types of methods, right? Whenever you send a request, there's gonna be types of methods for your request. It can be a delete, it can be a post request, or it can be a get, or it can be a put request. So we are actually checking that if our method is get. If it's a get request, we want to do something only if it's a get request, right? So we have like a try and a catch block, and what this block is going to do is we're going to have a post here, right? So if there's any error, it's going to catch the error and it's going to return us the error, of course. And what try is going to do is we're going to have our post, and what we're going to be doing is we're going to be accessing, so we have our db instance, right? And we're going to say db.collection. And what we are going to be doing is here we're going to be fetching all our posts from our collection. But before actually doing that, we want to first of all create our post, right? So how do we actually create and we actually send the post into the database? How do we actually store that, right? So to do that, of course, similarly, just like we have like a get thing here, I'm just gonna copy this, and I'm actually gonna put this here, and now I'm gonna check if there's gonna be, so to actually send the post to our database, we use a post request, right? And we use a get request to fetch the data back from the database. That's what the get and post request means basically. So for our post request, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna use post, and I'm gonna say try, and every single post, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna say await db, and I'm going to access my collection. So this is how you access the collection inside of MongoDB. You say db.collection, and then I'm going to create a collection of posts. And it's kind of similar, if you guys, if you guys have been watching my previous videos, we have been working with Firebase. It's like an older version. Right now Firebase is version 9. It's more modular. But before it used to be like that, and now instead of in Firebase we used to do like we just used to add, like we used to say something called db.collection.add. Here we say something called insert one, right? And what insert one, so we want to insert one document, and this document is gonna, so I'm gonna pass in my body. And the reason I'm using a spread operator here is because I want to combine the whole body, whatever the body contains, I want to have that, and I'm using a spread operator to combine this with something called a timestamp, because I'm actually not sending the timestamp, so I'm actually using a new timestamp. And there's a reason why we are using timestamp here. And this timestamp object is actually going to be we're actually going to be retrieving this. And again, my auto import isn't working, so we're going to be retrieving this timestamp from MongoDB. So I'm just going to say from, and it's the same if you guys been watching like Firebase. It's the same when we used to get the server timestamp from Firebase. This is like a timestamp from MongoDB. So MongoDB gives us a timestamp, and the reason again we are actually using this, we are actually saving this timestamp here, is because we want to get our post in a particular order, right? Like we want to get them in a descending order, right? So when I actually post something here, I definitely want to see my post on top of it, right? And that's the reason we are actually using timestamp. So that's why we are using timestamp. So we are saying new timestamp, and we want to combine all the stuff we're sending into the body with this one, and this is what we want to insert into our post, and only if it's a post request. Now after doing this, what we want to do is we have response, right? So we just want to say response.status. Okay, and we want to, of course, so these are again status codes, and if you guys want to learn about status codes and stuff, you can just go and just do a Google search about, if you're new to backend stuff and shit, just go a Google search and just do Google search on status codes and stuff, and you're gonna know what types of status codes to use. Like when there are errors, we usually use 500 status code and we return the JSON error. But in this scenario, what we are doing is we are returning the post, the JSON of the post, and we are actually, and this is what we are actually saw in the example, right? response.status 200.json, and this is what's happening here. It's returning us back to JSON, right? And it's returning with a status of 200, which is a positive status. It indicates a positive thing, basically, that it's actually working. And this is what we are doing. But if there's any sort of error, because there might be an error as well, right? If the post is not correct, something happens or anything happens, if it's not correct or anything, we can do status, and we're gonna do 500 now. And now we're just gonna print out the error, and that's why we are using a try catch block, right? So this piece of code, guys, is gonna basically store your post inside of your database. If everything goes correctly, it's gonna store your post. And the post, how are you guys might be wondering that how is it gonna store. Of course, we're gonna be using our API routes on the client side, and we're going to be inside of our feed, inside of our input, and inside of our form, basically on the client side. And we're going to be sending the request from the client side, and then it's going to basically accept and check that if the method is post, and then it's going to insert it into the database using the backend API route which we actually created. And now here, as opposed to this is going to fetch it back. So here we're going to be having all the posts, and it's going to say await db, and it's gonna go inside of the collection. And so it's actually gonna go inside of a collection, of course the collection of posts, right? It's gonna be the same collection of posts. And now we're gonna use something called find. And again, all these functions, I'm actually done some research about MongoDB, and these are the MongoDB functions which you can use from MongoDB. And you can use like Mongoose and package like that, but I'm not using that. I'm just using the official MongoDB to do all these queries. I'm just querying my database. So I'm saying find, and after finding, and what find is gonna do is gonna find all the posts. If you don't send in any value, if you don't send any predicate here, it's gonna find all the whole collection. And then I want to sort that, basically I want to sort that based on my timestamp, right? And I'm gonna say timestamp on and this is how you sort it in a descending way. Basically, this is how you do it in a descending way. So I want to sort it in a descending way, so I can see my latest post before my old ones. And then I want to convert all of this to array, and this is gonna return the whole array of posts, basically, which is really nice, right? We want to have our post inside of an array, right? So it's going to return each and every single post inside of an array. Now again, after doing this, after we save this, we can just say response.status, and again response.status 200, not 2000, sorry. And again return the JSON, and this time it's going to be posts, right? So all the posts which have been created. And again, if there's any sort of error, I'm just gonna copy this line from here. We just want to return status of 200. And now you guys can see how similar this is, right? So again, this is gonna be returning the same error, and of course the error message as well. And yeah, I mean, you can pretty much do any more stuff here if you want to. But this is what we are all doing inside of our index route, right? This is all we're going to be doing now. All the delete stuff and other stuff we're going to be doing inside of our id.js route for each and individual post. Because remember, again, we don't want to delete each and every post. We only want to delete a certain a single post, right? So that's how we're gonna be doing and deleting a single post. And all the things which refer like to a single sort of post, any sort of those things like editing a post, they're all gonna be inside of this id route. But all the stuff which represents a collection of a post, or sending a single post and storing a post inside of a collection, this is what you do it inside of your index route. And again, if you guys are confused by this backend stuff, this is all backend code we wrote here, and it's really clean, right? I mean, this looks really clean, right? This is really clean code which we just wrote here. So we have a get request, we have a post request. Now let's actually try to actually post something to our database. So let's go to our localhost, and let's actually try to post something, because we have actually built this, right? But we cannot actually post. So let's actually try to post something, and let's see if it's actually working. So let's actually go to our form, sorry. And let's actually create this function. Let's actually work on this function now. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna open my form. And so what we want to basically try do here is we want to have a response here, right? We want to have a response, and now we're going to be fetching. Okay, we're gonna do a fetch request, and we're gonna use the built-in fetch Next.js gives us, right? And we're gonna say slash. So we have to specify, and of course you can use Axios here as well. Some people they use fetch, some people they use Axios. So if you use Axios, you have to write the whole URL like localhost 3000/API. But if you're using fetch, you just have to write this URL which we want to go, the API route which we want to access. So of course we want a request to be sent to this API route. So I'm going to say API/post, because remember that's where the backend code sits. And now what I'm gonna do is we're gonna have all our body. So as soon as I press command space, you guys can see all these things. We have our body, our method, our mode, redirect reference, all these things. We get all these bunch of options here, right? So what we're gonna be doing, the first thing is gonna be the method, and it's gonna be a post method, right? Because we're actually inserting into our database. Now the second thing is gonna be our body, and the body, okay, is going to contain our input and our photo URL. The body is going to contain basically all the post information, all the things we want to basically post and insert into the database. So we're going to say json.stringify. And again, why I'm actually doing JSON.string here, because I want this to be of course I want this to be in a string format, right? So of course the body, I want to convert this into a string, right? So I'm just doing json.stringify, and now I'm just gonna say input, right? And the input is gonna be the input, right? And this is basically the name of the field inside of your database. So you can have it like text or input or anything. And on the right hand side you want to have, you want to have like a the actual input text what you want to save in. So that's your input, and then you can have like a photo URL, and then you can have like a username. And then for the username, what we're going to be doing is we're going to be, of course, so the username is going to be the user's actual username. So for that we need the session hook, the use session hook. So I'm just going to get my hook here to the form, and we're just going to get this hook. Let's just quickly get this, and now here we are going to say session.user .name, and we're gonna have user's email, and again this is gonna be the session.user.email, and the user image as well we can have, and this is gonna be the session.user.image. And then last thing we want to have is a created ad. Okay, and what a created ad is, basically it's gonna be a date, of course. And the reason I'm not using like a timestamp, the timestamp value which we actually send to the which we're gonna be sending from the database, is because we were actually facing a bunch of issues with the timestamp variable, and it was kind of complicated to convert it into an actual date. And that's why I'm actually using like a new JavaScript date format here. And what I'm doing is I'm just saying dot to string, convert this date object to just a string value. So it represents a string, and this is going to be stored inside of our database at the time the post will be created, and then we're going to be converting this into a formatable date, so which we would be able to like read, as you guys can see, 6 hours ago, 7 hours ago, just like that. So that would be really nice. So this is our whole body, and this is what we were doing inside of. So if I go back to our post here, and this is when we're inserting, this is what we're inserting, and we're spreading the body with the timestamp. And spread operator is basically it combines the stuff. If you want to combine anything with, like, let's say a previous array and some values with your previous array, so you use something like a spread operator to combine the previous and the new values. That's how you merge them basically, and that's what I'm actually doing. And we are having a method, and method is really important because that's how it's actually gonna figure out your And that's how it's actually gonna so if we actually go back to our API, which is here, that's how the method, by using the method, is actually going to figure out which query to actually do, right? Which query to actually do. So it's going to do the insert query based on the post method. And that's what's gonna happen. But before actually finishing this, there's gonna be one more thing which we want to do. We want to have our headers. And again, what are headers? Headers are, of course, just an object. They're just to set your requests as headers, and just like what format they should be, your request. So of course, they're usually like in content type. This is basically the standard content type application slash JSON. This is what you type in for your headers. And this whole thing is going to basically send a request to your backend database, this whole thing here. And what we are going to be doing here is on the bottom here, what we want to do on the bottom is we want to have our response data. We can actually get, so when we actually send something into the database, remember it's actually sending us a response back, right, with the status 200 if this is successful here. And it's actually going to return the post object as a JSON, right, inside of as a JSON format. So it's going to return us that. So what we can do is we can access that by saying response data, and we can say await, and we can do like response.json. Of course, we get back the response and we convert the response to the JSON format, and that's all we're going to be doing, and that will give us the response, and then we can basically console log our response data back, which is really nice. And the last thing we want to be doing here is we're going to be having so we're going to be creating like a post atom. As I told you guys before, we're going to be having a post atom, which is we're going to be having a variable called a handle post. And there's actually a reason why we're going to be having those variables. And one more thing we want to do is we want to set our modal open to false as well, because remember, our modal is actually open. So after we do that, we want to set our modal open to basically false. But yeah, so let's actually try and see if it actually works, and if this actually uploads any sort of post into, so when we actually submit, yeah, if it actually uploads any post into our database. And let's actually console log our response data as well here. Let's see what sort of happens. So let's actually try to do that. And of course, we can check our database as well if it actually submits any post. So let's actually go back to our local version and let's try to actually submit something. So yeah, let's try. Let's see if it actually works in the first go. Let me open the console as well so we can see what sort of happens. So let's say hello world. And of course, I was just console logging some input here. I'm just gonna remove that. Hello world. And let's actually get an image as well. Maybe let's get actually, let's just get an image from a finished build. Let's get this beautiful image. I managed to copy the image address, I guess. I think I'm logged out right now. Yeah, I'm re-authenticated. So let's get the image address and let's actually paste this. And you guys can see this actually truncates back, right? Because it's actually going above the line. So this is what the truncate actually does. Now, if I actually try to click on post, and right now, oh my bad. So we actually forgot to uh, have our set modal open state here. So we can just copy this from your recoil state, and we almost forgot to actually have this. So we can get this thing here. And again, for some reason my auto imports are not working. So let's quickly maybe get these two things. We have a modal type. We don't need the modal type, I guess. You just need the modal open state. And let's actually try to submit now. I think it actually added a post. I think it actually added a post because it reached till this point, right? So if it didn't, if it wouldn't work, then it wouldn't have added actually a post, right? So I think it did add a post, and we can see the 28, so line 28, which is our console log, I guess. So it is saying that, so it's actually saying that it's acknowledged to true, and there's actually inserted ID. Let's check our database and let's see if we have a sort of post collection here. And we do. Here we go, guys. So it actually worked in the first go, and we do have. So here we go, hello world, and the photo URL is there. So I mean, how clean this is. It actually worked in the first go. Let's go, and we can see it's the same image we actually put in, and we have our username and the email, and the user image is there. And here you guys can see the difference between the created and this looks like really, really clean. And of course, it's showing me my time right now because it's like a server timestamp. And then of course this timestamp we're going to use to query through the div. So actually uploaded our post, which is really clean, and it has a unique ID which we are going to be needing. So we're going to be needing this unique ID when we are fetching, when we are actually fetching the post, right? So when we are actually, fetching the poster, when we are actually fetching these poster, but here we are, of course, here we are actually getting all the posts, but when we're going to be deleting single post, we're going to be needing this ID. So which is going to come in handy, which it creates automatically, MongoDB, when you actually post something. So our post is actually working. Let's maybe try it again once more. Let's say, hey, but this time let's just try maybe with text and let's not try with an image. And let's click here, and here we go, the modal actually closes, and we get a message saying, and that was a previous error by the way when the modal wasn't defined, so that's that. And here we say acknowledge, you guys can see inserted ID, we get acknowledged to true. And of course I think if we go back to our database, I think if we try to go back to posts, there should be two posts now. And here we go, there are two posts. There's no photo URL, but again there is an input here. So this is really clean. So our post functionality is working, which is really nice. Now all we have to do is we have to retrieve back our posts, right? So we can display them inside of our feed. So that's what we want to do the next thing, right? So what we can do now, guys, is we have our form component done, right? All we have to do is remember we have to actually do something inside our form here. So, and there's a reason we want to have, so we want to have our set handle post, which is going to be inside of our state, and we want to make this to true. And there's a very good reason why we want to do that, which I'll explain you guys when we actually fetch back the post. So where are we going to do the fetching? So there will be two places where we're going to be doing the fetching sort of stuff. So let's get back to our feed component first of all. And what we're going to be doing, so here inside of our post, let me add like a command. So here we're going to be having like our server side, side. So here I could just maybe type in here, we're going to have like a hybrid, you know, it's kind of like a hybrid way of getting our server side posts as well. And we're gonna be, and of course it's, our feed is not like a, it's not like a page, it's a component. So again, to server side render our post, we can only do that on a page. So we're gonna do that on our home page. It's gonna be here. That's where we're gonna be server side rendering our post. And then we're going to be sending our post back through our feed here, and we're going to be of course like retrieving it through props, and this is how we're going to be sending it through our feed. And then we're going to be destructuring inside of the post, and that is how we're going to map through our server side rendered post. And but we're also going to get our post in real time, and we're going to use a use effect for that. So let's actually use a use effect first of all. Let's actually fetch our post from the database, and let's actually start seeing something on our page, right? So if you guys have never worked with use effects, I mean, of course we used the use effect before for the mounting thing. And of course this use effect is going to be, it's going to have a dependency called handle post, which we still didn't create, so we're going to be creating that. So what this use effect is going to do is going to fetch our post, right? So what we can do here, and it's going to have like a function. So it's going to have like a fetch post function, which is going to be an asynchronous function. And it's going to say, so it's going to be an asynchronous function, and there's going to be a response. It's going to be response, and again we're gonna have like an await, right? We're gonna have a fetch. We're gonna use our fetch, and again we're gonna use the same /API/post. Again, remember there's a get request we're gonna be doing here, and again we're gonna put a comma, and we're gonna do our open our curly braces to send our options. And now we want to send, first of all, again the method. This needs to be get. This is very important because it's a get method. It's going to retrieve back our post, and then there's going to be headers, and again the header is just going to be just for the content type, and we want to have retrieve the post in the JSON format. And then after doing this, so we have these two things, and then after doing this, we're gonna be having, so what we're going to be having after actually doing this, so after doing this we're going to be having a response data. So we're going to receive back the response data, right? And we're going to await it, since again it's an asynchronous function. So response.json, right? That's what we're going to receive back, right? Because again we're sending a response back, right? From our backend. So we are sending a response back to the client from our backend. And then after doing this, so we're gonna have a piece of state, okay, and that's gonna be const, and it's gonna call, let's just call real-time post, okay. And we need to name it a different, you can name it anything, but don't actually name it post, because remember we're gonna have server-side post, which we're gonna call post, right? So we're gonna retrieve through here. So this needs to be a separate name. So we can say set real-time post, and we can use a use state here, and we can have this as an empty array for now, because our post is going to be array, right? And what we're going to do here, so whatever response data we get back, we're going to set our real-time post with that response data, basically, right? Because again, remember the response data is going to be in the form of an array, right? So we're going to set our real-time post to that response data, which are going to be our posts, right? Which we're going to be retrieving. And then there's going to be so let's actually implement the recoil part now, which we actually need. And of course, right, whenever we use a function inside of a use effect, we have to invoke it outside of it. So at the end we can just say fetch post to invoke the function inside of a use effect, and we're gonna have a dependency. So only if that dependency changes, then only it's gonna run the use effect again. So right now it's gonna always do the use effect on the component mount, but we don't want to do that, right? We don't want to unnecessarily query the database and get send a request every time the component mounts. We only want to do it if one of our dependencies change, and that's why we need to implement some recoil portion now. So for recoil, we're gonna be having two variables, and let me actually quickly get those, and let me explain you guys what they're actually gonna do. So let's say feed, and these are gonna be two. Again, think of them the same way as like use state. They work in the same way, but of course we want them to be as a global state, to store them as a global state, because we want to have access to these variables and these setters. So the first one is going to be handle post, and this is going to be the dependency for our use effect. So only if our handle post is gonna change, which means only if our handle post becomes true or false, then it's gonna run our use effect. Only if it actually changes. Otherwise, it's not gonna run the use effect. So that's why that's what dependencies are used for inside of a use effect. And then we have something called set. So this is what, as the name suggests, use SSR post means use server side rendered post, or so we're gonna use either the real-time post or either the server-side rendered post, and there's gonna be use cases for that, and I'll explain you guys why we need to do this sort of thing. And of course, right now we don't have our these two, so we need to create like a new atom, which is gonna be post atom .js, right? And I can go back to my build here, and I can pretty much just get our post atom, and there's gonna be three pieces of state inside of our post atom, right? So there's gonna be a handle post state, of course, which is going to be a boolean value. Then there's going to be a post. Remember, I told you guys we're going to be storing each and every single post when we click on the modal, because we don't want to do any request unnecessarily, while we can use something like recoil, right? And then this is going to be an empty object, and then there's going to be use ssr postage, which is going to be true by default, because think of it like this. So whenever the user actually logs in, we want to show the server-side rendered post, right? We want the user to actually see the server-side rendered post, but only so whenever you actually post something, whenever you actually insert something into a database, or you actually delete something from the database, the page, unless you refresh the page, the server side post, they're not gonna refresh. They're not gonna refresh on their own. It's not like on snapshot like we used to do in Firebase. I don't know if you can do it in MongoDB in somewhat way, but what I tried to do, or what I tried to do is I tried to give it a dependency, like a handle post dependency. So whenever we actually post something or we actually delete something, it actually refetches your post, and this way it actually retrieves your latest post, and that's how it's gonna refresh. But by default, we don't want to do that, right? We only want to show our server-side post. So that's what we are actually doing here by defining these global variables. Now we're just gonna save it, and let's see if my auto import works. And of course it doesn't work. So let's actually get back to our feed component now, and let's get these two handle post state and the use ssr post state. So we need to get these two variables. Now, of course, remember, use extra posted by default is going to be true, unless we make it false. So what we're going to be doing is here is where we're going to be doing these things. So here, first thing we're going to be doing is we want to make our send handle post to false, and we also want to set use ssr post to false here. Okay. Now, why we are actually doing that is because when we are fetching stuff from the database, we don't want to show the server-side rendered post anymore, right? We want to show our real-time post, because again, we don't wanna refresh the page over and over again, right? We want to keep the page, we want to persist the state, but we also want to show our real-time post, so it actually updates in real time. So as you guys can see, when I actually delete something here, so let me just post something. So when I just like some gibberish here, if I post something, you guys can see this is real time, right? So this is a real time post, right? But when I actually refresh the page, it actually shows me the server side rendered post, because again, the server side rendered posts are true, right, by default. But only and only if I actually post something, or if I actually delete something, then it actually refreshes the post for me, right? That's what's kind of happening on the back. So that's what I'm actually doing with these values and these basically these pieces of state, and again global pieces of state, which is really clean, and it keeps our code base clean. So we have our handle post, and we're gonna make that false, right? And we're also gonna make our use ssr post to false, right? And then we're gonna make the use effect dependent on our handle post. So only if it's actually gonna change, then only it's actually going to refetch our post. Now here, how are we actually gonna display our post back? Because we are receiving some posts and we are setting a real time. Let's also actually get and see if we are actually getting something back from the database. So let's actually see if this is working, right? Or real-time post, because right now this shouldn't be working, right? Because we are not actually, so our handle post is actually false, so this shouldn't be working, but it's actually working, as you can see. So it's actually working, and we are getting back some posts, and you guys can see on line 27, so it is actually getting back the post for us, and there are basically two values, and we get our two posts. So it's actually returning, but by default we want to server-side render a post. So how do we actually do that, right? I mean, we could just use our real-time post and display, but what's gonna happen is I'll show you guys what will happen. What's the difference between, of course, the real-time and the server-side post, right? So if I actually map through each and every post, and let's say each and every post, and I display some sort of like a div maybe, and this div actually contains like a post. Let's just say it contains input, right? So we have like an input, right? So it contains, so here we go, we get our two inputs. But if I refresh this stuff, I think one of them actually contains image as well. So for now, let's just maybe use like a fragment and I'll just try to show you guys what's the difference and what's gonna happen. Try to use like a normal image tag, and let's just say post, and it's gonna be a photo URL, of course. And you can see here's an image. Now if I actually try to refresh this page, you guys can see it actually fetches and actually loads the page back, right? I don't want this behavior to happen, so that is why I want to server-side render my post, right? Because I can't do this, but imagine if you have a lot of posts like this, right? You don't want the whole page to like refresh like that, right? Instead, what you want to do is you want to keep your post really clean like that, right? And you want to server-side render. Especially imagine when any new user actually signs up to our app, you want them to actually see your post immediately. You don't want your post to be loading, which is a better UX, right? Again, the benefit of server-side rendering. So that's what we're going to be doing inside of our homepage. And what we're going to be doing inside of our homepage now, guys, is you can go and use this take the advantage of this get server-side props, basically. And remember, we created like the connect to database, the util function inside of our MongoDB file, if you guys remember. So, and this is the function which we're gonna be getting our database from, our database, and then we're gonna be fetching back our post on the server, and then we're gonna be returning the post as props, which is again is gonna be like a clutch. It's gonna be really clean. So now we can do is we can add a command here. We can just say get post on SSR, right? Now first thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna say db, because I want to get back my database. And again, it's an asynchronous function, remember, so I'm gonna use connect to database, our beautiful utility function. And of course it's not defined right now, so let's just import this from our util directory, connect to database. So let's just say import connect to database from, again it's going to be inside of our util, and it's going to be inside of our MongoDB file. So we're going to say await connect to database, and we're going to get back our DB instance, right? And now what we can do after this is we can say const, and we can say post. So we're going to retrieve all of our posts, right? So I'm going to say await db, right? And this is, I'm going to fetch all my posts on the server side render. So db.collection, get into my post collection, and again I'm going to say find, right? And again remember, we have to sort because we want to get our latest post first, and we want to say timestamp which we are storing, and we're going to say -1 again to get the descending ones first, and we're going to say convert it into an array, right? And then there's going to be a bottom section where we're going to be using a news API, a very Google News API. Basically it's going to be a really cool Google News API to fetch actually real-time posts. So the news, I don't know if I actually told you guys, but this is in Arabic for me because I'm actually using my local country, which is UAE right now, to receive. And you can see it actually updates 1 hour ago, 2 hours ago, 3. So this is real-time news, guys, and it actually updates based on your so if you set your own country, it's gonna actually update that, you know, every frequently, and of course the latest 5 ones it's gonna show you. And if you want, you can have like a read more, see more button, just like LinkedIn, we can show 5 more. But of course I did not go ahead, and again that depends on you guys, but this is real Google News API, guys, which we're using, and it's actually really simple. There's no headache or anything to implement that, but we're gonna be doing that for our widgets section. So this is real time. Now what we can do is we have our post, right? So we are fetching back our post. Now all we have to do is we have to return back these posts, but we can't just, so let me just show you guys. So if I just try to return my post like this, right, there's gonna be a problem right now. And if I actually try to access my post back here, inside of my home. And now if I actually try to console log my post, you guys will see that it should actually show me an error right now, and it is gonna error out, trust me. And yeah, here we go. So this is the error we'll see. So what this error is actually saying is saying it's a serializing error. And the reason we are actually getting this error is because, remember, post, again I showed you guys, has like each and every single post has like this ID, and you guys can see this is not in a stringable format, right? This is not in a string format, so we have to convert this ID to a string before returning back our post from the server. So that's something we have to do, guys. That's something we have to do here, and it's very simple. How we do this is we just change our post. Is what we actually do is we just say so our actual posts, we want to map through them. And for every single post, what I want to do is I want to actually so I want to return a new sort of object for every single post. So this is how you map through a new object. And what I'm going to do for my ID, I want it to be post dot underscore, and remember it's underscore ID. You guys see it's underscore ID. So I want to say post dot underscore ID, and I want to convert this to dot to string. And now it's going to convert this ID thing to be into a string. And then I want to, of course, return my my input, my photo URL, and all the other stuff basically. So I want to again, when we're fetching inside of our form, sorry, not in the form, inside of our feed, my bad. So when we're fetching these things, so we're actually so what we are fetching, sorry, it's actually in the form, my bad. So yeah, we want to retrieve all these things, right? We want to retrieve all these fields from our database, the input, the for URL, and each of these things. So what we can do is we can go here, and you can see that all these things which we need here. So it's going to be the input, and we can say post dot input, and this is basically mapping to a like it's actually changing the original object. And this is how you basically, it's a very clean way which which some people actually don't know about, that how we can actually change an object and manipulate the object, the current object right now, to change this object. So I'm just changing the object right now, that's all I'm doing. So I'm going to say photo URL, it's going to be post the photo URL, and then there's going to be the username, the email, and all this sort of stuff. So I can say so there can be import for a URL, and then can be a username again, then there can be an email. And in the original, actually I think in the original version, I'm actually not, so I'm looking through my GitHub right now, I'm actually not returning my username and my email and stuff like that. So I'm actually not doing that stuff. I think I actually kind of missed these three values, the last three values. I think I actually missed them. And then we have like a user image, so I can say user image, and that's gonna be the user image. I mean, you can pretty much change these names too, but I'm just keeping it consistent right now. And also this whole thing you could just probably destructure inside of a post here, instead of like just get input for URL and all this sort of stuff, instead of like doing post dot every time. But again, that's like again, I'm just letting you guys know all this stuff. And then we need the created at. So we don't actually need the timestamp, so we just need the created at now. So I'm just gonna say post dot created at, and I'm just gonna save it. So this is all the information I want to retrieve back from my post, and this is how I manipulated the post. My ID is gonna return back as a string now. I'm actually not, believe it or not, actually I'm not actually returning these, and I'm not actually returning back these things from my server-side renderer. I'm just looking at my GitHub now, and I think I actually forgot to do this. So that might be the issue here when I actually refresh, and there's like a slight flickering for some of these things. Yeah, as you guys can see, for some of these things there's a slight, and I think that's the issue. That's why it's actually happening, because we are not server side rendering those things. Yeah, and in our build, that wouldn't happen. I think that wouldn't happen. And now I think if we can actually get back our post, and if I actually console log, and I should technically be getting back my, so I'm actually getting back, so you guys can see this is what I'm actually getting back inside of my index.js line 14, and here's my post 1, and here's my second post. So this is actually server side render. This is how I'm getting the post on the server side render, and I think this our finished build is gonna be really dope, I guess. So now we can get back the post here. Instead of console logging, what I can do, we can just pretty much go to our feed, and we can just pretty much send in our post through our feed, right? And then all we have to do, guys, is just go back to the feed component now. Go back to the feed component, and I know it's been a really long build, guys, and if any of you guys are still watching, if you guys are still watching, you know, like continuously from the start, I mean, that's really huge, and it's really massive grind, I know. But yeah, I mean, I think it's damn gonna be worth it when it's gonna be on your portfolios and stuff, because this is a really clean build, trust me, guys. It's actually a really sick build. So we have our post, we're returning to feed, and now what we can do, guys, so now we have our post, right? So now what we can do is we can use our state here called use SSR post, instead of, as opposed to doing that, right? So what we can actually do here, we can do something really cool. We can make a hybrid version of this, right? So what we can do is of our use SSR, let's say post here is actually not true. We want to do the real-time post. So I'm just gonna say real-time post, and let's just not do that now. Real-time post dot map, and map through every single post. And what I want to do, guys, is I want to return a single post component here, right? And we're going to be creating like a, let's just quickly maybe create like a post component so it doesn't error out for us. Let's just say rfce, and let's just maybe write post inside of the component, and let's just quickly auto import this component. So we have auto imported. So if use SSR post is not true, I want to display my real-time post, right? Otherwise, so if I go back, right, otherwise what I want to do in the other scenario is I want to do post, and again there's something which we have to do, is we have to say post.map otherwise, and then we say post. I think I put some, yeah, so I actually by mistake put extra uh, bracket there, so I can say post. And now for every single post, again I want to return a post component, right? And I think this, I think I needed the, I think I did need the, so I kind of messed up somewhere here. So we have our post, yeah, I think I kind of messed up somewhere here. Yeah, so this is where I actually messed up. So yeah, this is what we want to do. So we want to make sure our use SRR post state is true, then only we want to display our server side rendered post, right? And what this is gonna do, guys, is if we so of course right now if I had that the image and the stuff, so let's say if I have that image, same thing. So let's just maybe go to our post, and let's just quickly so first thing we want to make sure to actually do here is, whenever there are multiple items, always make sure to send an ID, and it's going to be an underscore ID, remember, and there's going to be underscore ID both the places. And then we want to send our post as well. So we want to send in the post, and we want to basically copy this and paste this here as well. So we are sending our post, and we are sending the key, because of course there are multiple items we are mapping through, so key is really important, guys. And now we can retrieve back our post here, and let's actually see what happens there, right? Let's have like a post post.photo photo URL, and let's just have like an h1 tag, h4 tag maybe, and let's just maybe have like a post dot input, and I mean it should be like a p tag, but yeah. So let's just have this, and here we go, guys. Now what's the cool part here, right? Let's just see if I refresh. Now here we go, guys, there's no flickering. This means whenever I refresh, it actually server-side renders my post. But let's just see what happens if I post something right now, right? So there's actually a difference. So if we actually don't do this part here, it is still gonna server-side render, but it's not gonna refresh it because we're not actually fetching that. We're not actually fetching back our post, right? So let's just say if you just if you just basically did this part, right? Let's just say if I comment all this stuff, right? And if we just basically did this part, which is like kind of like this, and I think it's so I'm actually what am I actually doing here? So post dot map, every single post I want to return back. Yeah, so what I'm actually not doing here is I'm not closing this in. My bad. I just wanted to close this in. Yeah. So now, and for each and every single post, um, oh, so why are we actually? So I don't know why I'm actually doing here. Why it's actually erroring out for me, but yeah, I mean I don't know why it's sort of erroring out for me. But yeah, but basically, what I'm trying to say is if we try to have, let's say, post, right, and we just do post dot map, and we map through every single post, and we just say we just return like a post component, let's just say. And yeah, I mean I was just not putting a bracket there, my bad, sorry guys. So and I'm gonna have like a post ID and a post again. So let's see what's the difference right now, right? So I'm even if I refresh, it's still gonna server side render my post, right? But the difference is gonna be when I post something, right? So let's say, and all of my other things are true. Yeah, they are actually true. So and yeah, so there's one thing which is missing, which we should do first before actually experimenting with this, and that's when we actually go to our form. And remember, we had our set handle post to true here, so that's something we have to do. And the reason we have to actually do that, guys, is because so of course the reason we want to actually do that is we want to make sure to set our handle post to true here, right? Because when we are actually posting our post into the database, we want to refetch the information so it actually fetches back in real time for us and actually shows us the updated post without making us to refresh the page. So that's why we want the handle post to be true, because imagine if the handle post is true here, then it's gonna go back to feed and this is gonna change, right? Because by default it's false, right? So handle post is gonna become true, and then it's gonna run the use effect, which is gonna fetch your post, and in the end, of course, the handle post is gonna be false. So it's it's gonna server side render our and it's gonna be basically a real time. In real time, it's gonna fetch our post and it's gonna display the post. So let's actually experiment what sort of happens now, guys. Now since we have this, let's actually experiment. So if we have if we upload like a post, let's say hello, hey, awesome work or something, you know let's just say something like this, and let's just post. Let's see what sort of happens when we actually post this. We're not seeing our post updating here, right? But what if I refresh right now, right? And I'm sure, yeah, so it was in our database, right? So it wasn't in our database, but when we actually refresh, it actually server side rendered. But what we want to do, we want to have like a hybrid sort of way, right? So what I was doing here, what I did here is I'm checking inside our feed that if our if our real-time post, if our server-side post state is actually false, which it is gonna be false, right? Because we are making it false here, right? When we actually fetch it in real time. So that's exactly what I was doing here, right? So if I actually uncomment that now, and let's try it now. So let's actually try it now. Now even if I refresh, it's still working the same way. But now let's just try to create a post. Let's say, hey, maybe let's just say hello world for now. Let's just say hello world. Let's actually post now. Now I think it actually so I don't know if this is the first one. Let me just try. Oh, this is the old post. So it's not actually working right now. but let's see. So this should be working. This should be actually kicking in, because we do have our handle post to be true. I think there's something something which we haven't done correctly, or when we're actually posting from the form here. So we are making our handle post to be true, and we are actually doing, let me just see if we actually missed something, guys. Maybe we just missed something. So we are actually changing our handle post to be true, and if we go back to our feed, we are actually making it dependent on this, which means that it is going to fetch it in real time, and it's going to show us the real time post with the real time information, and it should technically update this stuff as well. But let me see if we maybe might have forgot to we might have forgot to miss something, might have missed something, and we're actually submitting the form. So I mean, we're just making this to true and making our modal false, which is actually working, right? Which is actually sort of working, and then we have like a this thing, and then inside of our feed, we're actually getting back the post using an asynchronous function, and we're using this post, and I mean, it's exactly like my build, and I'm setting my real-time post to whatever post we are receiving back from the database, and then we make our handle post to false and our set use SSR post to false as well. And then here we just check if our use SSR post is true. If they're not actually true, oh, so I think I messed up here. I think I messed up here. So I think oh, this is why I messed up here. So here we go, guys. So this is what this is what we are doing. So here we are actually setting our uses, but we are using like use SSR post date, and that's what happens when you use too much of like auto completion. So don't be like me, guys. So that's why I was using the wrong variable here. Yeah. But yeah, here we go. We see hello world. But let's see right now if it actually works in real time. So let's see. Hey, let's just enter some any of this gibberish and let's post. And here we go, guys. Look at that. How clean that. If that's not clean, then I don't know, man. This is dope, right? Look at that, guys. This is real time now. This is real time. Now if I post any other thing, here we go. And even if I refresh now, look at that, right? And it's gonna be actually much cleaner now, because we after we have the user image, because here even in the finished build I wasn't retrieving back through my server-side render, so I actually forgot to do these three things. That's why I actually so that's not actually server-side rendering, but I didn't notice that actually. But yeah, our finished build is gonna be much cleaner then. But yeah, man, this is the actual reason why we are doing. So this is like an kind of like a hybrid version of fetching the database without even refreshing your page, right? So, and we're gonna have some delete functionality too here, and then we're gonna have some widgets, and that's the end of the build, guys. That's then that's gonna be the finish of the build. So let's keep going. Let's make this beautiful now. So we have our post, and I explain you guys the handle post and everything. So now you guys know why our handle post that's true, and why it wasn't why it's working, and how it's actually working, what's happening behind the scenes. And we're fetching the post on the server side render as well. Now what we're gonna do, let's make our post component beautiful. So let's actually get into the post component now, and let's actually work on our post component. So I mean, of course, this is another one of the most sophisticated components. We're gonna be having a lot of information. So first thing we're gonna be doing, guys, we're gonna be having a class name, of course, for the outer container, and I'm gonna be using some string interpolation here, guys. Again, I'm gonna say background of white, and on my dark uh, on my dark variant, I want the background to be again the one which we have been using for the LinkedIn. So it's this one. And then I want to have the modal post now. So now we want to have the framer motion sort of animation. So now there's gonna be a bunch of props. The post is actually gonna be, so not a bunch of props, sorry, just one more prop, and it's gonna be like a modal post. So there's gonna be actually two types of posts. Now again, post is another one of those sophisticated components which you're gonna be having. And what's gonna be happening inside our post, guys, is there's gonna be like two types of posts. So if I go into my finished build and if I click here, so this is the post where when I actually click here, this frame motion modal pops up, and you guys can see there's an image here, and this is actually my post component, guys. I mean, this is what my post component is, right? This is actually my post component on the right side, guys. So I'm not actually recreating this. I'm actually reusing my post component, which we have actually used it here in our image. And when we click on this modal, and this modal, this is actually our post component, which we are reusing, guys. So we created components in such a way so we can basically reuse them all the time, and we're actually reusing them. So that's really nice, right? So that's what we're going to be doing here. So we're going to have a prop called modal post, and this is basically the modal post, guys. So when we click here, this is called your modal post, and it's actually, of course, a bit different than your actual post here. So that's why we called it. We are sending a prop called modal post here. And based on that prop, what we're going to be doing, guys, is we're going to be styling the post as well. So we're going to say modal post if it's true. So if our modal post is true, we want the rounded, only the right side to be rounded. That's what we're gonna do. And if it's actually not true, I want the whole thing to be rounded. Because think of this, right? So we have like a modal post, and then we have this normal post. So we want this normal post to be always, all the corners of this normal post to be rounded, right? But only if it's a modal post, we want the right side of this post, because this is going to be a post, right? We only want the right side to be rounded for this then. Which is, of course, this is going to be your these top two corners. These are going to be rounded here, as you guys can see. So that's what it's actually going to do then. So we have these posts now. What we can do is so we can, so let's let me work on this. So we have this, and we have some more class names here. So we can say space y of 2, and then we have a padding top and bottom of 2.5, and then we're gonna have a border and a border gray. So you're gonna have like a border gray of 300. And let's just save this, and let's see, immediately it looks much better, right? So it has a border and stuff, but again, we don't want to have any sort of border on our dark gradient. And I mean, there's a reason why we don't want to have, because this is actually looking much better in our dark gradient. And if you do want to have, you can just remove this line here. You can still have the border if you guys think it looks better with it, but I'm just gonna keep it like that. Now I'm gonna just remove these two things. Now I'm gonna have an inner div here, okay, which is gonna have some class names. Again, auto completion. Sometimes it's kind of messy, the auto completion. And we have like flex, item center, and a padding left and right of 2.5 is gonna be 10 pixels. Cursor of pointer. Yeah. So we're gonna just save that. And of course, we don't have any content now. And then we're gonna have avatar, and of course we're gonna get it auto import from material UI, and of course here we're gonna be having the post.user image, remember, and we're gonna have a class name. The class name is gonna be, again, height of 10, it's gonna be a width of 10, and it's gonna be a cursor of pointer, and let's just save it, and let's just see. So we have our user images, and of course this was me, right? So I actually posted like 1 2 3 4 5 6 times, right? So of course it's gonna show my image. But if I log out and log in with a different, and we actually had to have this image here as well on the avatar. So let's just get quickly to our header, and where we actually have our avatar. I know it's actually on the right side, so I think it's inside of our header link. Yeah, so I think here is where we need to have our source inside of our avatar. So if you have, like, here is where we need to have our source as well. And again, this is gonna be the logged in users session, so we can pretty much get the session hook again, right? We can get the session hook and we can pretty much use the session. Again, we want to protect it, so we're gonna say session.user and we're gonna say .image, and let's just save this, and I think this is gonna update this one as well. So yeah, it updates, so that's really nice. That's something little I just pointed out right now. So we have the users logged in state there, and so let's keep working on our post. Let's get back to our post, guys. And yeah, after our avatar, we're gonna have another div, and this div is gonna contain the h6 and the p tag and the timestamp basically. So it's gonna be a container div, and it's gonna have a margin right of auto and a margin left of 2 and a leading of none, which is going to remove the line heights basically, and it's going to basically default it to 1. And now inside of this div I want to have an h6, and h6 is going to represent the post.username. So we save post.username, and here we go. Let's just style this h6 tag. Let's just make it font of medium. Let's make sure when you hover over this, we want to change the text to blue 500, and we also want to make sure to have an underline when we actually hover over this. So let's just say underline, and let's just actually save this, and here we go, font medium, and we have an underline, and we actually hover over this, and the font color actually changes to and these are like just subtle changes, you know, which you can just make the UI look really, really elegant just by doing these subtle changes. And look how responsive this actually looks, guys. And on top of this, you have, of course, the light mode as well. So this is how it looks on light mode. And it's too bright for me. I don't know why some people do like light mode, but I mean, I'm not against them or anything, but it's just too bright to the eyes, you know. So this looks like really soothing. But yeah, we have our h6, and then we have our p tag. Our p tag is going to be for email, so we're just going to say post.email. Again, remember the post is containing the again, we cannot have session the user session username and email here, because again, remember, this is going to be the post one, right? So there can be many posts and many different people might have posted there, so we need the post, and that's why we are sending the sessions from the session. We're actually sending the emails and posts, and now we can retrieve it through post, right? So that's the purpose of that. And now we can have text of small, and on our dark mode we can have a text of white, but not a complete white, so we're going to say opacity, and we're also going to say opacity of 80. So now opacity 80 is the overall opacity for the whole email thing, which is the overall opacity for the whole p thing, and this is just the text color with some different RGB value. And now after this, we're gonna have like a time ago stamp here. So I'm just gonna maybe comment it out right now, time ago stamp. So this is gonna be the time here. Of course, this is gonna be this time here, 7 hours ago, 8 hours ago, when the you know, whenever you actually post something. And you can use moment as well, you can use anything. I'm using time ago React, which is a React library. It's pretty handy to do this stuff quickly. So after this, after this div, basically we're gonna have, so here's where we say a modal post. So here is where we have like a different sort of, so we have like a different, so let me actually get this real quick, and let me actually explain you guys what's gonna be happening here. So inside of our post component, we are gonna be having this here, right? And what's gonna be happening here, guys, is that based on the prop which we're going to receive for the post, if it's like a modal post, right? So this is basically the section where we're going to have the icon buttons. So if it's like a modal post, we need to have a close icon, but if it's not, we want to have this icon. So this is how we are doing it. We're just saying, if it's a modal post, show this icon button, otherwise show this one. And if it's a closed one, what we are doing is we are again setting back our modal open state, which we, by the way, need to actually retrieve. So let's just go back to our home page, quickly retrieve our, and this is why we having state management is so useful. I mean, you guys can pretty much see how many times you're actually reusing this Recoil state, right? And you can basically get this, and you can set the modal open to false when you actually click, and when it's actually a modal post. And I think icon button is something we need to get, and the icons are something we need to get as well. So let me just pretty much get everything we have inside of our post. So let me just paste everything, and let me just save it now. Let's actually go. So we haven't installed time ago yet, so let me just maybe comment this out. But yeah, everything else I think we can get it. So yeah, here we go. We have this beautiful, and you guys can see this beautiful effect animation, this beautiful animation thing. This is what Material UI actually gives us. I mean, again, these are all just this little, you know, the subtle things. It makes the UI look really, really elegant. So yeah, this is that. So we have these post com, but again, the main thing, which is the import and the photo URLs, are remaining. So let's actually work on those things now. So we have the modal post. Now after this div basically ends. So this is our div, right? Now if after this div ends, we're gonna work on. So first we're gonna check if there's. So remember, what we are doing is, it's not necessary that we're gonna have both the input and the photo URLs. So if we don't have either of the one, we don't wanna occupy any sort of space, right? So we don't wanna render out a div if there is no input, and we don't wanna render out an image if there is like no image, right, inside of it, and if it's empty basically. So what we're gonna do is we wanna check if there is post.input basically, then only I want to render out a div for my post.input, right? And then only I want to style this. So first I'm going to have a padding left and right of 2.5, a break of all. Again, what this break of all is basically going to do, and there's a very good reason why we're using this. On a medium screen, I'm going to do break of normal, and I'm gonna actually show you guys what's gonna happen with this break thing. So this break is like a word break property which we are using right now, and someone might spam like a whole bunch of text on someone, you know, and that's the reason why we are actually, you know, someone might spam something like, you know, a whole bunch of line of string. So we want to have like a word break you know, CSS property to make sure to protect the overflow and respect that thing. So that's why we're using break all, and on a medium screen side we are saying overflow wrap needs to be normal and the word break needs to be normal. Now inside of this, again, I'm gonna say modal if it's like a modal post, or so there's actually modal post, or if show input is true. Now why is show input, right? So what is show input? So show input basically, let me show you guys. So when you actually so let me log in. I don't know if I'm actually logged out, so I think I can log back in again. Oh, so see, I'm actually logged out right now. So this is really nice, guys. So, oh, wait, I wasn't. So I don't know what happened there, but for a moment I wasn't like, okay. I thought I wasn't logged out. I was logged out because, so yeah, I mean, I am logged in. So anyways, I'm logged in. So I just wanted to show you guys. So when you click here, uh, so there's like a what we are saying is we're saying if it's a modal post or if it's like a show input. So what the show input is actually gonna do is, let me actually first see if I can explain you guys the show input thing, and it's actually going to show us the, so based on either of these props which we are actually using this which we are actually using here, it's actually going to show the text, and then it's going to truncate the text if it's not true. So what's going to happen, guys? So let's say so this text, right, you can see there's a huge bunch of text, right? So we don't want to show the user this whole text. Like, this is not a good use case, right? If someone enters this bunch of text, and we don't want to, so we want to truncate this, but we are using some we are having like a smart truncate function where what we are actually doing, and we actually build it ourselves, the truncate functions, the truncate function. And what we are actually doing is when you click, guys, you guys can see it actually shows back the text, right, which was actually hidden, right? and that's what's happening. So when we actually click on the modal, by default you see all the text. So on the modal, the purpose of the modal is to show you everything, right? I mean, it's not gonna make sense if you have see more on our modal, right? And that's how LinkedIn has it implemented, exactly like that, right? So they have like a see more thing here, but when you click on the actual picture, they actually open a modal, and you can then pretty much read everything inside of this, right? And of course, like if you want to read it here though, you want to give the user an option here as well. So it's not necessary that the user needs to click on the modal. So he can click here and read it, or he can click on the modal and read it like that. So that's why we are having something called show input, and it's again just gonna be a piece of state. So we can just go here and we can just create this piece of state. We can just say show input, right? And we can just say set show input and use state, and by default it's gonna be false. So we have show input and set show input. By default, of course, it's gonna be false. And what we're gonna be doing here, guys, is we're just checking if either it's a modal post, or either if you want to show the input, right? So it can be either of these things. Show input means that if we click here and we do want to show our all our the whole of our input, right? So this is, I know it sounds kind of confusing, the name, but this is our input text, right? So that's what I actually named it. So if you name something else, so you can just change the name here, whatever makes sense to you guys. But yeah, this is our show input. So that's when the show input is true, so it's gonna show you this text, and we're not gonna truncate it. So that's what we're gonna be doing here, and what we're gonna be doing is something really nice, right? So we're gonna say if either of these things is true, then we're gonna have a p tag, and the p tag is actually gonna have the post.input first of all, and we're not gonna truncate this part, okay? And we're gonna have some on click, okay? And if this is not true, however, we're gonna also have a p tag, but now we are actually gonna use like a truncate function here, which will create our own function. So we'll use a truncate function, and this function is going to be extremely powerful, guys. And this function is actually going to accept two parameters, and it's going to be, first one is going to be the text which you want to truncate, and the second one is till how many characters you want to truncate this text, right? Till how many characters you want to. Now let's actually write this function. It's a very simple function. Let me just copy it, and I can just explain you guys. It's a very basic sort of function which we're going to be writing here, just like a truncate. And you can definitely use a library as well, like a React truncate or something. I don't know, you can use like a library like that. But I just created this function. Just wanted to show you guys how you can create functions like this. And of course, like so what this function is basically doing is accepting the string, which is your input, and then it's accepting a number, and then it's checking that if your string's length is of course greater than the number, because of course it needs to be greater than the number, then only you're going to be truncating, right? If it's not greater than the number, then if your string dot length is actually greater than your number, then you're gonna be what do you call, do this thing, truncate thing. Otherwise it's you're just gonna say see more, and otherwise I'm sorry, otherwise you're just gonna show the string itself, right? If it's not greater than the number, right? So this is the ternary, this is the other condition, right? And this is the first condition, okay? So this is what the function is gonna do, and it's a really powerful function, because you can change the value here, to how many characters you want to actually display. In my case, I just kept it to in our case, in this case, I just kept it to 150 characters. And now if I actually so if that's clear for you guys, and if I actually save this, let's see what actually happens, right? So none of our inputs are actually so long, so it's actually not happening. But let's say I copy this one from here, and let's actually create a new post, and let's actually post this in here, and let's see what happens. And here we go, boom, works out of the box, right? But right now it's not. It's not when we click here. It's not actually showing us the other part, right? So we want to have an on-click functionality here. So what we're gonna do here, guys, is that's why I have a piece of state called show input, right? We just want to say on click here, and if I click, because right now it's actually showing us this post.input, right? I mean, it's actually showing us the truncated one, sorry. So what we want to do is, in this scenario, I just want to set my show input to false, right? Whereas when I'm here, I want to make it true, right? Because I want to do the opposite, right? So what should happen here is, so right now, since we have a huge post, so it's actually showing us this p tag, right? And if I actually click here, it's gonna make the show input to true. And if the show input is true, guys, you guys can see if the show input is true, it's gonna show us this p tag, right? So if I click here now, and it's gonna work, right? And if I click back, it's gonna go back, right? Which is really nice, right? Because you can click back and forth and it's going to show you, and you can also set your character's length. So if I make this to like a 10 or something, you can see it's going to show for everything. Pretty much like everything. So because it's going to be 10 characters then, but of course I just set it to 150. So this is how you can create like custom functions, and you should technically include these functions inside of the util folder which we created. Anything which you basically reuse, you should have a use case for those things, but yeah, I just wanted to show you guys. So we have this, and now let's keep going on, guys. Let's keep going. So we have our post, and now we're gonna go on the bottom, guys, and now we're gonna have our picture, right? And again, we can either have the picture or we either can't have the picture, right? We have the option, depends on the user. So if we don't want to occupy space for that, and only we also want to check if it's not the modal post, and then only I want to actually display my image tag. And here in this scenario, I'm actually using an image tag, and I'm not using like a Next.js image component. And there's a reason why I'm actually not using the Next.js image component. So I'm gonna say photo URL. So I just wanted to give some class names and stuff here. So I just want to style this one differently. And there was a bunch of headache with the Next.js image component. So I just use this one in this use case. Then I'm just, and you guys can see here we have the image. Beautiful, right? So we have this image here, and now we want to have an on click on this image. And again, remember, when I click, the beautiful modal should open, which is like this sort of modal, which should open, and we should see this bigger version of the post, right? So that's what we wanna build next. And then we're gonna be having and again, guys, I know it's a pretty insane build. And then we're gonna be having the last widgets section, which we're gonna be coming clutch with, and we're gonna finish really cleanly, and then we're gonna deploy this build. So let's actually create that. So we have a width of full and cursor pointer for just two class names for the image, right? But there's going to be a bunch of on clicks here, right? So let's actually have on click for our image here, and let me actually get it and explain you. That would be much better. There's going to be a bunch of on clicks, so let me get this on click and explain you guys. So first we are saying first on click, we're gonna say, and of course when you have a bunch of on clicks, either you can create like a function, like a handle modal or something, but I didn't create a function in this case. If you don't want to like do it like this, you can just create a function and just do these things inside of the function, but I just did it this way. First thing I want to do is I want to set my modal open to true, and then I also want to have my modal type state, right? And I want to change my modal type. Remember, I want to change my modal type state. Remember, I told you guys we're going to be doing that dynamically, right? We're going to be changing our modal type state, and then we're going to have our post state, which is going to be our inside of post atom. If you guys remember, by default is going to be an object. We're going to store our post, because again, guys, remember, we don't want to unnecessarily keep fetching our post from the database, right? So we can use recoil, right? because we can use something like recoil, and we can actually store the post in a recoil, and when the user actually clicks on the image, and that way we can basically show the user the post, right? So we're gonna store the post state as well. So we're gonna create like a post state on top here. So just after our this thing, we're gonna create a post. So I'm gonna name it actually post state, and I can't name it post again because we are already receiving one post, so we can't name it post state because the name is gonna clash. So make sure to keep that in mind. So I'm gonna say post state and sap post state, and this is gonna be get post state actually, and this is what I think I named it. This is actually getting back as, yeah, so I think it's actually get posted, yeah. So I actually get posted the key which I named, and suppose I think it's actually the same in here as well, yeah. So that's the key get posted. So we have our post state, and we have our modal type state, and we have modal state. So we are changing our modal type state because by default, remember, it's actually the one which we click here. So this is the drop-in one, but when we click here, the modal type state is going to change. And again, remember, the modal is actually done for us. So we had these two modals, but of course we want to uncomment these things now. Of course we want to uncomment these things, and we do want to have our post. So our modal, remember, our modal was accepting a type prop, right? And a modal was we were having like a post.photo URL here, and this is how we're gonna get the post is through our recoil, right? That's how we're gonna retrieve our post. So if we go back to our modal component, so this is our modal component, right? What we can do, guys, is we can say const post. Now in this case, I'm gonna do something new. I'm just gonna say post, and I'm not gonna create it like in a use state way. Instead, I'm gonna use something called use recoil value, and I'm gonna explain the difference between the use recoil value and this thing. And I'm gonna say get post state. Let's see, this actually works, and I think use recoil value. I think I've already imported this. Yes, I've already imported this, and we do have like a post, and we do also have like a get post. So we are already imported that for once. We do have a post here, so that's nice. So what I actually did here, guys. So since we are storing our post inside of recoil, right? So what I did here, because I do not need the setter. So whenever you need just the value, and you don't need the setter, right? Because the first part is the value and the second is the setter, the function, right? So whenever you don't need the function, you can just say the variable name here. It can be anything, but you have to use something called use recoil value, and as opposed to state. So here you can see we are using use recoil state, but here we have to use use recoil value, and this is only going to give us return us the value, and since we don't need the function here, so that's like another way for you can get the value from recoil, right? And now I'm just gonna save it. So now it should actually work because we do have the modals, we have the types, and the modal is actually this modal is actually designed as well, a framer motion modal. And now we also have the post. We're gonna be setting our post state to the post, right? Which of course we are getting back through as a prop. So now if you click here, this should actually open a modal, and here we go, guys. Look at that, right? Here we go, and this is our post component, by the way, which is a reusable component. So if I go to the modal, if I show you guys here we are using actually the post here, guys. And this is the div, and I've actually contained this post component inside of this div, and this is some bunch of stuff which I'm saying here. So actually don't do that. You guys can see it doesn't take the full width and stuff, so that's what we're actually doing. And for some reason it's actually not taking the rounded large, so I think it might be because of the overflow hidden. Actually no, it's actually not actually, so it's actually not getting rounded from the right side. It is from the left hand side, but it's actually not getting rounded from the right side, which is pretty weird. Yeah, I think it might be because of the post image. I mean the post itself, it can be because of that. So we are actually doing rounded right of large, but still not working. So I'm not sure. I'm not quite sure why it's sort of uh, this sort of thing is happening, because we do have like a rounded right of large here. So if uh, if I'm being drastic here, I mean this should actually work. If I try to do overflow hidden, maybe then it works. Um, but I don't want to actually use overflow hidden, so I mean still it's not actually working. So maybe now is a good time to show you guys how to inspect this stuff and try to debug why it's not getting rounded from the post side, right? So we have like a rounded right of large here, as you can see, and it's just that, so we do have rounded right of large, and we are applying in fact rounded right of large here. So we are actually applying, which is really actually weird, because we are actually applying rounded right of large. And as you guys can see, it does work on a smaller screen. It just doesn't work on a bigger screen. It just doesn't work on a bigger screen, but it does work on a smaller screen. So I mean, it's actually working here. As soon as you go bigger screen, it just doesn't work. So yeah, I mean, you guys can see actually works before the medium screen, right? I mean, as soon as you go bigger screen, it's not actually rounded from the right side, which is quite weird. I mean, we might have been missing some styling, but we're gonna fix that. So let's not worry about that for now. Let's keep going with the other stuff. So we do have this, and as you can see, it's already built, right? So the model is already there, and this is a reusable component. And we're gonna be having, so of course we're gonna be having the bottom section for the like and share, and there's gonna be delete functionality. And then there's gonna be yeah, so then there's gonna be a delete functionality as well. That's what we're gonna be building, where I'm gonna be showing you guys another API route, the ID one, which we actually didn't do yet, right? So that's gonna be another refresher for you guys for this one. So we are using get and poster, then we're gonna be using a delete method basically to do the other stuff. So now let's actually keep going with our post component. And don't worry about the this thing. We're gonna fix that. We're gonna fix that thing, why it's not getting rounded here, because it does actually work on a smaller screen. It's just something is not right on a larger screen right now. That's why it's not actually applying. So after the image, let's actually see what we have after our image. So after the image ends here, we're gonna have a div, of course, for our icons and our buttons basically. Now again, since it's a very a complex component, so what we're gonna say is we're gonna say if modal post is true, then only I wanna have a button basically, and this button is gonna have an icon. And this button is again I'm gonna have a custom class name for this button. It's gonna be a post, and I think this is the last custom class name we're gonna be using, and it's gonna be called a post button. And there's gonna be an icon, and I think I actually got all the icons already. So the icon is gonna be called comment outline icon, and there's gonna be an h4 tag which is gonna say comment. And of course there's gonna be, since it's a ternary operator, if that's not the case, then there's gonna be a button as well. So let me just quickly maybe copy this, right? And if that's not the case, you're gonna have a button again, but this time this button is not gonna have this stuff, but instead it's gonna have, so this button is gonna be a like button. So if it's not a modal post, we want to have so we want to basically have a like button, but when you click actually on the post, actually redirected me to Let me log in back. So as you guys can see, so if we were, so when I actually click on the post, we get like a comment, and we don't have a like thing here. When we actually here on our normal post, we do have a like. And the reason why I actually did that is because the like functionality is not persisted, right? So if you actually refresh our page, the like functionality is not persisted right now. It's not actually persisting, because it's not in the database. Basically, we have not done, of course, since this build is already so huge, but I have showed everyone how to do the like functionality, and it actually works in a similar manner as we have done with Firebase and other stuff. So in my Twitter build, so we have done that like functionality and stuff. It actually works really similar, but in this build we did the delete one, and to keep it simple, we just, yeah, so like is not actually persisting, and that's why I had a comment here and a share here. And of course, if you're not if you didn't do the post, it's not gonna actually show you the delete one, right? It's only gonna show you if it's your post actually, right? So which makes sense. So let's actually so this one, and there's actually an error here saying line 82 is erroring out here. I don't know what sort of error this is. Yeah, so no, there's not an error. Okay, so we can have this button, and inside of this button, what we're gonna be doing is, so we're gonna be having liked, which is again, it's gonna be a use state, a piece of state again. So let's actually create const, and let's have liked, and we can say set liked, and we can have use state, and we can just say false. So it's going to be false by default, and again, so it's going to be use state. So now what we can do inside of this button, we can say if our like this true, if our like this true, what we want to do is we want to have so we want to have like a thumb. So let me actually get this stuff too, because I don't want to get too much into this sort of stuff. Let me get this whole button, maybe this whole button here, and let me explain you guys. So what I actually did here, if our like is true, if the user actually clicked on the like button, we want to have an icon, and we are actually doing this class name, which is we are flipping the icon. So originally the icon was like this. So if I don't have this, you guys can see immediately if I don't have this, there's a comment, and then if I close the modal, then there's a like. When I click here, you guys can see it actually flips the button. So that's what's happening. So originally the icon is kind of like this, but what's happening is with the class name is just basically flipping this. That's all. So we want it to be, of course, in that direction. So that's all we are doing. So we're saying like, so that's our like, and of course it's not looking how we want it to look, because we just have to style this. But we do have the like. Now of course our post button is not styled, our custom class name, so we do have to style this. Keep that in mind. So let's actually go to our global CSS now, and let's actually so this is gonna be our last class name. So let's actually style this one, post button, make it display flags, items of center, and then we're gonna say justify center as well. And remember, what this button contains is, it contains your so this is your button, and it actually contains the like, and here in this scenario it actually contains the icon, and it actually contains the comment, right? And in this scenario it actually contains the icons and of course the like text. So this is what the button contains, and what we are doing is we are making everything centrally aligned, and we want to give some spacing between them, and we want to also say cursor or pointer, and we want to say hover bg black, and I want it to be a slight blackish color. So as soon as I do that, you can already see it's actually having a subtle blackish effect there. But of course there's a lot more remaining. On a dark mode, I want the hover. So on the dark mode, I want to target my hover, And instead of saying bg black 10, I want to say bg black of 20, and I want to say width of full, and I want to give some padding top and bottom of 10 pixels, and I want to have this rounded and a transition basically, and a transition. So I think this is my first time I'm applying a transition in this build. And the transitions in Tailwind are extremely easy to implement. You just say transition, and these are the properties it applies to. If you want to apply a transition all, you can just say transition all, and that's gonna apply to every property. But in this case, I'm just gonna apply the normal transition. It has like some cubic backzero functions, and I like to use this ease out one, which I kind of like the ease out one. I'm just gonna say font of medium, and I'm just gonna save it. And here we go. It's actually centrally aligned right now because there's just one button, but there's gonna be one more here, so they're gonna be nicely side by side with each other. But when I click here, you guys can see it actually turns blue. So that's basically my state. So that's our button done, guys. Let's keep moving to the next section, guys. So the next section we're gonna be having, guys, is going to be the delete one, right? So in the delete in this delete post button, so we have to think before doing this delete post, right? Because we don't want to show the delete post button to every single user, right? We only want to show this delete button to the users who are actually logged in, right? Who actually posted this information. Like, I shouldn't get the delete post button here, right? So it's actually really simple. All we have to do is we have to use the current session, and we have to compare it with something. So I don't know if I'm actually getting back the session. So yeah, let's actually first get the session. Let's get it from our sidebar. Let's quickly on top here, let's just get our session. And what we have to do, guys, here, all we have to do is we have to actually check, and I'm going to optional chain to protect myself. I'm going to say session.user.email, and we're going to see if this email is actually equal to. So how do we need to compare this? We need to check if the logged in user's email is actually the same as the post email which he wants to delete, right? It's actually the same. That means it belongs to that user, right? Because the emails usually it should be like a UID, and the way you basically get a UID is using a callback inside of your next thought, where I told you guys in the starting, we have like callbacks that are extremely powerful. So this is a way you can retrieve like a user's UID and even retrieving the session, from the server. So this is how you can retrieve the UID, and I actually did this exact callback thing in the tutorial. So that way you can use like an ID, and then you can compare it with the ID. But in this case, I'm going to use an email but we have to use a unique field. You can't use a field like username, because many users can have the same username, right? So that's not a good criteria. So this needs to be a unique field. So in this scenario, we have the user session. The email is usually going to be the same. So if the email is same, then I want to display like a delete button. And let me just quickly maybe get this, and I think you guys get the idea behind this. So I'm just gonna quickly get this and paste this in here. So if of course the logged in user's email is the same as the post he wants to delete, then it belongs to that user, right? And then again, we're reusing this class name. So we want to show that button. Otherwise, we want to show the reply share rounded button. And again, we're flipping the icons. So, and of course we have a delete post function here which we haven't created. So let's just quickly maybe create this function, say delete post, create like an empty function for now. And here's where we're going to be fetching our delete method and delete request. And we can see here we have the like and the delete post, but they're on top of each other. So I think I forgot to actually style their container. So if I actually get back to their container, I think I just have to style their overall container, and I think I forgot to actually do that. So this is their overall container. They're going to be displayed as flex and justify evenly items of tensor, so vertically in the center. And on a dark mode, I'm gonna say a border of top. So there's going to be a top border, and the border color is going to be gray 600. And again, I don't want exactly to be the 600, so I'm just saying make the opacity to be 80. And that's the border opacity, so that's just going to target the border opacity. And the padding top of 2, and I want to say text of black. And again, I don't want to say exactly black, so I'm just going to say 80, actually 60. And on my dark mode, I want the text to be white, and of course a white of 75. And I just want to say, and boom, look at that, guys, this bunch of change. And of course, since I'm applying on this container, so it's actually applying to these inner buttons as well, all this styling. And now you guys can see this subtle beautiful effect when I actually hover over the buttons. And even if I change it to light mode, the same effect is going to be there, but of course on a different hover now, which is really clean, right? And even if I actually switch it back to my dark mode, and if you actually try to see this, actually looks really nice. Actually looks really nice, right? These beautiful effects, right? So we have our post component. I think it's done, right? So we have actually completed. All we need is the time ago timestamps. Let's actually quickly. So I'm just gonna go to time ago React. So it's like a time ago React package, which is again on npm. You can just go to GitHub one. It's the same basically, and we just need to npm install this. So we just need to quickly npm install this, and all we have to do is inside of our post, I think all I have to do is I have to uncomment this, and we have to use this time ago. Basically we have to just use this time ago, and we haven't actually set our next auth url environment variable, which is actually super important, by the way. We need to actually set in that environment variable, and the reason we need to actually set it the next auth url because it needs to determine from where or which domain it needs to redirect to back, and it's actually very important, the next auth. So make sure you guys define the next auth url. I actually forgot to tell you guys this thing, but this is really important that we actually do that. So localhost. So locally, the next URL is gonna be always localhost 3000, right? Or whichever local server you're using, right? But in production this is going to be different. So all these env variables we have, they're going to be deployed to Vercel when we actually deploy our build, and we're going to save all these basically deploy all these env variables to Vercel when we actually deploy our application, and the next url is going to actually change, and Vercel is going to give us our domain name, and it's going to be like a consistent domain name basically, which I'm going to be showing you guys how to get the consistent one. So there's going to be some absolute ones, and then there's going to be some which changes on every deployment, and but we don't need those. We're gonna be needing a consistent domain name, which we're going to be using as our next auth URL for production. And we want to just save this, and now I think if I save this warning should actually go away. So always try to look at these warnings which the console actually shows you. These are not for just no reason. So always try to fix these things, always try to look for these little warnings in your console, because they help a lot. And now let's actually so we do have delete, but of course our button is not yet functional. So let's actually make this functionality work. And also, sorry, I forgot the time ago timestamp. So let's actually put that in. So we have a time ago here after, I think we commented somewhere here. So here's our time ago timestamp, and of course this just basically accepts a date time, which basically is the date you want to format. So I want to format my created ad, and that's gonna basically format that date. And if I actually save it and go back now, you guys can see I have my time here, and we can actually check the time now. It's actually showing us the real time, which is really nice. Now all we have to do, guys, is just keep progressing. So we have our timestamp done, we have our post component done actually, and it's actually responsive and actually working. And I mean, it's really responsive, and it's actually identical to how we have done in our build, and our post functionality is working. All we have to work on is the delete functionality now, so we can delete a bunch of posts from here, and everything else just seems. And then we have to work on the widgets component, which is going to be the last component we're going to be working on. So let's actually work on the delete functionality now, guys. So when we click on the delete button, it should actually delete the post from the database and fetch the real-time post for us. So let's actually work on that. So here is our delete post. So what I'm going to be doing here, guys, is we're going to be having our delete functionality, right? So what we're going to be doing here, guys, is again, this is going to be an asynchronous function, because this is going to be, we're going to be querying through our database. And again, we're gonna just do it in a similar manner. And by now, you guys might be getting a hang of this. You know how do we do API routes in Next.js and stuff. And again, since it's a asynchronous function, so we want to use our await. And again, we're gonna use our fetch here. But this time, I'm actually gonna use our backticks here, because I'm gonna do, and you guys guessed it, I'm gonna do string interpolation, API/post and slash. So here I'm gonna say post dot underscore. So now this is the point where I want you guys to focus. So we want to go to a route, but we want to go to a singular post route, right? A singular post route like this. So we don't want to go to API/post, because that's gonna take us back to this route where we won't gonna be having our delete method, right? So that's not gonna work, right? Because we need a separate route, and we actually want to send a post ID which we want to delete, right? So we actually have a different API route for that, right? So always make sure your API routes are correct here. And next thing we want to do is we want to again have our methods, right? So here we can say method, and this time it's gonna be a delete. And again, we're gonna have our headers, application/JSON, the standard way of doing our headers. And then after doing this, after saving this, we're gonna be having, so here's the thing where we're gonna be again doing those sort of things. So first thing I'm gonna be doing is I'm gonna say set handle post to true. Again, I don't have handle post. So what we can do is actually go back to our wherever we are actually I think it was inside of our form. So our handle post, I'm gonna get our modal from our form, and we already actually have the modal, so we can just remove the modal, but get our handle post state. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna set our handle post to true, because remember, again, when we're fetching any information, we are deleting or sending any sort of request, we want to make sure our handle post is true, because we want to fetch it in real time, right? Which is going to make sure it's going to go inside a feed, and it's going to make sure to run this use effect, because our handle post is going to become true, and we're going to fetch our post in real time. And the same goes with delete, and then the next thing is we want to have our modal open state to false, right? Because the user can also delete when the modal is open. He can also delete it from here. So when the modal is open, we want the modal to close when he deletes this post, because this post won't be there anymore, right? So we want to delete this post, right? So that's what we're going to be doing here. Now we can also console log the response back, but we don't want to do that. I mean, it's just going to be very simple. But you guys can just look at the response back and just console log that and see what's going to happen. So now we have this function. Now let's actually see if this actually works in real time, right? Because we have our handle post, we have our state management, everything should be working now. And let's actually go back to our local version, and let's actually see if I click on any of my posts, if it actually works. So let's see. Actually click here, and so it actually did not work. As you can see that there's something. Let's refresh and let's see if we have this post. So I mean, it actually did not work. I think we might have commented this out somewhere, delete post, or I think we were using this. So we were using this on the button. So we are actually using delete post, but I actually did not delete. So let's actually debug. Let's see what's happening now. Why it did not actually. So why it actually did not. So we are making our handle post true and our modal open to false, right? And a good way to maybe oh, so we are not, we haven't actually created our API route. My bad, guys. Uh, I think the fatigue is kicking in, you know. Because I think the fatigue is kicking in today. And whoever's watching till from the start, it's an insane build, guys. And yeah, man, I just forgot we did not actually create the route here. We need to create the route first. Of course, it's not gonna work because the button isn't functional anymore. And I think it's just gonna error out right now. And yeah, I mean, we can see there's it's erroring out because there's no API route sort of thing. So we are not sending any response back, so it wouldn't work, right? So it wouldn't make sense. So let's get back to our API route and let's actually create our delete response here. Just like we did this one, it's gonna be similar, but it's gonna be a delete one, right? So we're gonna go here, and what we can actually do is we can actually so instead of so I don't want to copy this, I want to actually do this from start, so to just get muscle memory of what we're going to be doing. So first, again, the first thing we're going to be doing is we're going to be getting our so first thing we're going to be doing is we're going to be getting our function from connect to database. So that's the ID. We go inside our poster. Now again, this is gonna be from dot slash dot slash util slash mongodb. Yeah, so it's gonna be. I just want to check if it's correct. So we're gonna get our database, and the second thing which I'm gonna be importing is gonna be an object ID. And remember, I told you guys that we're gonna be having like an object ID. So inside of MongoDB, so each of this ID is actually called, so it is something called, and this guys took me a lot of a lot of debugging and stuff to find this, that there's something called an object ID, which is a class representation of the object ID type, because I couldn't just figure this thing out when I was making this build. I just couldn't figure how to, like, get the ID to work, and this is something called an object ID inside of MongoDB. And now we just, of course, export a default asynchronous function here. So I'm just gonna copy that line, and of course it's gonna have a request and a response. I'm just gonna keep call it handler, and what I'm gonna do here is, again, I'm gonna get my method. Okay, but here's the catch now guys, if we remember, so when we are actually so inside of our post, right, what we are doing here is inside of our query we're actually sending the ID. So how do we actually, because there's a reason why we're sending the ID, right? So we can actually use this ID to see which post to delete, right, from the data, because we need the ID of the post, right? And we are actually sending it to the query. So how are we going to retrieve this ID? It's very simple. We're gonna say query, and inside of the query there's gonna be this ID field, right, where it's gonna be stored, and all of this is gonna be equal to our request. And you can just see how clean this looks, as opposed to doing something like request.query.id and request.method. Like, this looks really clean, right? So the ID is inside is going to be inside of your query object, right? And that's where the ID is gonna be, right? And now we're gonna retrieve the ID through that way from our request and the method as well. And now after this, we're just gonna say const db connect to our database, right? So we're gonna use our utility, our beautiful utility function, connect to database. And on the bottom here, we're just gonna check if method is equal to delete this time. Okay, if method is actually equal to delete, we want a try catch block again. So I'm just gonna do a try catch block, and again inside of my try, I want to say await db. Okay, I have the db instance, so I'm going to say await db.collection, go into my post collection, right? And now here's the function which MongoDB uses. The function is called delete one. And again, these function names are really important. If you try to make this lowercase, it's not going to work. Or if you try to change the function name to something else, it's not gonna work. So remember to use these functions, the function names as I'm using. These are exactly what the functions are called. And as you guys can see, the filter used to select the document to remove. So how this basically deletes a document is basically we need to send in an ID, right? And we need to make sure that the ID is being mapped through this new object ID, and it's actually in this new format, right? Because we cannot send it into that sort of format. And then we need to of course send in back the response.status, right, of 200. And then we have to say .json, and here we can just say message something, and here we could just say the post has been deleted or something like this. So we can return like a message or something, and you can just say the post has been deleted. Of course, the error one, we're just gonna return a response back saying that our response status of 500 and .json, and we're gonna return back the error basically. So that's what we're gonna do. So this is gonna be our clean sort of delete request response. We're gonna respond this back to our client basically. So what we are actually doing here, guys, so to summarize this, we're first of all checking that if our method is delete, and of course our method is delete here. And then what's going to happen is we connect it to our database instance. Then it's going to say go into our post collection and delete one document from the post collection where the ID is actually equal to the ID which we are actually receiving through our query param, right? Which we're actually sending it here. So that's exactly what's happening, right? And this needs to be underscore ID, because remember inside of our database it's actually underscore ID. So you can basically query through anything here. So even if you want to query through input, you can send in the input. Let's say you can send in the input here, and you can just query through input. The input is same to this input. So that's what it's actually comparing here. But we are comparing ID. But this ID, guys, it needs to be. So I was before I was doing when I was working on this, but I was just doing like this, and I just couldn't figure this out. It was such a headache, because I didn't know that there's something like an object ID which exists, inside of MongoDB, and I just couldn't figure it. And then I came to know about this new object ID thing which you have to do, and it basically creates an object ID type. And this is really important because this is the format the ID needs to be, and then only it's gonna the delete functionality. The delete is gonna work for us. So now if we save this and we actually go back, and now if we test this, since we have an API route, so now we have two API routes. We have one for delete, one for our fetching the post, and one for post and getting. So I hope this helped you guys who wanted to learn Next.js with MongoDB and how to actually do querying and stuff with MongoDB. I hope it helped you guys understand at least some of it, on how to do API routes with Next.js. But let's actually see if this works first of all. And you guys can see the delete is actually working pretty nicely because I'm actually logged in and this is my post. And of course I can only see the delete here, and I can't see it here, I can't see it here, and I can't see on any other. And I can actually see it here because oh, this is the deployed build, my bad. I'm sorry guys, this was a deployed build. I think I'm tired. That's why. But yeah, man, that was the deployed build. Sorry. So this is the build, and I mean I'm actually not logged into any other account here, so it's all my posts. So there's no such way of checking. But let's actually refresh before we actually test this functionality. And now let's actually click on any of this post and let's see if it actually works. Boom, guys, look at that. Oh, that's so sick, right? And here we go. And just like that, we can delete all these posts. And just look at that, how clean this looks actually. And if we refresh right now, we have everything server-side rendered. So only this thing, there's like a mounting delay for this because of the dark mode we added, where again you can have a loader implemented. So even remove that, even like a minor millisecond delay, which I don't think it affects much, to be very honest, because all of these things are really, really clean, right? And we can delete our post like that. So, And even if you try to post something, you know, some gibberish stuff, let's try to like post something. And now let's try to press, and here we go. So this is our real-time post. So, and this is our real-time, it's communicating with our real-time database. But now let's try to check our delete functionality is actually working. Because right now there's no way of checking that. So, oh, by the way, we've actually forgot to have sign out implemented for our header here. So what we can do is we can pretty much go to our sidebar and just copy this and go to our header now, and where we actually have this, oh, it's actually in the header link. And so where we actually have this header link, we could pretty much say on, so inside of our header link we could have the, so I'm not sure if it's actually this icon. So it's actually, this is the icon and this is actually the avatar, so it should be on this header link. Yeah, so let me just go back to my header link and double check if I actually added the sign out thing here. I think I did add a sign out. So yeah, I did actually add a sign out here. So yeah, so there's gonna be an on click here, and the on click is gonna be an inline function basically. So it's gonna be an inline function, and we only want the sign out to apply when the avatar prop is true, right? Because we don't want the sign out to work on any other of these icons, right? We only want it to work when we actually click on the user's profile icon. So avatar and then sign out. And then of course we have to invoke this because we are doing an inline function right now. So we have to invoke our sign out, and I think we are actually getting the sign out. So we actually, oh, so we are not actually getting back. So let me just go to our sidebar. Let's quickly get our sign out from Next Authentication. Oh, let's just get it from here. We're already doing this, so let's just say sign out. Now let's just save this and let's actually test this now. So if I click here and boom, actually took us back. Now if we try to access the home route, we can't. And let's try to log into a different account now, and let's see the delete functionality. So now we can see we have the share here, so which is working, which is really nice. Now let's see, I'm just gonna type some gibberish here because right now I don't know what to actually type, but we have our post working, or everything is working. We have our delete functionality, and here we go, the real-time delete functionality. Whoa, this is awesome, right? And let's try, maybe let's just quickly get us unsplash image. I don't know what image is unsplash. Just quickly get some image. Let's get this image. Kind of looks nice. Let's go to here. Let's just add this photo URL. Let's just post this, and boom, here we go. It has this image. And if you click on this, this is the modal. And even if you click from here, actually goes away. So everything's kind of kicking in, dark mode and our light mode, and our server-side rendered post is working. So this is really sick, guys. So now let's actually, so we are actually done with our feed component, which was our main component, right? So now we can actually work on the widgets, which is going to be the last component of our build, and we can finish off with a beautiful Google News API, Google News API. And let me just quickly log back in again. So we can finish off with a Google API, and actually, so I don't know, there's some routing, so I don't know how, there's maybe some things I didn't do it right in my old build. So the routing is actually not working as it's supposed to be. So because it actually takes me to the home, or maybe it's the middleware, maybe it's in beta, so who knows, maybe the middleware is not supposed to be working how it should be, you know. But yeah, I mean, everything, the logout login functionality does work. So it's kind of a bit weird when it actually routes you back to home when you try to log back in, which is kind of bit weird for me. But everything else seems right. So yeah, let's actually finish with a Google News API, and this is just gonna be an advertisement image. Yeah, let's actually work on our So let's get back to our index page, and here is the widgets. Here we're gonna have widgets. So let's just say widgets, and it's gonna be components. So let's actually create a new file called widgets, and you can name this anything, by the way. I'm just naming widgets because when I did my first LinkedIn build, this is how the naming structure was. We had like sidebar, feed, and widgets. So I'm just keeping the naming consistent. Maybe some of you guys did it too. The old LinkedIn builds, and so I'm just keeping the naming consistent. So that's all. So we have widgets, and let's actually work on this widgets section now. So the first thing we're actually going to be having inside of the widgets is, let's actually get so let's, if I just need to save this, I guess. So yeah, now it's working. And now let's actually go to our Google News API, and let's actually set that up. So if you guys have never worked with the News API, it's called newsapi.org, and it's basically the Google News API, and we are using version 2 of this. So all you have to do is you have to first just basically create an account, and then you have to click on get API key, and when you click on get API key, it gives you an API key which you'll be actually needing. And then what I want you guys to do is just go here and just type in news, something like news API key, and again save your API keys inside of API keys and client secrets inside of a env file. So, and this is not going to change, by the way, it's unique for every user. And it's saying you should only use the developer plan of your project. So yeah, I mean, we make some requests there, and these requests are reset. They actually reset in some amount of time and stuff, but it's really cool. You can use this API. I think it's free. It's a Google API. So we have this API key. Add this API key, and now what we have to do again is go back here, and we actually commented this. So here's where I'm gonna actually go, and we're gonna say const results. Okay, we're gonna say const results. So I'm gonna fetch some articles basically, and I'm just gonna call them results. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna say await and fetch. Okay, and this is just a simple fetch request to an API, and to an API endpoint. And if you want to see the endpoint, so they have these endpoints. So if you go to the documentation, you will see they'll have an endpoint. So what we are interested in is we want to get the top headlines, because that's what the LinkedIn shows, right? It shows you the top headlines, top 10 headlines. So we want to use this endpoint. So if you're in the US, and it actually gives you all these countries, by the way, all these countries. So I'm using AE, which is for UAE, and then you have US and a bunch of different countries. So you guys can choose your own country wherever you live, and all you have to do is we have to use this endpoint basically, this whole endpoint. And in the end we have to provide, so I'm just gonna quickly actually just get it from my build here quickly. I'm gonna show you guys where you can add your own country and stuff. So we get this endpoint, we basically fetch from this endpoint. I'm gonna use string interpolation here because I want to add a variable called the news API key, and this is the endpoint. And where you want to add the country is at this area here. If you change to US, so I'm just gonna maybe use US for this one. So I'll just keep US now. And the next thing we want to be doing is since it's actually so it's gonna resolve. It has a promise, so it's gonna return a promise back, right? Since it's a API request, right? So it's gonna resolve, and it's gonna return a promise back. And either you can store this and do it as a separate thing, or you can just do it like .then, and you can just simply say get back the response. and just basically return the response as JSON, right? So that's all we want to be doing here. And then we want to return our articles. So I'm just calling them articles. You can call them anything, news articles or anything. So, and I'm just gonna get my articles from results dot articles, basically. And of course, how I got to actually saw this is the way I actually saw that actually results include articles is by console logging my response here. So if you console log your response here, you will see that your results contain an articles, which is going to be an array. And then you can basically fetch these articles. And of course, I'm just server side rendering them as well, on my server. So I messed up my spelling here. So it's going to be articles like this. So now if I console log this and if I show you guys that we are getting some bunch of articles on our home page, and I mean you can do there's a lot of things you can do. So there's an endpoint for everything, and this basically has articles about different stuff you guys can see. So it's a pretty cool API you can use, but we are just interested in the top sort of headline. So if I console log right now, and let's actually refresh this, and let's actually see if you're getting back anything. So it's saying that articles are returned but undefined cannot be serialized as JSON. So let's see what's actually happening now. So I am actually I'm saying await fetch, and I'm actually getting back my articles, and I'm also saying, so I also have my API key, so which is called news API key, which I'm actually sending here. So and I have a response, and what I'm doing is dot done and returning response as JSON, and here we have articles, and here we're just saying results dot articles. And then we are basically returning back our articles. um, but it should be returning us some articles, since it should be actually working. I don't know why it's actually there's a serializing issue. Let's maybe restart our server. I don't know if it's maybe because of the environment variable, maybe that's like null or something, and it's not actually fetching any articles. But it should be working though. Like it should be fetching some articles in the scenario. So let's see if this actually works. So I think it works. Yeah, so it works. So it was just the environment variable, I think so, guys. So whenever you have like add new environment variables, always try to like restart your server, because sometimes the environment variable is going to be null here, since you didn't restart your server. So always like try to restart your server and stuff, and that's gonna basically fix it. So as it fixes for us, and we have some articles, as we can see. So if we go back to our feed, by mistake I just closed my console. So we have an array of 20, so we have 20 articles, but we are only going to be needing 5 of them. Of course we're not going to be needing 20 of them, but I'm not actually returning back 5 articles from directly from here. I'm keeping all of them, but I'm just gonna use like a, so inside of our widgets we're gonna use like a slice function to basically just get 5 of the articles and just leave the rest of them. But if you want it to be more cleaner and only get only the amount you want to retrieve, what you can do is here itself, when you're returning, you can just maybe get 5 articles, return 5 articles from here, and then that way you will only receive 5 articles on your here, as your props. And then what you have to do is you have to just send our articles back to our widgets. Of course our widgets is going to be a component, and our widgets is going to receive articles through props. I have some problem uh, with the typing out articles. So we have our articles inside of our widgets, and then let's work on widgets now. So let's actually work on our last component, guys. So this is gonna be our last component, guys, and let's actually work on this. So first of all, we have the widgets, the top section, right? And let me actually close this. So we have this top section, which is in Arabic right now for me because of my country. But this time it's gonna be in English because I chose US. So it depends on which country you choose. Maybe it's different languages for every country, maybe. So what I'm gonna be doing is I'm gonna creating this top bit now. So I have a outer container, and of course I want to have class names, right? And I want it to be hidden. Okay, and only when I reach axle breakpoint I want it to be inline and space y of 2, right? Then I'm gonna have a section for news, which is gonna be my top section, and there's gonna be a bottom section for ads, right, where there's gonna be an advertisement. So for the news one, we're gonna have a div, right, and we're gonna have a class name, and we're gonna say bg white, right? We're gonna say background white, and on our dark mode we want to say background. Again, we want to have the same background throughout the entire app, and a padding top and bottom of 2.5, a rounded of large, a space y of space space y of 2, and then we also want to have a width. So now in this scenario I'm just saying a width of 11 by 12 instead of saying so what width of 11 by 12 is actually 92%, so I'm not actually giving 100% width. If I actually save it, we should actually start seeing the widgets. I think we just need some content inside of it. But yeah, so I'm not actually saying full width, I'm just saying overflow 11 by 12, which is 92%. Then I'm gonna give a border. If I actually save it, we do see a border, and then I'm gonna make the border gray, and it's gonna be again 300. So a border gray of 300, and again on my dark mode I don't want any sort of border, so I'm just gonna say border none on my dark mode. And inside of my div here I'm gonna have another div which is gonna contain my h4. Basically it's gonna contain my h4, and then it's gonna contain the icon. So let's actually quickly get these icons and all these things for our widgets. So let's actually get these things. We're going to be using time ago for converting the dates we're getting back from the API, right? I'm going to be showing you guys, don't worry, how what we are actually pulling back from the API, basically, because we don't know, right, what things we are pulling back. So we're going to console log and actually try to check out what stuff we are pulling back from the API so we can display that stuff, right? Now here we're gonna have an icon and a news here. An icon and LinkedIn news here. So I'm just gonna save that, and the div is gonna have some class names here. So this is gonna be saying display flex, align items of center, justify between, and font of bold. So in this case I'm gonna do bold actually, and I'm gonna give some padding left and right of 10 pixels. Now if I go back to the build, we can see we have LinkedIn news, right, which is looking quite nice, right? Now the next thing we want to do is we want to have another div on the bottom here, and this is going to be for our articles, right? This is going to be a container for our articles, and for each and every article we're going to say spaceware1. And I did not actually create a component for my article, but if you guys want to create a separate component for article, you can just map through and just return a component. Just go ahead and create a component. But let's actually see what we are actually getting back in the articles, right? Because we had our articles, right? So our articles, as we can see, they're actually returning us 20 results, and each article basically contains the author, the content, the published ad. So the published ad is what we are interested in, so this is what we want to format using time ago. And then we have the title, and the thing we are interested in is the title, is because we don't want the content, since it's actually really large, and the description is empty. So we are interested in the title, And for the title as well, we want to truncate it up to a certain level. So you know, we don't want to show the whole title, right? Because it's gonna go really long then. And that's on LinkedIn as well, by the way. So they actually try to truncate the stuff as much as they can. And now we're gonna say articles here. So this is whenever you like try to use an external API, this is how you check what the API is returning. You basically try to console log stuff. You know, even before you even return these as props, you try to console log the response here, and you try to check what is the API actually returning you, and then you basically understand that the API is gonna return you these fields, and then you basically use those things and display on your project. So that's how you use an external API like that. So now let's actually map through our each of our articles, and let's say articles.map. So before actually using map, we're gonna say slice. The reason I'm gonna say slice is I don't want to display. So remember, I don't want to display the 20 article. I just want it to go from 0 to 5, which is gonna include. So of course everything starts from 0, so it's gonna include from 0 to 4, which is gonna be 5, right? So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, which is gonna include 5 of our articles, and then I want to basically map. And if you don't know about slice, slice is just a function in JavaScript which you can use to which you can give an index, a predicate, a value where you want the mapping to end basically, right? The loop to end basically, and that's from 0 to 4. So it does not include 5, so it includes 0 to 4. And then we want to map through each and every article, and it's only going to return me 5. And of course not articles, I'm just going to say article here. And for each and every article, now here you have a choice of creating a component, but I just have a div. Of course, since we are mapping, so first thing we always want to do, we want to have a key, right? And the key is going to be article. So they don't actually have, surprisingly, don't have any ID sort of thing. So I mean, you guys can see if I go back again, and if you actually see our array, we can see, so they don't actually have any sort of ID. So the only unique field I actually found, so they have like a source, but this ID is actually null, so we don't want to use any null, right? So the only unique thing which I found was the URL, which can be unique. So I used the article or URL here in this scenario. And then we have like a class name here, so we can give a class name for this. Our container can say display of flags. We want some space xf to align items or vertically in the center, cursor or pointer, and when we hover over the entire article, we want the background to be black, and /tan, and on a dark mode we want the hover, so when we hover on the dark mode, we want the background to be black, but we want it to be 20, so instead of 10. And then we want some padding left and right of 10 pixels and padding top and bottom of 4 pixels, and we just want to save it. And of course we don't have any text right now. And inside of this, basically we're gonna have an icon and a div. Again, I'm just gonna quickly copy this stuff. So there's gonna be a div, and we're gonna have time ago basically, and I'm just gonna save this. Let's go back, and as soon as I save this, here we go, we have our text, and we have our, so this is just an icon, just like a dot icon, and then there's some timestamps 1 hour ago, and this actually updates in real time. So whenever I'm gonna look back at it again, it's gonna maybe update and show me the most recent popular 5 news basically, which is really cool. So uh, which you can basically tell to any potential any person or any company you apply to, or anyone, you can just basically tell them you're using like a real-time API here, which is really cool, right? So we have a real-time API here. So this is done. Now we just want to implement the last section, which is gonna be the art section. And again, these are just some class names I'm giving here for title and just styling them. And I'm just doing truncate again to show these 3 dots. If I actually show you and remove that, you can see it's not truncating, which I don't want, right? I don't want it to be like that, so I want it to be like this. So this is more clean. Now, last thing I want to do is the ads section. So let's actually finish our ad section. Now inside of our ad section, we're gonna be having an outer container again, where the background is gonna be white, and on a dark mode, the background is gonna be again, we want to keep consistent. And you guys might be wondering why I'm actually using divs and div and stuff for it, because it's just an image, right? But mind you guys, it's not just an image. So if I actually inspect this, so there's actually a background for the image. And I know it's weird, but this is how LinkedIn was implementing this sort of thing as well. So they actually had a background as well, and they were actually cutting the image off like this, and then they have a little background for the ads. So I tried to, like, of course, do the same thing. So we're gonna have it here, but it's gonna be sticky as well. So it's gonna stick with the left side here, the left sidebar bottom here. So when we scroll through and we have more posts, let's say we have some gibberish here, and I actually post this. So if you have more posts, and you guys will understand, so let's have maybe more posts, some, and you guys can see it's already started to scroll. It's already started to look really nice. If I have more, now you guys can pretty much see that it's actually looking, we can scroll through this and it's actually working. So let's actually have that. So we're gonna have a width now, and again the width is gonna be 11 by 12 and height of 64. So I didn't want to have full width here because it wasn't actually looking good. It was kind of big, it's kind of huge. So I just reduced the width to a 92%, which looks really nice to me. And then padding left and right of 10 pixels, and I want to have a rounded large, and I want to of course say sticky, and of course whenever you do sticky, you want to determine top, and again I'm going to say top 20, because remember we had top 20 for sidebar bottom as well. And then I'm going to say border gray. I'm just being maybe just going to copy this from here, border gray, border none. So I'm just gonna quickly copy this, and I'm just gonna paste this in here. And here we go. We have this beautiful container, right? And it has a certain height as well. That's why we are actually seeing the container. Now we're gonna have an inner div here. And the reason for having an inner div is because we are gonna be using the Next.js image component. And let me actually copy that. We're gonna be using Next.js image component. And again, I'm using priority here because it was identified as LCP, so I had to use priority attribute here. We're using layout full, and that's the reason we are containing with a div, and we're saying width of full and a height of full, and we're just saving it. And now if we go back, here we go, we have the ad. And I mean, of course, we can just change this to any other ad, but this is just like what LinkedIn basically, I know it's like a low resolution image, so, and that's the image, that's not our Next.js image or anything, that's the image, that's the actual image basically, which is like low resolution. So that's why we are actually kind of seeing like this. But yeah, so we have the image, and if we scroll through, look, just look at this, guys. So now even if you want to change the top value, if you think it's too much, you can pretty much say top 16 maybe. So if you do top 16, it's gonna be like that. You guys can see it's gonna be like that, but make sure to do top 16 here as well, so it's gonna be consistent. But I'm gonna keep it top 20, and this is our widgets, guys. So we have actually done. And if I refresh my my page right now, and everything's kind of in the center because we said justify center, right? So everything's server side rendered, and look how the widgets actually hides as soon as I try to go make my screen smaller, right? And now as soon as I try to go more smaller, just look at everything, guys. The header acts responsively, the sidebar acts responsively, and everything goes in line, and it looks really beautiful, right? It just looks really elegant. And if any of you guys out there, you have been watching from the beginning and you guys didn't took any a single break, shout out to you guys, man. This has been an insane journey, this build, and pretty much every build we do in each of our videos is actually insane. We push it really so much, and oh, we actually forgot that we have a toggler as well. And let's try to delete some posts, and here we go, boom, real-time functionality, everything's working. So hey, I mean, I kind of hate the white theme, not gonna lie, I don't like it. I just don't like light themes at all. So hey, how how is it going? You know, and of course, you guys, if you guys watch the tutorial, you guys can implement the emoji picker, and there's a lot of cool stuff you guys can, if you guys want to implement, you can. But of course, I could pretty much do all this, and this has really been insane. I mean, we did so much stuff already, and yeah, but we can definitely keep doing more and more stuff. And yeah, I mean, if we go ahead and copy some, let's copy Elon Musk here, and let's just paste him here. Let's see, hey Elon, and let's just paste it, and here we go. We have Elon Musk here now, and we can get the mountains image as well. I'm too lazy to go and find images on Unsplash right now, so I'm just quickly gonna use my deploy build to use these images, and you know, just try to implement this. So yeah, it works exactly. So it works exactly like how we wanted it to, and I mean, it's really, really dope, right? And everything's kind of working, and it's really, really smooth. We have beautiful animations, framer motion. We have like this animation. This is another framer motion model, and yeah, I think we are. So we have actually successfully completed, and I don't know how long has that been. I think it had been 6 to 7 hours, maybe. I don't know, but yeah, it has been an insane journey so far. You know, and yeah, I don't know about you guys, but I'm hella lot tired. But yeah, this has been really, really amazing, guys. And now the last thing which is remaining. So let's not actually, and we actually, it's not actually in the center. I feel like this is not actually in the center. I don't know if, so it is in the center. It is in the center. It just looks like it's not, but it is in the center. So yeah. So the last thing we have to do, guys, we have to deploy this to our cell, so we can add this to our this beautiful build to our portfolios, you know. And that's the main thing, right? We went this far, but now we want to deploy this thing. Let's actually go to our cell, and it's actually very easy to actually deploy. So the first thing you guys want to do is go to your GitHub, okay, and just maybe create a new repository. So I'm going to create a new repository called LinkedIn clone YT, let's say, because I already had LinkedIn clone, and I'm just gonna keep it public for you guys, and I'm just gonna click on create repository, okay. And what you have to do is you have to copy this bunch of line here, and for me, I actually have to give myself access because I'm actually logged into a different, but you guys don't have to do this step. It's just for me, which I have to quickly do and accept myself into the repository. But you guys, all you have to do is copy this line of code here. If you guys are new to Git, just copy this. Don't worry about anything. Just copy that line of code. Just go to your terminal and just paste this line of code here. And before I actually do that, I just want to accept myself to the GitHub repo. So I just wanna quickly accept myself because I actually am not added to the GitHub repo. So I just wanna quickly see and accept. So I actually did not get the notification. Let me just see if I actually send it to the right person. So I just need to go to so let me just quickly open Gmail online here, and let me see if I actually got a mail. So that's weird. I didn't actually get a mail. I mean, I should have gotten a mail because I sent myself a request, so I should have gotten a mail here somewhere there. Yeah, so I did get a mail. My bad, guys. I was checking the wrong account. So I did get a mail. So I'm just gonna quickly accept it. But it's not for you guys again. All you guys have to do is just paste the line here and just press enter here. Let's copy that line of code, and now I'm at it, so I can press here. So now just press enter here, and all you have to do is git add dot. So to add all your files to the staging area, and as soon as you do that, And after doing that, you can do something called get status. If you do get status, you see all your files are green, right? All these things are green, right? Which means you have all these files they're committed to the staging area. Now all you have to do is, these are all your changes to be committed. So all you have to do is you have to do git commit -m, and you can just type a final commit or something. For me, I'm just gonna say initial commit. Okay, you guys can type any message here for committing your code to GitHub, and then you have to press enter. The last thing you have to do is you have to say git push, and just copy this line of code, and then just press enter, and this is gonna push to your GitHub's main branch, which we actually created, remember. So go to click code here, and as soon as I go click code, you guys can see I have committed my changes here. So now this is good, right? Now the next step is to go to Vercel, and if you guys have never used Vercel, just go ahead and log in with your GitHub account on Vercel, and then click on a new project, and you guys will see your recent project, your recent repository on the top here. So you guys can just for me it's LinkedIn clone ID, you can just click on import. Now here's the bit I want you guys to pay attention. So here's where you add all your environment variables, which you basically have inside of our build, starting from Google Client ID. So add all your environment variables inside of here, because these are very important, and we need all these environment variables for our application to cleanly work. So I'm going to add all these variables, and I'm not going to add next.url, because again, this next.url is just for local development, but for the production we're going to get a new domain, which I'm going to explain you guys which one to use, exactly which domain to use from Vercel. And we need the JWT secret, so let's quickly copy that, let's add that. We need the MongoDB URI, let's quickly copy that, let's quickly add this, and we need all these things for our database queries to work and everything. So we need all these, remember we need all these variables, and then we need the news API key as well, so for the news API to work in production. So Vercel basically handles all your environment variables for production separately. So you have to make sure to add these environment variables. These are super important for your build to actually work, and especially the JWT secret and all these variables, because many of you guys actually didn't do that in the previous builds, and many of you guys had this query. So make sure you add the JWT secret as well. And the next thing, after you have added all these variables, just click on deploy, and you don't have to change anything else. It configures for you everything. Just click on deploy, and it's actually gonna queue your deployment, it's gonna build it, and it's gonna try to build your deployment. And what this basically does is gonna optimize your code, and it's gonna give a very reduced bundle size for your build. And of course, it's not gonna include all of these node modules and stuff like that. So you know, it's gonna make an optimized production build, which we can use in production. And it's saying actually failed to compile. So there's actually an error right now, and the error is actually, so you guys can see, so this is actually good, right? We getting an error right now. So it's saying that image elements, so this is saying failed elements, checking validity of types. So it's just saying inside of our modal, no duplicate props allowed. So inside of our modal, so if we actually go to our modal, it's actually specifically telling us the line as well. So if you go to 93, so we have class name, and you guys can see we have, so the mistake is that we have two class names here, right? So that's our mistake, guys. So this is actually good. I'm glad this happened. So because it does happen sometimes, and we have to figure these things out, and sometimes, you know, we have to do this again. So now we remove that line, and of course it's not just gonna work after removing that line. We have to push our changes again back to GitHub. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna say git add dot again. And that was the mistake, and you guys always check that if there's any other file. So there was just this one error, and you guys can see the error as well clearly here. Now we're just gonna say git add dot again, and now we're gonna say git status, and it's gonna specifically tell me which file I modified. I modified my components model. Now I'm just gonna say git commit, right? type a message again. I'm just gonna say modified my modal, as it said in my commit message. And now I'm just gonna push again. So now if I push again, what's gonna happen is it's gonna push the new code to your GitHub. Now if I refresh this, it's gonna push this new code to GitHub, and now it's gonna deploy on Vercel. It's gonna try to redeploy. It's gonna try to rebuild for you. Now you guys can see it's rebuilding for me. And if I go to the settings, it's gonna have all those environment variables as well, and it's gonna build it. And I had an error, and when you go to deployments, you can see your previous deployment. So I had an error in my previous one, but now it's building for me the new deployment, and I can check so I can actually inspect deployment. I can check what's going right now. So now it's actually going really well. It's working. And we have there are some things missing. Again, there's some warnings. We should always like look at, there's a bunch of some warnings just saying, but these warnings are just for production. Like, always make sure to focus. Even for the middleware, it's actually giving us a warning that's actually in beta, so we shouldn't try to use so much stuff which is in beta. But all the other warnings is just all for SEO and stuff. You must have an alternative prop for our images, and React hook has a missing dependency, so always like have some dependencies for your hooks. And again, alt prop, and it's just saying not to use an image tag and to use a Next.js image component, because that's an optimized one, right? And I think it has built, so it's ready now. So you guys see, so now if you guys go in the end here, and at this part when I actually built it for you, assigning domains, there's like two of these domains which are going to be the automatic URLs. And what the automatic URLs are, they actually change every single time when you redeploy. So do not use any of these URLs as your next auth URL. Always try to use the custom one, which is this one. So always try to use the custom domain as your next auth URL, and for your redirect URLs and everything. Do not use the automatic URL ones. So now let's actually go. Now what we have to do is I actually have to click here on this link, and hopefully, so it actually gives us an internal server error. So actually, let's try to refresh. So sometimes this happens. It actually gives us an error, but just try to refresh. It will work. So it is working now, and there's nothing to be scared about. Sometimes it does give us an errors and stuff. And even if it's giving you guys an error or something, try to redeploy. But we need to get this URL, and what we have to do, and this is our custom domain URL, and we have to go back to our settings, our environment variables, and we have to actually add a new variable, which is going to be the next auth URL, and this is going to be the value for this, and this exact needs to be, so for you guys it might be something else, some naming should be must be different, but always remember the custom domain. Do not use the longer domains, because they change with every redeployment. So now we need to add this URL, and after adding this, just go to your deployment and try to redeploy the project. And after you redeploy this project, then we'll just try to see, and it should work. But there's like a few more steps before the end we might have to do, and that's some Google Cloud Console stuff. So we might have to have redirect, and if you guys have watched my previous builds, you guys must have known that. You guys must maybe know that those things, that we have to add like redirect URIs, and we have to because since our domain changes, right, it's not localhost anymore, it's in production. So we have to change our redirect URIs and our callbacks, and those sorts of stuff. But after doing that, it should work really nicely. So it's building again for us, and again the same warnings and the same errors. And I mean, of course, you shouldn't get these warnings in production. When you're building an application for production level, you should always try to pay attention to them, because they're for your benefit. But yeah, so we are deploying, it's actually building for us. And so yeah, guys, I mean, this has been insane, and I think, and it's ready right now. So it's ready now. go back here and we can click here again. Now we do have our next.url, so we do have, let's try to actually click on sign in and let's see what actually happens. So when we actually click on sign in, we first thing we get is a redirect URL mismatch, right? And again, click here the same way we did in locally. You just want to copy this URL, go to our GCP. I think you have already opened it here, so go here, and all we have to actually do, guys, is add the redirect URL here, okay, and copy this bunch of thing here and add this as our URI. So we have URI, which is this part here without the API auth and callback, and then we have a redirect URI which is with the API auth callback. So, and then this is just your domain here which we are using, and then you want to save this, and that's all we had to do for production. And after saving this, hopefully it should actually not show us that anymore. And if I actually try to let's try to navigate here again. Now again, sometimes it actually does that. I don't know why Vercel sometimes, I don't know why it happens, but sometimes actually happens. It just shows you a 500 internal server error. But yeah, so let's actually click on our sign in. And here we go. We see our Google consent screen. So this is, remember, our consent screen, right? Now I'll try to log in from my main account and let's see if we actually are logged in into the application. And we shouldn't face any sort of error. And here we go, boom, guys, look at that, the middleware kicks in and everything like clean redirects us back to the home page, and we have this work. But now let's actually try to post something. Hey, hi from production, maybe production, hi from production, you know. Let me just maybe do something a bit different this time. Okay, and just post it. And here we go, guys, look at that. And we can see delete. So we have delete here because this is our post. Delete here. The modal actually is working, and we do have our messages, the frame motion modal. We have our API stuff here, and yeah, I mean, we have this, we have some time, so everything's kind of kicking or working. It's mobile responsive, and this is really sick, guys. It's amazing, right? And if you try to delete this, it should delete. Yes, that's gone. Boom, that's gone. And all the posts are server side rendered, by the way. So if I refresh, server side rendering here out of the box, right? So nothing actually acts in a weird sort of way. And this is actually much better because it's better than our old the finished build which I showed you guys before, the deployed one, because I forgot to actually do the server side rendering for these three things. The username, the email, and that's why you see a flickering there. But in our finished one, there's no sort of flickering because we actually server-side rendered all these usernames and these emails and everything. So that's really dope. And so this is our build, guys. And then if we try to log out, and here we go. And now if you try to access our protected route, which is our home route, and the middleware kicks in, actually redirects us back to home. And now if we try to log in with any different account, it should work the same way and actually log us in. And here we go. Now we are logged into a different account, and we have all these, the lead and everything. And yeah, I almost always forget that we have a beautiful dark theme here, light theme. I mean light theme here. This as well. So yeah, guys. So I hope you guys enjoyed this build. Again, such an insane journey, guys. I keep saying it, but yeah, guys. So that's it from my side. To all you guys who watched till the end, I would actually recommend all of you, and I'm gonna actually put my LinkedIn handle in the description as well. So I've actually recreated my LinkedIn, and I'm gonna recommend for any of you job seekers out there and any of you guys who are actually serious about software development and who are doing these projects, adding to your portfolio. Try to have a good LinkedIn resume, a good LinkedIn profile as well. And I'm gonna link mine as well, so you can just copy mine, just try to change some own just some stuff of your own, and just try to get connections and just try to build connections and just try to have a good profile, just a good active presence, maybe write some blogs and stuff. So it's gonna help any of you guys who are looking for jobs and in the software industry. So trust me, it's gonna help, guys. So have a good LinkedIn, and then include what's a better way to have a LinkedIn resume and to include a LinkedIn, build on your resume. So I think that's like slick, right? So yeah, but that's it, guys. I think that's it for this build. I'm not gonna hold any one of you any longer. Even I'm tired, and I know you guys might be tired too, if any of you guys watch till the end. But yeah, guys, we're gonna see each other soon. I'm gonna be doing a lot of big things, a lot of big stuff has been going on. I'm gonna be announcing in the community soon as well. For all you guys who are waiting to hear the what's going to be happening soon. There's gonna be a lot of big projects coming up, guys, and yeah, as always, everyone take care, and I will see you guys in the next one.